I just want to say Hotep, Henu to SABA. You definitely changed my life in so many ways, and I'm thankful. Since our first one-on-one, my whole circle, I just did a whole circle of my whole life. I just feel so different now. My Dejed been hurting me, so right now I'm doing good. I'm doing better. Yeah, so I just want to say, with the hyperhidrosis thing, all I got to say is no sweat. You know what I mean? And a lot of people saying that, this is a scam, and, and it's definitely not a scam. I could say SABA scammed me in the good way, you know what I mean? So, I've been taking, my remedies, my rosemary, my sage, and it's definitely working for me. So I just want to say peace and love and Henu to SABA, and I'm forever in your debt. Forever in your debt. Thank you so much. Tua. So peace and love.
Hotep, Great Saba Tehuti, Amun Hotep Ra. Health and prosperity unto you. May your monument be established forever on the foundations of Ma'at. May your posterity give you praise and offerings. May your goddesses personify devotion to you like the great goddesses Aset and Netet. Tua Saba Tehuti, Amen. Hotep Ra.
Uben Ra, Ma'at Hotep, Glorious Tehuti Amun Hotep Ra. It is said good advice is rarer than emeralds. That led me to think, Tehuti's advice and teachings is life's wealth. You are the doorway to Miao, the ancient conscious state. You are the wise one, an incarnating Ren that is breathing the Ankh, living from Ma'at, the Nefer, ancient Ba, the ancestor, Tehuti. I am incredibly grateful to have access to your podcast and guidance. Tua for your immortality and taking moments out of your day to help me. Tua for not leaving me to suffer in a world of matrix. Tua for teaching me truth, honesty, and teaching me that it is good to search for wrongdoings and make corrections. Tua for everything. May your exquisite netzerts have a day as beautiful as them. May they always have clarity and never be under hypnosis. May they always be safe, never in harm's way. May they never receive headaches or stress. Their beauty like the sun's reflection on water. Their beauty like a snake wrapping itself around a harp. Their beauty like circumpolar constellations. And their beauty like luscious forests of green with cacao plants and bamboo. My greatest love and respect to your immortal Nefer Kemetic family. Tua.
The most sophisticated artifacts, pyramids, everything are all the oldest. It gets worse as it goes on. That's not supposed to make sense.
There was some sort of very sophisticated civilization that was tens of thousands of years before that, and they were wiped out.
We even see that. You go to the Egyptian Museum and there is beautiful igneous stone vases made of granite. And right next to them, in the same display, because they're found in the same place, there's a rough pottery vase that's not even turned, just put together by hand, and they've painted it with dots to make it look like granite, and it's shaped the same way as the granite vase. That's pure imitation. Like this here, you have a hard igneous stone vessel made with perfection, and right next to what's clearly an imitation of it, made from pottery, and they've even dotted it up to make it look like granite. The dynastic Egyptians, they do trace that back 30,000+ years. They have a list of kings and rulers that go back into that time. It's only in our interpretation and our archaeologists that really say, well, you know what, that's just myth and legend.
The people in Egypt, they believed in what's called Kemet, the people that existed before the Egyptians. When we hear these stories about the Great Pyramid being a tomb for the pharaoh, it's worth mentioning that even the locals didn't believe that. The saying that the pyramids were built to be tombs for the pharaohs wasn't even developed until 150 years ago. That's it. They were taught Kemet. And it's worth mentioning that when you go through inside these pyramids of Giza, there's not one single glyph in any of them whatsoever. There was never a mummy found in any Egyptian pyramid ever. Quite literally, the only reason why we are told this stuff is because that was the theory developed by these men that went in there and said, I believe these must have been for the pharaohs. That makes sense.
So it's all just one group of people had one theory, and that theory just stuck around.
100%. To people who aren't aware, there's something called the Osiris shaft, which is located directly under the causeway between the Sphinx and the second pyramid. It goes about 100 feet underground. It's carved out of the limestone bedrock. It's the creepiest place I've ever been in my life. It's 3 different shafts, and you go down. When you get to the 3rd level, which is completely dark and freaky, there was a side tunnel. Zahi Hawass himself, he's standing in front of this tunnel, and he says, it's yet to be explored. I don't know what's down there, but they've since sealed it up. It's like cinder blocks. They sealed it up.
What?
Yes, it's the same thing. Like, they excavated the Sphinx, and there was always said to be tunnels under there, and there was no pictures ever released to the public, and some dude snuck down in there and took some photos. You can't see much, but what you know is that there are things that have gone underground in Egypt that, for whatever reason, is just off limits to the public.
But look, I just want to say, listen, yo, Tehuti is a close brother of mine, excellent scholar. You know, y'all better watch out, because he's going to be straight chopping some heads off, boy.
Man, you got props from the Hebrew, bro.
The oldest known spiritual book to speak on the afterlife.
Get that Palo Santos burning. Start burning that Palo Santos and that sage together. You can mix them together in the pole.
They gonna need
some frankincense oil in there. Oh my goodness. What's going on? What the blood seed, Lord?
Going out the holy tablet.
Oh man. It's on.
The Per M HERU.
Coming to you live. He has been teaching for over 20 years. A 9-0 record in official public recorded debates. You've heard many teachers out there before in the so-called conscious community, but none with the demeanor, calmness, and detail as Tehuti Amun-hotep Ra on such topics as breaking out of the matrix, truth on religious origins, underground conspiracies, secret societies, mental, physical, and spiritual health, the Anunnaki, the Neteru, Kemet and the origins of Ma'at, meanings and symbolisms of Medu-Neter, the only one who will stand in front of question of this wide range of subject matters, answer, question, and debate. Some have podcasts, but Tehuti is the teacher, so he has a pod class. Subscribe to the channel for updates, classes, and much more. Join the chat, call in, participate live. Get your notepads ready. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. Open your mind. He has been teaching for over 20 years. A 9-0 record in official public recorded debates.
Correction.
All right, man. You already know what it is. That's the anthem for the debate music. Y'all already know. We got our brother Tehuti in the building, and he is going up against a heavy hitter, you know, who have been featured on this platform for a while now, Vocab Malone. I don't think Vocab, I hope Vocab put in his homework. I hope he knows a little bit about Tehuti and
I appreciate everybody.
Press 1 for Tehuti. Press 2 for JJ, y'all.
Yes, I appreciate always being here. It's fun, it's educational. It's good to hear all these crazy views and just hear where people are coming from. Peace and love, everybody. Check me out every Friday, 7 p.m. Pacific on the Tehuti Podclass on YouTube.
That's your words.
Brother,
stand on
that's
it.
not the topic of the debate, JJ. That was not the topic.
I'm talking about the whole word. I'm talking about the whole misinformation. I don't give a damn about the topic of the debate.
No, if you look at the community wall, I mean, damn, Tehuti is like dusting you on that shit. He killing you, Jay. And this is why you upset.
To be very clear, I have never had an official date with anyone. And there is not
The correlation of her not being a literal person with having the sun on her head. I'm trying to link in why you're bringing up the sun is on her head.
I'd love to know how you think that a literal person could exist with the sun on their head.
So because this image has the sun on her head, therefore this cannot be a literal person. Is that your stance?
That's exactly what I'm saying. And I also want you to recognize that I'm saying the same about HERU and the same about AUSAR.
Okay, great. Can I screen share, please?
Yes, sir.
So it's the brother Jabari.
Remove Jabari.
Sorry.
Okay. The brother Jabari stance is that because this image has a woman with her son on her head, her stance is that makes this woman not real. When I asked him if that was his stance, he said yes. I'm going to screen share, please. That is the premise that we are using. And I want to know is was Anksenamun a real woman, Jabari? Yes or no? Anksenamun, was that a no?
Are you referring to Anksenamun, the wife of Tutankhamun?
Yes. Was that a mythological netter, or was that a real person?
She was a real person.
Everybody see my screen?
Yes.
Everybody see Anksenamun with the same sun on her head and the same two horns on her head that the statue of Upset has? Everybody, can you see that, sun editor?
Yes, we see it.
Okay, this woman is Anksenamun. She has the sun on her head, the exact same sun on her head, and she has the horns on her head that Osset had on her head. And I made sure I asked Jabari clearly, what is the purpose of bringing up the sun? Is it because this woman has the sun on her head? Does that make this woman a myth or untrue? And he said that is his stance. Well, here we have a real person that the brother Jabari just acknowledged as a real person with the exact same symbol on her head, and nobody's going to ask what's the temperature of the sun. So we need to erase.
So wait. Let me see.
I got to finish though. I got to finish.
Go ahead.
We need to remove, Jabari. You need to remove the statement that you made, the premise that because you said because, and you agreed that because this woman has a sun on her head, then that makes her unreal. When Anksenamun is a real woman, and can everybody see the sun on her head? That's a real woman. So yes, real women are depicted with images of symbolic suns on their head.
Can I ask you a question, dear brother?
But as soon as you acknowledge, my good brother, as soon as you acknowledge that having a sun on your head does not make you unreal. And you answered and you agreed with your stance.
I think you're not my question. You are not answering my question. You are not, and I know you are, that's because you have a smirk on your face, because you know you're not answering the question. And this is a simple question. In fact, you asked me when we started to go back to the question. I don't know to watch the videotape of being beaten, but let me show you the videotape again. Because we could have started someplace else. But you asked the question. And I started by asking you how hot was the sun.
All right. Let me say something.
Let me finish on that. And I wanted you to explain to me whether it is possible for a literal person to have the sun on their head, and you are not answering that as yes or no. I'm not sure.
That's your question. Is it possible?
I've asked it like 7 times, brother.
It's not possible. And that's why that is symbolism. Anksenamun and Osset were here.
Answer the question. You're not answering the question. Is it let me ask you again.
It's not possible, but you set your premise on it.
This is 8. I'm going to ask it to you one more time, and hopefully you'll give me a clear answer. Is it possible for a literal person to have the sun on their head?
No.
Oh, good. Thank you.
Okay, all right. Let me quick.
Yeah, sure.
Now, Jabari, you know I love you, brother. You did get hit with a straight right on this one right here. If the brother asks you, Jabari, hold on. In all fairness, the brother asks you Now, I agree. But because of the answer to you when he asked you the question, you definitely said the woman have a sun on her head. She can't be real. Brother then showed you a sun on the head of another who you did say was real. That's all it is. Hey, Jabari, Floyd Mayweather, the best of them gets hit with a jab, brother. That don't mean nothing. Come back and show the brothers and sisters out there why you are the Floyd Mayweather of the House of Consciousness. That's it, brother. It ain't nothing.
This is the reason why you have to.
All right. Hey, peace and Black Power family. Welcome to another Sonetta TV House of Consciousness, but y'all already know what it is. The brother making his way back to the House of Consciousness. He is now official House of Consciousness member. Welcome to the party, brother Tehuti. He made his official step through the door a few days ago, taking on the Floyd Mayweather of consciousness, brother Jabari. Most people in the got brother Tehuti winning. Now, hey, majority rule. I can't be biased. I got to go with the majority, okay? Because I'm not the referee. So don't get mad at me, brother Jabari. Oh, man. Well, I just got to keep it real. I'm going to keep it real, man. I can't be biased when it comes to this, you know. I got to show love to everybody because I'm bringing on the people on the platform. I got to keep it real. Check, right or wrong. So as it stands now, I'll have to go ahead and give the win to brother Tehuti. Now, I know a lot of y'all might get mad, but I'm going with the majority rules. It's the people who is making the call. Don't get mad at me, Jabari. You know I love you. You know I love you, Dr. Anika. But I got the W to brother Tehuti. Now, you got the majority, and there's a lot of people that I read the comments, they say, yo, I love you, Jabari. You know I fuck with you, Jabari. But I got to give it to Tehuti. I'm reading these comments. I'm like, God damn. You know me, I'm going with my man Floyd Mayweather all the way. But I got to be fair, and I got to keep it a buck. So as it stands right now, brother Jabari has, hey, and you know the best lose sometime, man, you know? The best lose. Cigarette. See, when you look at Floyd Mayweather, in order to beat him, you got to knock him out. And Tehuti, you gave Jabari a little knockout hit. You know what I'm saying? Because you caught him. I'm going to be real. You caught Jabari in that opening argument when you asked him about the sun. I got to give you that. And then you caught him again later on when you asked him about something else. I'm giving you that. How could I be biased? Everybody know I fuck with Jabari. See, when you look at Floyd Mayweather, in order to beat him, you got to knock him out. And Tehuti, you gave Jabari a little knockout hit. You know what I'm saying? Because you caught him. I'm going to be real. You caught Jabari in that opening argument when you asked him about the sun. I got to give you that. And then you caught him again later on when you asked him about something else. I'm giving you that. How could I be biased? Everybody know I fuck with Jabari. I just gave Floyd Mayweather his first loss to this brother.
Let me be very clear. I have never had an official date with anyone. And there is not, on Sonetta's platform, Sonetta announces the winner?
And on the people, on the platform. I got to keep it check, right or wrong. So as it stands now, I'll have to go ahead and give the win to brother Tehuti.
And there is not, on Sonetter's platform, Sonetter announces the winner?
We got Zion the Lion. And of course, we got Tehuti making his debut, coming in the ring with brother Jabari. It wasn't, I'm not going to say a TKO. I'll just say a little jabby jab. He won by a couple of jabs, you know, he took some jabs, you know. And now, well, we got the rematch coming with brother Tehuti and brother Jabari coming back this Wednesday, 9:30 p.m. And I know Jabari is not going to take him lightly on this one. I know everybody is looking at Zion, Tehuti.
To be very clear, I have never had an official deal with Tehuti. And there is not, on Sonetter's platform, Sonetter announces the winner?
We have Tehuti and brother Jabari is coming back. Brother Jabari will be back for a rematch coming Wednesday night. I think Jabari was a little unprepared, got caught sleeping with the brother.
Shout out to HOK. I definitely think it was an upset. I said Jabari did a good job. I just don't think that he won. I said brother Jabari did a good job, but I just simply don't think that he won. As I told the brother earlier this afternoon, the brother Tehuti, I told him that I believe that he could have secured that W over Jabari a little better.
And there is not, on Sonetter's platform, Sonetter announces the winner?
So, I just got to go with that. I just got to go with the win. We're going to be giving out some powerful trophies coming up soon. So now, I just got to go with that. I just got to go with the win. We're going to be giving out some powerful trophies coming up soon. So now Zion Lex is coming out. Tehuti is making his way. He's jumping out, going straight to the top right now. Brother Shaka gave me a call the other day. Yesterday, matter of fact, Sunday. Brother Shaka Utmost gave me a call on Sunday and said straight up, Sonetta, yo, Sar, I think Jabari jumped out the window and he wasn't prepared for the brother's questions. Now, this is Shaka Utmost.
And there is not, on Sonetter's platform, Sonetter announces the winner?
Yeah, we got Zion Lex. We got Zion Lex tonight going up against Tehuti. Could this be 2 for 2 for Tehuti? That remains to be seen.
I've beaten people. The winner was announced by Sonetter. The winner was announced by the judges. I have the certificate, the proof. I have Sonetter saying I beat Jabari. I have all the judges saying I beat Kamisa.
You have me saying you beat Jabari.
Yes.
You got me saying you beat Jabari. If I said you beat Jabari, he can't be Floyd Mayweather, bro.
That is exactly the point. So Shall I screen share again? I mean, I have to keep doing this to people.
I must have been half asleep or some shit. I don't know.
Go ahead, show it, bro.
If I said you beat Jabari, he can't be Floyd Mayweather, bro.
That is exactly the point. So shall I screen share again? I mean, I have to keep doing this to people. And I took out the Floyd Mayweather, so I guess I'm the House of Consciousness champion. I just came here for an interview. That's my
you can't be the House of Consciousness champion yet. You got to go through some. You can't be the champion from one battle. You got to go through some scholars, brother. And now you face right now with Zion. So
I'm sorry. When you beat Floyd, you don't get his title. I'm sorry.
Go ahead, brother. I just gave Floyd Mayweather his first loss to this brother.
Hotep, Great Saba Tehuti. I'm on.
Let me ask you something. Where did you hear me make this claim? What event took place where you heard me making this claim? Have you ever seen me before on here?
Yes,
was it any kind of debate that happened where I was making the claim, or you just saw me on the side of the TV?
I think you was going at it with Jabari. Is that one?
Yes.
That's how you know. That's the reason why you know that I came in for my first interview, and you immediately called it where the Natiru real, and then Jabari came in, and it was the first and last and only debate on that topic in all of the Kemetic since Dr. Ben till now. That's never been debated. Me and Jabari. So thank you for hosting, making history. That was the very first debate ever took place on that topic, right here on Sign Editor TV. Okay, well, in the intro of my podcast, I have sections of me and Jabari's debate, and you announcing me as the winner, and then you and Shaka Akmo saying that he wasn't prepared for me.
Right.
I caught him sleeping, and he wasn't prepared, so therefore we should have a rematch.
Right.
I've never heard you say that about Jabari before in any kind of debate.
Well, you know, sometimes you got to be honest. That don't mean Jabari is not the champ. You know, you can lose one bout
and still be the champ. You can. What sport is that?
No, you can lose one and still be the champ. Like your record is now like 75-1.
To be very clear, I have never had an official date with anyone.
Maybe I think so. So you do acknowledge. Me and Jabari did have a debate, and I won the first one.
Yeah, I'll give you that, because I already done came out and said you won that, so I can't go back on that now. I give it to you.
Although he did disappear.
Can I ask you a question?
Yep.
Did Barack Obama meet Spider-Man?
If he want to talk about Batman and Robin, brother, he can do that. It's his time to speak. Right. See? Even though Batman and Robin ain't got nothing to do with it, if he bring that up, then how many times Jabari brought up Spider-Man in a debate? He brought up Spider-Man.
Check. What's this now? Check, mic check. If I can be heard. It's not letting me switch the settings to the regular camera. One moment, everyone. Very interesting. Let me switch the settings. Let me drop the link in the room. Subscribe, anyone can come in for a moment while I'm trying to fix these settings for this beautiful podcast. Something strange is taking place. But okay, go ahead and subscribe, and all the moderators and supporters, you can jump in the room temporarily, and I'm going to see if I can fix this situation here. Jump in the room. Shayed is back. Wonderful. It's not letting me fix my settings. Okay, jump in the room so I can step off, because if I step off and nobody jumps in the room, it won't just stop. Actually come out of the StreamYard completely. I don't know if I can be heard. Nobody jumped in the room. Okay. Just put it down. Where's the moderator? Where's everybody? Where is Tap? Where is Info Raw? Where is Scribe? Where is everybody? We got 10 more moderators. Okay. Alright. I don't know if I can be heard at all, pressing that. Maybe I can't even hear me. I'm talking to the molecules. Okay. Let me come out of here. Probably can't even hear me. Okay, let's see settings. Okay, there it is. Okay, I think I'm let me virtual back. We'll do this. It's this setting. Okay, so let's see Anu. Peace, good brother Anu. How are you?
I'm doing great, Salvatore. How are you?
I'm good. I'm glad you were on deck. We need people on deck. I don't know. We need people on deck for situations when the podcast begins. We've been on for 3 years now. Nobody's on deck ready, but thank you for coming on. I'm going to see if I can fix this issue. The StreamYard is blocking these settings, and it's stopping me from putting on the camera that actually works. So let me talk to the people for a moment. I'm going to go ahead and get this technical thing fixed. Where's Primordial? Where's everybody? No one's on deck. Oh man, I'm going to wipe the premise. I'll be back.
Hotep, Uncle Seneb, the wonderful Salvatore and Hotep Ra. While he's getting these technical difficulties figured out, everybody get out your notepads, as Ani would say. Get ready to learn from another Nefer Saba Tehuti Podclass. I'm looking forward to these answers. Oh, you're there for a little bit, Saba.
Okay, it'll be fixed in a few seconds. Let me get it down. Hold on.
Okay. Everybody, be sure to support our Saba Tehuti Amunhotep Ra. Make sure to give your attention to the class, because without your attention, this cannot exist. Support the House of ATTON. Stay consistent. Stay disciplined in Ma'at, or in whatever craft you practice. I am very much so looking forward to this class, especially the third eye answer. I'm also looking forward to the other answer as well, because I have no idea what that Greek god is or anything like that, or the relation it would have to the Nile Valley. So I'm very interested to learn something completely new. Be sure to go and watch Ani's past class last Sunday. It was absolute Nefer class. Don't forget about the classes that are on the House of ATTON channel. They are very deep. All the presentations by all the people that have presented, they're all very deep. It's all very interconnected to each other, but at the same time, very unique to who teaches. So make sure to go check out those classes. Go support. This is a daily thing. Mod is a daily thing. It happens 24/7 in this realm and in the next. So make sure that you are. Hotep, Saba.
Hotep, can you see and hear me?
Yes, I can see and hear you.
Sometimes when I start the class, I don't really look in the chat much. Only when I'm seeing what people thought of the answers or for the intro. But I breezed through the chat a couple weeks, and I saw some people. Why is the intro so long? Why is it the same intro? And different things like that. And I was looking for their channel to see what their intro was like, so I could follow their lead. But there was no intro on their channel for their classes, so I guess I'm just unguided. But nobody has any clue what takes place during the time of the intro. During that time of the intro, with 35 animals behind me, so many things are taking place. And the intro is the time for me to take care of all of those things, so that nobody has any clue. There's technical difficulties. There's other issues that take place. There's sometimes animals get on the loose, and the croc things are running around the place, and all type of. Right before this one, the whole green screen fell down. Sometimes the snakes jump up, grab the green screen. So nobody has any clue what it is that I'm happening on this side. And that's why I don't really look at the different comments and such, because they don't really care about building up anything. They're gonna complain and then go eat Lay's potato chips and go to the club tonight. So then I I asked my Netzert, they're like, how long is this intro? I'm like, how long are you at the club looking for a girl's number? When you go to the club, you're there all night from 10 o'clock until 3 in the morning. So hopefully you're going to get a girl's number. You're on the dance floor going crazy. Girls are turning you down. You get a phone number. Finally, you got that one girl or two girls that give you their number. And you were there for 5 hours to get one phone number, along with that intro. So anyways, peace and love, everybody. We are here. We're about to get started. I see Menku jumped on. I see Bella jumped on. I see Harass did jumped on. Harass, one of my Netzers figured out your name. For 3 years, I couldn't figure out what is Harass did, and one of my Netzers figured it out. That's very. You've been doing wordplay since before the podcast. I think you had that name before the podcast, right? Yes, you've been doing wordplay before the podcast. So my Netzers figured it out. That's very, very interesting. So peace and love, everybody. I'm glad you're here. How you doing? Well, Anu, you're doing good. Thank you for holding it down and jumping on deck when I wasn't. I can't even explain what was happening behind here. on top of the streamer shutting down my settings, but thank you for jumping on. Appreciate you. How you doing? Doing good?
Yes, I'm doing that firm, doing great opportunity, ready for another class. Nini Ook, and I love your intro, and I love when you add in new jewels every single time.
You noticed that? Okay. Okay. It's weird that his only loss, Jabari's only loss, that was his only screen share, by the way. I want everybody to go back and look at Tehuti versus Jabari. That was his only screen share. And he lost to the man. He lost to that man that he was debating against and to the character. Ironically, that was the curse. So he lost to me, which is he lost to Spider-Man. So nice to have you on, Anu. Nice to have you on, Menkora. How you doing, good brother?
Doing great, Saba. Very humbled and appreciative to be here. For everything that you're doing.
Nini Ook. This one of the questions has a very good donation. One of them is a new person, so the donation wasn't that high, but I did it to Rigo. I did it to a lot of people when they first came in. They were giving low donations. I hit them with the Tehuti answer, and they began to realize as I was putting together one of the answers, the one on Poimandres. I said. I couldn't believe what was happening. That was just a filler answer. That was only going to be a 10-minute answer to the third eye. Third eye is going to be long, but as I was putting together the Poimandres, that is another. Anybody heard of Poimandres? Raise your hand. Poimandres studiers. So I'm going to answer a question I don't think anybody's heard of before, but it's not a filler now. It's something happened. And I couldn't stop, and I'm hitting my hand stop, and it was crazy. But so that's going to be another one. And I took out something, and I'm going to add something because I was going to add George Floyd and everything to this answer, and I stopped myself. It's going to be for part 2. George Floyd was about to be in it, and I was about to. No, the YouTube channels are going to get shut down. Stop. Okay. So glad you're doing good, man. And Nefertatan, how are you doing, young lady? You look symmetrical. Your face looks like the female HERU. It looks perfectly symmetrical. How you doing, young lady?
What's up? Yes, on my tough side, there definitely is some quote-unquote Asian in there, so that's all right. I'm still tied to my aunt, so that makes me happy either way. Yeah, it's really. To go on your conversation about the intro, no one complained about the national anthem being the same. So what difference does it make if the intro is the same? You know, your story is your story and your path is your path. And people aren't patient enough for that. I don't know how they're patient enough for everything. Things take time. So anyway, glad to be here again. And yes, I did way back ask you about the third eye. So a few good months later, I'll get a piece of that. So that will be very intriguing.
Wonderful. Yes, it's gonna be very intriguing. It's gonna be a possible surprise at the end and everything. So absolutely, I want to tell everybody too. I purposely designed the podcast to weed out those who are not serious. The podcast doesn't have to be 10 hours and 7 hours long. It doesn't have to be 8 hours. I designed the podcast for a certain type of intro, a certain amount of time for donation, to weed out those that just want microwave entertainment. I designed it to be an event every Saturday. So I want the people that don't like the intro and all that to move to go on to the other channels. I'm glad those serious ones stay. Thank you, Nefertatan. Appreciate you very, 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 very much. Okay, and on to Sarah. How you doing? Harassed. Sarah did.
I'm great. I'm glad to be here.
Good. Wonderful. You're in all black. Young lady. Oh, okay. That's okay. The young lady beside you is also in all black. How you doing? Miss Bella, doing good?
So for asking, I am well because of you. So yes, very good. How are you?
I'm doing excellent and fabulous. Thank you for asking. I'm glad. You said you are well because of me?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Thank you for. I'm glad for making you well. Excellent. Okay, everybody. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I wanted to say Tua for the Nefer intro and all your Nefer designing, and I like the picture that you chose of yourself on the intro to the podcast. So I liked that one.
Thank you. Glad you enjoyed it. That image there on the screen was actually made by Nanny. Did you see the new image on the screen? Yeah. Did you see the thumbnail? Oh, I don't know if Nanny's here. Nanny? She's somewhere. Okay, but yeah, that was actually made by her. She actually altered that to make that image from a picture she took. Okay, everybody. I'm glad you enjoyed, Bella. Okay, everybody. We're going to get started. I'm going to keep the intro a little short, but we're going to get started. I'm glad everybody can hear me. Glad everybody made it through the technical difficulties. We're about to get started, everybody. So, beautiful people. Anu, much love. Mikora, much love. Nefertatan, much love. Arasted, much love. Bella, much love. You all jump back in the chat, and we're going to get this class started. Peace and love and excellence. One of the love signs. All right. Okay, everybody. Now we can get started. Here we go. Okay, what a beautiful family we have. Wonderful. Peace and love. And this brother right here, you came in. I think this is your first donation. I know you're starting off small, but you're going to get a whopper of an answer. So is Amania. You're going to get a whopper. Let's go ahead and get started. We're going to start with the proper frequencies. I see Angela Gates is in here. We're going to start off with the proper frequencies, and the proper frequencies, of course, is going to be with the affirmation. For those who are new, you can just read it on the screen. If you have a question about it, you can send the question in to the what's going to be scrolling below. We're going to start on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Anki ma'at un es nintet aset ma'at min apapet ma'at her and hu kiui per ikut. I live from ma'at. I exist within her. I do not speak in the place of Ma'at. Every day I advance towards Ma'at. My being enthroned in the darkness, I come forth as conscious light. Welcome, everybody, to the Tehuti Podclass. Peace and love is going to be another one. Everyone is another one. It's going to be great. Shout out to Maharu. Shout out to, who is this, Roderick Wadu. I'm not too familiar with that name. I saw that name last week and another week with Roderick Wadu. Angela straight out the gates. Annie Pata is here. I'll be on in 9 minutes. The exact minute. Nice. Shashayet is here. Shashayet, been wondering about you. Glad you are safe. Glad you're good. Lisa. What would class be without Lisa? And maybe Sasha's in the background. I'm not sure. Peace and love to here's a new name. I haven't seen this name before, but I love the name. MERI Sekhmet. Peace and love to MERI Sekhmet. New name in the class. MERI, get your notepad out or your iPad or whatever it is that you take notes with, because this is going to be that class. It's gonna be that class. Batman. Robert Williams, peace and love to you. Peace and love to everybody in the oh good, you've been catching the replays. One, I figure you've been working. I see you active. Your Facebook things pop up and I get notifications, so I knew you were still alive and well and probably busy during those specific hours. Shout out to you, Shesh Shayed. Jump on the panel when we take our break. Here we go, everybody. Peace and love. My name is Tehuti. Amenhotep Ra. Most people that are watching, maybe MERI Sekhmet, who's new, may not know, but I've been a teacher and a breaker of the matrix for several decades upon decades upon decades upon decades. I don't know if I'm turning 85 next week or 79. I'm not sure, but I've been teaching for decades and decades and decades and decades off of the internet. Before there actually was an internet, before there was a YouTube, before there was a Google, I was spending time breaking people out of the matrix. I spent a lot of time as a youth with these individuals right here. This is Namuz, which a lot of the class is actually going to be on this because the question was asked about the third eye. This is Namuz, the Cobra. He represents duality, the black and white checker, and there is Show Me Your Cobra. This is Namez the Cobra. The word Namez means to be enlightened, and that was one of the crowns that the Par-Ii Nesubi'is were shown wearing, was the flared out cobra head, which was called the Ararat. Ari, which means to rise. One of the original names of the pyramids before the Greeks called it pyramidos and named it after a little cake. That's what you're calling it. When we call it pyramids, a little cake. It was called the Ari and the Akut, and it was actually part of it was this young lady's name right here, the MERI. MERI was another name. Okay, everybody. So I've been teaching, and how this all started when I was a youth, and I was just minding my business out there with the animals. I used to be around a lot of serpents, snakes, a lot of different turtles and different creatures when I was much younger. I would spend hours and hours and hours and hours spending time with those creatures out in the wild. And I would observe them and I would learn from them. There's Tanya. Peace, SABA. Peace to you. Peace to you. And I would be learning from the animals, spending time learning how to be calm, because I found when I was nervous around these animals, they would either run away or maybe want to defend themselves. And the more calm you were around them, the more you could sit amongst them. Until I used to catch the animals and actually release them back into the wild, and they would continue to follow me, even though I released them. So I started building up an interesting relationship. The relationship was not I was their master or their owner or anything like that. It was a relationship of an agreement that as long as I was in their surroundings, they were actually the owners of the situation, and I was a visitor in their surroundings. And as long as I acted peaceful and calm, I could come around their surroundings. I could pick them up, release them back into the wild. I would catch turtles and release them, and the turtle would swim beside me in the pond while I'm catching other turtles. And I developed this interesting connection. And as time went on, of course, as a youth, I was in a situation where I was surrounded by religions, and Christianity, and mainly Christianity was the main religion. There was Islam and a few others. And I would always question these religions. I never understood the concepts of why there's no. Let me turn this down. Messages class going. Why there's no origin to the religion. I would always ask about the origins. And every time I'd watch, because I watched nature videos, I would watch a lot of Natural Geographics. And it would show a lot of nature videos, and other channels would be about what they call African tribes, and such. And I would notice that none of the tribes that it showed in any of these indigenous places, whether it showed the indigenous people of the Americas, the South Americans, the people in Zimbabwe, the people in West Africa, every time they showed indigenous people, the ancient and current real Australians, they never were in Christianity. They never seemed to have a Bible. I never saw the tribal man with the Bible. I'll go around, look at the Dogons, look at all these ancient tribes that were still existing, some still existing untouched today, the Khoisan people. And they never had church. There was no churches in there. And I would always wonder, why is it not matching according to this biblical story? the very first people that were created, the very first, were immediately in contact with this God, and the God gave them a way of life and gave them this language, and communicated with these people. So I was looking up things like the original language, and I couldn't find the original language matching the languages that Christians would tell me the Bible was written in. The dating of the Hebrew language, which was supposed to be Lashon Kodesh, the holy language, did not date back to the original language that were on the planet. And I would always wonder, and I would ask my mother and ask people around, how could that be? That was one of the questions I had when I was in my younger stages. How could the original language not date back to God's language if God was the creator of people and the first being that people spoke to was God? So that would have to be the first language that they knew and spoke and wrote. Why is that language not the language that's the oldest? How could there be a language older? What was that language that Adam and Eve were speaking? And the pastors couldn't tell me, and I didn't understand. I'm like, well, this Hebrew language seems to be the youngest of the Punic Canaanean and the Medo-Neder language and all these other ancient languages, the cuneiform or the Kiangi language. It seems that the Hebrew one was the youngest of them. I was like, how could that be the youngest? And that's what the ancient people of God were called. They must be the youngest. And so this caused a lot of contention inside of the household, asking questions like this and other type of questions. And so it came a point that I had to leave the house. I had to leave based on one condition. While I was with these animals, I realized that the one thing that they all did was they all abided by what's called biological imperative, which means that they all did exactly what they're supposed to do to maintain their life to the highest level. And if life in their environment changed, they would actually evolve even new body parts to adapt to their environment. Their whole existence was biological imperative. A lot of people say, Tehuti, you keep all these pets, how come you don't keep them in their natural environment? I say there is no natural environment for any animal. Nothing is natural for them. They go into an environment and they find the best environment that they can survive. All they care about is how can they live the longest. That's what's natural to an animal. Where can I go to live the longest? If I'm a rat and I have to live in the sewer and there's a lot of food down here, then that's a rat's natural environment. It doesn't want to live where there's no food. They go to where the food is. So I found that they lived in natural environments, which was just an environment that could sustain their existence. That's all they cared about, was their existence. When I was much younger, I was told that in order to survive in this human world, you have to get an education, get a job, and that's how you'll be able to survive and support yourself, support your family, pay your rent. And I never did those things. When I was in school, I was definitely thrown out of the school, definitely caught trying to burn the school down, definitely fighting and beating up the teachers, definitely catching white racists in the school and holding them up and putting them in lockers for the day, and doing different things that wasn't within the school curriculum. They didn't seem to like those things, asking the teachers questions and then fighting the teachers, doing jiu-jitsu moves, and it wasn't a good environment. So I was eventually expelled. So because I was expelled, obviously life is supposed to go downhill. You don't have an education, you're not going to get any job. So as time went on, my mother and I came to an agreement that this situation was getting too frustrating. So the wager was, in order for you to live in this household and have a place to live, you debate the pastor. This is my very first debate ever since I existed. Debate the pastor, and if you win, you get to live under the household. And that created a biological imperative connection between my first aspect of survival, which is keeping a roof over my head. The very first thing I had to do was win a debate. It was not getting a job. It was not going to school. It was not getting hired by anybody. My very first challenge to keep a roof over my head was to be in tune with the knowledge that I was teaching. And if I was in tune with it, and a person that was against me, which was the Christian mother, said that I was better at relating this knowledge than the person she's for, then I get to have a roof over my head. And that was my very first aspect of survival. After about 4 or so hours, she kicked the pastor out of the house and said that I was embarrassing him as a young man. I think I was 18. I'm not I don't remember because I don't keep track of my age, but whatever age that was, 19, he was 47. She kicked him out of the household, and something clicked within me, and I realized that I could survive off of knowledge. It was something switched in my brain that my very first taste of keeping a roof over my head was not working a job. It was not going to school. I'm kicked out of school. It was teaching the knowledge well and winning a debate. That clicked in my mind. And a couple days later, as I told this story many times, but there's some new people here. A couple days later, there was a notarized letter on my door from the courthouse, and it was a restraining order. Restraining order was to keep me 50 to 100 feet away from churches. And I've never seen a restraining order against first of all, I've never seen a restraining order against a young man. I've never seen it. I don't know if they out there, but I've never seen a restraining order against like an 18-year-old who has no criminal activity. So I found out that it was a restraining order to keep me away from the church, and biological imperative kicked in again. And the biological imperative was that if I walk the street, if I walk in a certain area near a church, I could actually lose my freedom. So now the roof over my head is kept because of the knowledge, and I have to be careful of where I walk because I could be arrested or penalized because of my knowledge. So now I'm starting to evolve into this life of biological imperative and survival mode, being based on what I'm in tune with. So therefore, this becomes very, very serious to me. And as time went on, I ended up finding an organization, and I join organizations in different groups, and I end up excelling past them because I'm just a visitor. But I ended up joining this organization because I found that they were similar to the questions I was asking, and they were asking questions too and had some of the answers. And they were tying up Christians and Muslims. This is the early stages of life when people are still doing it now, but when the motivation is to fight. You know, you want to argue, you want to win debates, you want to. That's the whole thing. Fight the power. Fight. What's the religion? I don't have one. I like to fight. I'm just fighting. See, I'm tying up a Christian. I'm tying up a Muslim. I'm tying up. That's the whole motivation is just to beat people at your knowledge of religion, and that was the whole thing. Fight the power, fight the system, fight the Illuminati, fight. And that was it. There was no waking up in the morning doing any ritual, none of that. So I ended up becoming a part of this organization, and I ended up skyrocketing immediately. The teacher in that organization saw me teaching, and he put out a memo live for the whole organization that if you want to learn how to teach like Brother Amenhotep Ra. It was a good thing and a bad thing because it created a situation where people were coming to me to learn, but the other teachers, of course, were wondering, why didn't he say this about me in this organization? How come? And jealousy began. What I was doing is I was teaching similar to how I'm teaching in the Podclass today. I don't just teach from one book or one source. I teach from multifarious diversities of sources. So I realized, like I taught in the class 2 classes ago, that there's over 7 different nodal points that you have to hit in the brain in order to change a person. There's over seven of them, and I covered them. Go to the class on what was it on? The class on psychosis, spiritual psychosis, and I spoke about those nodal points. And I realized that in order to teach somebody well, you have to touch multiple parts of them at the same time. You can't just break down one thing. There's multifarious sources that you have to touch somebody's emotional mind, logical mind, critical thinking mind, their spiritual aspect, their family aspect, their emotional aspect. And so I developed this way of teaching that would hit people with multiple different sources and ways, and it was converting people extremely fast. I used to go into the churches when I was not allowed and banned from the churches, and I used to set up a situation where I'd ask the church members questions, just so they could have the question. When the pastor walked in, I said, go ahead and ask him, and they would ask him, and he wouldn't have the answer. And that's how I was converting people all throughout a particular city that I lived in. I was converting many people out of the matrix with that. But at any rate, as time went on, because I was teaching in this certain fashion, the other teachers in the organization told me that I can't teach like that anymore. And so here came this what do they say, a rock and a hard place, where the actual teacher of the organization is saying, if you all want to learn how to teach,
teach like Amenhotep, and the other teachers are catching me while the main owner of the group isn't there, and saying, if you teach like this, we're going to burn your books. And they came with actual torches. They came with torches to burn my books, and there's biological imperative again. Because if you burn my books with torches, who's going to control the fire in my premises? This means that I'm being threatened with life again. Imagine bringing torches to somebody's premises, thinking that you can contain the fire just to burn the books inside their premises. Once you put that torch down and start lighting the bookshelf, isn't the apartment going to burn down as well? Isn't the carpet going to catch on fire? So here I am again, faced with life and death, and that sparked my biological imperative again. And I realized it was time for me to move away from that organization. The teacher told me that I was advanced past. He said you can't bring everybody to the level that I'm at because he would lose followers, and he has to do this. He has to do this thing gradually. And I respected that, and so I left the organization. But of course, I never had education, as they call it, European school education. I never had a job before, so when I left the organization, I didn't really know how to take care of myself whatsoever. I didn't know anything about making money other than selling like incense on the streets, and so my aunt had helped me out, and I had gotten an apartment, but I couldn't maintain the apartment because I had no consistent job or anything like that. So I had to use my brain again to create something, and I created a system where I went onto the internet and I started teaching people health. And as I was teaching people health, I asked them, would you buy from me if I had health products? Every one of them said, yes, we trust you. But I had no products. I had no money. I was a single father, just me and my son in the apartment, and I'm digging through looking for change, and I don't have any money to buy any kind of product. So I ended up contacting one of the owners of the companies. He said he gets a good vibe from me. Met me out by the docks, and he told me all of the secrets. He said, I'm going to tell you all this. As long as you stay a customer of mine, I'll tell you where each person is that you can get wholesale, people in Australia, people in China, things that haven't even made America yet. I'll tell you where to get all of them as long as you stay a customer of me, because we're all in one particular circle. But if you tell anybody, I'm going to whack you. And I said, what is that? Whack. He said, you know, we're gonna whack you. He said, see over there by the swamp, I'm going to put you, the docks, I'm going to put you in a, you're going to stand inside of a bucket with a cement. We're going to push you in the water with the fishes. And I said, oh, here it is again. I'm faced with life and death again. Biological imperative. If I don't keep the secrets of this knowledge, it was health knowledge. I didn't know that health, even in the health world, I could be killed. So I'm now put to a test where if I breach this agreement that I have with this health provider, he's gonna whack me and kill me mafia style. And so biological imperative set in again. I ended up taking this information, selling things, creating a little bit of a living, and I took the knowledge and plus what I learned from real estate, and I brought it back to that organization, and I started saving people. I started teaching people about how to do business without working for the system. And a lot of people were coming over, and they were going from homeless to getting properties, and it was very successful until the people ended up robbing me because they started doing bad business deals and ended up losing over $20,000+ my whole life savings, and I plummeted again down to the bottom. And while I was down at the bottom, I realized something very important, and that was money can't save anybody. Money is an illusion, and it's a tool to augment what you already are. So there's no purpose of me teaching those people how to make money when their heart isn't pure. They don't have any spiritual discipline. They don't have any kind of discipline. They're not loyal, dedicated to anything. There's no ranking system. They just think that money will save them, and money just turns you into Oprah Halle Berry. I don't know if those are two young ladies that are going to be the freer of the matrix for us, but that's what it turns you into. It just augments. If you're a serial killer and you win the lottery, $3 million, you're going to become a better serial killer. You're going to get better weaponry. You're going to get better technology. You're going to have better tracking devices to follow the women, to follow the children, to get a better vehicle to kidnap people in. If a serial killer gets $2 million, he's not free of the isfet that's within him. He just augments. Now he's able to do it better. So I found that money only gives you the ability to do something that you already are more efficiently. But what you already are has to change. So I started keeping to myself. I created a family. I single-handedly started raising three women, 2 children by myself, just teaching them. And I was performing, utilizing magic to keep them alive. I was actually performing on the streets, getting tips of quarters, nickels, dimes, and $5 to keep my family alive single-handedly. No one in the household had to work. Nobody. There was 2 children and 3 women, and me performing magic in -8 degrees with my hands like this, frozen. And I'd be out there from 4 o'clock in the afternoon until 12 o'clock at night. And the next day, 4 o'clock in the afternoon, 12 o'clock at night. And I was utilizing that to actually teach people, because people started asking me, how are you utilizing this magic? How did this lead to anything spiritual? And I started slowly teaching people again. I saved up enough money to move to a place where I could perform the magic more daily, because where I was extremely, extremely cold. And I started developing students there. And so this went on. And then one of my Naturts said to me, a student of mine and another young lady said to me, another student of mine and a young lady said to me, why don't you, you should go on YouTube, get back out there on YouTube, because there's so many people that need to hear what you're doing. And what you're doing is so far advanced to all these other people on YouTube. And so I went and checked it out. When I went and checked it out, I saw some very, very strange things. One of the things I first noticed before that was that people were taking my head off of pictures, and there were one person was photoshopping their head on top of my body, and they were selling these audio tapes of me teaching, saying that it was them, and they were making money off and getting popularity off of selling me teaching. It was me teaching, and when you look at the bottom of the name, it was my name. He didn't even change the name; he kept it as Amenhotep. It was Amenhotep, and it's this voice you're hearing, distributed from here to New York to the UK, to Trinidad. There's tapes distributing out there, and it's his face. And I said, this is what's happening out here. This is the strange thing that's happening. I went onto YouTube, and I asked my Naturt, who is the teacher that you're talking about that you learned from? And she's pointed out to took me to the channel. I said, oh, that's my student that I converted in 1994. The end of 1994, when he came to debate me, he was an upcoming pastor. And I totally just, I did what I had to do to him to break him out of that matrix, and he became my student from that point. We had lost contact, but that's him. I know him very, very well. I have his number in my phone still from back then. I remember him. And she said, oh, that's who I've been, that's one of the people on YouTube. And I said, oh yeah, that's my student. I went to the other person on YouTube, somebody who has like 200,000, 300,000 views. You all know him, them, him. And one of your popular YouTube guys, not around anymore, one of your popular guys. And I said, oh, that's the son. That's one of the children that was the children of my students. But that person was just a child when I was teaching the parents. So I started seeing that I definitely had to let myself be seen. I eventually ended up I contacted Killer Priest. Killer Priest said he was looking for someone like me, because he wanted someone that was living on this particular property who had one-on-one communication with a particular person. And we talked on the phone for a little bit, and then he said he's invited me to come to the show. Come to the show and do a presentation, and we'll do an interview of you. And I came to the show, did a presentation, and from that point on, everything changed as far as the show, that particular Killer Priest show. Everything changed. The donations were now $500, $300. The subscribers were going up. I wasn't making a penny, which is fine. I didn't want to make a penny. My aunt would ask me, how come you're not making money from this? Where's the reciprocity? Where's the people paying you? There's people that are teaching way less, on a way less level than you, and you have to pay $125 to go see their lecture, $50 to go to the back row of the lecture. And I said, no, I'm not. I'm just teaching for the love of breaking people out of the matrix. And so AD, who is the engineer of Killer Priest, he took his wallet, he dumped it out in my hand. And that was the first time that money touched my hand from teaching on the internet. He said, we never pay anybody. We don't pay anybody here in the Killer Priest show. But I want to make sure you get paid, because what you're doing is different from anything we've ever seen before. You need to get reciprocity. You need to get, I'm going to talk to Killer Priest about consistently paying you. And I said, okay. Whether he does or not, fine. I was just coming to the Killer Priest show. I wasn't building up any kind of following. I wasn't trying to get views. It had nothing to do with me getting views. It didn't bring any views to my channel. It wasn't anything about getting clout or being on Killer Priest. Me and Killer Priest just developed a relationship where he was a great rapper to me when I was younger, still is now, and I was a teacher to him. So we had this relationship where he respected my teachings and I respected his rapping. And it had nothing to do with the business or making money or anything like that. There was no clout. There was no YouTube. My YouTube channel didn't get one more subscriber. Nothing was happening like that. It was just the love of teaching. And then I realized that it was taking up a lot of my time. People started having one-on-ones with me, and they were cash apping me $150, $200 to speak with me that I never asked for. I never asked for any money from anybody. I just said, yes, I'll have a one-on-one with you. You can give a donation. After the one-on-one, they said, well, yo, that money I gave you for the one-on-one, no. Here's some more. And they would cash app more. They said, this one-on-one changed my life. I never had anything like this. I've never seen anything like this. And so it was taking up too much time. So I announced on the Killer Priest show that, hey, everybody, I love everybody, but I can't keep doing this because I'm losing time with my Naturks. I have a lot of animals. I can't. It's a lot of time. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to conglomerate everybody on my channel to ask these questions. Since you're all coming to Killer Priest every single Monday to ask these questions, you can come to my channel and it will just be dedicated to that. Because I was taking over the Killer Priest show. The whole show was just based on me and Killer Priest playing music at the end from fans that were sending in money, and nobody else was talking. There was no guest. Nothing else was happening. It was just the Tehuti show. And so I said, you know what? Let me bring everybody to what it is that I do, and I'll dedicate it to that. But I'm going to create something different. Everybody said, what was that you're going to create? I said, I'm going to come to the show and I'm going to be silent. I'm going to put my head down and I'm not going to speak until the question is sent. People were confused. They said, well, how could you do a class on a question that's sent? Everybody else, every other so-called black conscious wolf come to the YouTube channel with a topic, and they come with they spend a week to prepare for a lecture they're going to do with the screen slides. And I said, I'm going to reverse that. I'm not going to come with anything. You all are going to control this class. You're going to send in a question, send in support, and then you're going to see the gift that I have. You're going to see what it is that I do with your question. Killer Priest said, how are you doing this? How are you answering these questions like as if you set it up with these people and pre-wrote a book or pre-wrote some type of graphs and all these things? He said, I know these people. They don't know you. They're Killer Priest. They come to my channel, so I know you don't have it set up. How are you doing that? I just said, that's what it is that I do. You know, Michael Jordan can flew through the air. Mike Tyson can knock you out in 10 seconds. Tiger Woods plays the golf. Einstein with theory of relativity. Certain people have certain things, and that's what they do. This is what I do. And I said, all you have to do is send in a question. But you're going to support. I started asking people the question, how much have you spent on Krispy Kreme donuts in the last 4 years? How much have they spent on Doritos, marijuana, going to the club, the party, buying Heineken bottles, buying shots, going to the football game, the basketball game, going to a Beyonce concert, buying the latest year? How much are your Nike shoes? $250? What do your $250 shoes do that my $50 Walmart shoes don't do? What exactly do they do? Just give me an ability, nothing, or just because it says Nike? Fine, you can do that with your money, but I want to switch it. I want to switch it because as you're doing that, what you're training your brain to do is to associate your hard-earned money with matrix opportunities, with things that do nothing for your advancement. All the cotton candy that you bought your children, all the candy apples you've bitten into, all the bubble gum you've chewed on, everything you put in your body, all the red lobster you ate, all the greasy barbecued chicken and fried food in Louisiana, all of that you did was to kill yourself. You may not know that it was. All the sugar, all the chocolate bars. You spent hundreds of dollars on chocolate bars since you were 15, 18. Hundreds, not tens, hundreds of dollars on chocolate bars and donuts and chewing on things and Twizzlers and Zigglers and Zagglers and Mike and Ikes. And I said, we're going to change that. I want to do to you what happened to me and what happened to these animals, which is to link your brain with biological imperative, to link your hard-earned work with biological imperative, that which is about your life and advancement. Doritos did not have to convert you for you to spend money on Doritos, and Spider-Man and Captain America and Batman and Capcom, all the money that you spent to take your children to Thanos. None of them had to knock on your door and teach you anything. They just said, Thanos is out, Wakanda forever, Wakanda, whatever movie's out, whatever is out, come on, they're watching. You're there at the movie theater, packing it up, jamming it up, getting nothing but your brain fried, and you're willing to spend $60 to take your family to the movies. The movie itself is $8. The popcorn, the movie is $15. The popcorn is $10. By the time you bring 5 people, there's $70 that you spent on the movies. And what did you get out of it? You now know exactly what Batman's English name is. There's nobody in this room who doesn't know who Batman's English name is. That's what you've learned with your hard-earned money. You know exactly what Spider-Man's name is. His English name. You know exactly. You know exactly who they are. You know Thanos' superpower. You know Superman's weakness. You know the planet Superman comes from. You know his planet. You don't know what part of Kemet Ptahhotep was born, but you know the planet that Superman comes from. But if I ask anybody, where's Kemwesi from? You know, these are the originators of morality on the planet. Before there was any morality on the planet, it was Ptahhotep and Kemwesi that brought morality, written, documented to the planet. Where is he from? What was his parents' name? We don't know. We know the planet Optimus Prime was from. And that's where the money goes. So I wanted to switch it to say that if you have a question, if you love your life, whoops. No, that was just the keyboard. If you love you, it's the keyboard. Hold on a second. That's okay. Let me fix it here. If you have a question, if you love your path, then your question that you're hide this. Hold on. Boom, boom, boom. Has value to you. It has more value than the Jay-Z concert that you went to. Because if you could ask the question and the question can actually change your life, that's why you're on that quest. And we realized that before the Matrix, it was the spiritual educators that were supported by the nation, not the basketball players. There was no Kobe. There was no LeBron James. There was none of that. Kim West never seen a basketball, never dribbled anything. Ptahhotep, Eminem Opie never knew anything about how you catch a football. The blitz. Oh man, the blitz. They catch a football, there's a touchdown. Ah! And they get paid millions, while the school teacher that's actually educating people makes some pennies a year. While Cardi B, Kodiak Black or whatever his name is, and the basketball players is designed in this country, in this society, that's where the money goes to the most. More than your geometry teacher. Without geometry teachers, you wouldn't have a house to live in. There'd be no architects. You'd be on the street dribbling a basketball. And that's how basketball players change the world with the upliftment of consciousness. But they get paid billions. Boxers, Floyd Mayweather, a punch, and knock them out. 21 million, 30 million, and they're starving people on the street. You need a punch and a punch. And his cauliflower ears, blood's coming down, and he gets 30 million. The science teacher in your high school, I don't know one that lives in a mansion, do you? You have a science teacher in your high school that lives anywhere near the life of Puff Daddy and Shaq? No. But without science and without geometry, there is no medicine to save LeBron's life. There is no medicine to save your life. There is no toothpaste. There is no underarm deodorant without the scientists. So in ancient times before the Matrix, we knew that those were the exalted people, the scientists, the teachers, the spiritual advisors. In this society, the basketball players, the Kodak, the guys with crosses in their skull, and looking like Tekashi, what's his name? He looks like some Skittles. The Tekashi guy gets paid more than any teacher you've ever had. So I realized that it got lower and lower as the quality of teaching got closer to the ancients. The finances went down, meaning that there's 1,000 people on YouTube, and they're just teaching for free because it's a hobby now. But if their boss was to ask them, come mop the floor for 2 hours, they would say, I need time and a half, pay to mop the floor. So our psyche has associated mopping floors with a higher connection to survival than teaching the truth. Because you can come on YouTube, teach and rate people in the truth for free. But if your boss says, come pick up this garbage for an hour, I need time and a half for that. I need time and a half for that, for picking up some garbage. So I wanted to switch it. So I created this system where people can send in questions and support whatever they feel the question is worth. So for example, before we start, this is how it works with the PayPal. This young lady right here, who is formerly known as Sherika, known as Nefertatan, she had sent in a donation for an answer that I gave before she had a chance to ask it. $54.45. You may be thinking, what in the world? I've never seen $54 given. What channel is this? What's happening? What is that? Here is $34.50 for stranger asking about the application of math and triangulation. You've never heard that question before. Totally different from somebody sending me a question, can you help me with hyperhidrosis that I've had since I was about 10 years old? Hyperhidrosis. That's completely different from somebody asking a question, they sent in $70 support for eyesight, eye vision. You see the variety of questions that are asked only here. Somebody sends in $60 to get a class on Navajo skinwalkers. From eyes to hyperhidrosis to Navajo skinwalkers. Someone sent in a question for feng shui. How can I answer a question about feng shui? Someone asked last week about got an answer about the Chinese dragon. I'm supposed to be a Kemetic teacher, but I'm not a Kemetic teacher. I'm a Netter. And the Netters created Kemet as one of their inventions. Kemet was an invention. Creating a society, country, that is based on spirituality, immortality, invention of math, geometry, ancient spiritual language, calling this place Kemet, having government, that's an invention by supreme minds. You are not your invention. You're the inventor. Elon Musk is not a Tesla. He's not a Teslaite. He's the creator of the Tesla car. He's the inventor of that. People say, are you a Kemetic teacher? I teach Ma'at and the spiritual disciplines of immortality. And Kemet was one of the inventions. So was geography, so was geometry, so was math, so was mouth cleanliness, so was eye doctors. Dentistry was a part of the Netter's inventions. These are inventions when you're in tune with the supreme thought. When you're in tune with supremacy, supreme thought, and purity, you tap into things that have you go far beyond where the rest of the world is. And so people are so shocked by Kemet, they actually are calling the people their invention. Are you Kemetic? No. I don't live in Kemet. I don't live in Kemet. That's an invention. We created that with the Supreme Natiru. I'm not Kemetic. I follow Ma'at. when I'm not Kemetic, why do you continuously say Kemet and not Tamaray? Tamaray was another invention along the Nile. That was another name. So was Smawi Tawi. That's another invention. We have different. So was Ta-Seti. So was Ta-Neter. Why do you keep saying Kemetic and a Kemetic and a Kemetic and a Kemetic and a Kemetic? No. You're not Kemetic if you're an individual studying. Kemet is a country. You can only be Kemetic if you are representing a country that has a unified system with a ranking system. Countries have armies. So you, individual, watching YouTube with an ankh on your chest, running around saying that you're Kemetic. No, you're not. Who's your pharaoh? Who's your scribe? This is what was done in Kemet. You're Kemetic. Who's your priestess? What's your daily ritual in the morning? What's your ranking system? That's when I've studied Kemet, that's what I see there going on. So you're not Kemetic, you're a seeker. You're supposed to be a seeker of spirituality and a seeker of Ma'at. And when enough people get together, they can form another country or form a group or form a movement. But as an individual, they taught you just to be individual and have no structure. We don't teach that. We teach that you should be unified. That is what they wanted to get you away from. Unification, where there's a ranking system and there's accountability. And that's why we are the House of ATTON, the ancient Teutian teachings of the Netzeru. There is structure here. There is a ranking system here. There is titles here. There is law and order here. There is a spiritual system here. There's out-of-body teachings. There's intergovernment teachings here. There's financial teachings here. One of the brothers got a class from me, quadrupled his income. It's a structure system here. It's not a bunch of people just running around with Angston and eyes of HERU on. And I'm going to knowledge yourself. I got to knowledge yourself. What's your position? Name a culture that didn't have a systematic position of ranking system. What are you? What's your obligation? I just studied. I go to work and I study. I go to work, a little bit of study, a little bit of this, a little bit of that. No culture was like that. So we teach structure, which gives accountability. So these are some of the questions that you can send in. Welcome to the House of ATTON, the Tehuti Podclass. There's no limitation. People sending questions on organ, energy. A question on here on gingivitis. I gave a remedy to cure not only gingivitis, but go back to 2 weeks ago's class on the actual remedy that I gave to cure many things. And I spoke on capsaicinoids, which are inside of peppers. And these are the things that we're doing. We're for the upliftment. So everybody understands what is happening here. Welcome everybody to the Tehuti Podcast. I'm going to drink some water. I'm going to put up the first question on the screen that we're going to answer today. I'm going to take I'm going to step away for just a minute. I'm going to let the team build, the supporters build. And I'll be right back to answer the question. So what is the first question in the Tehuti Podclass today? It was asked by a good brother named, I think it's Soze Mania, if I'm saying that right. Soze Mania. I think it's Soze Mania or Son of Henry. One of those names there. And this is the first question here. And let me go ahead and put it on the board. Let me see if it's already on the board. 1 second. If not, I'm going to have to reset. Let me reset it then. Let me click this off. So this question here, and I'm going to bring the people to the panel. And I asked people if they've even heard of this before, because I asked mine in church, and I even asked people on the panel earlier. And nobody seems to have even heard of this before, but this is an example of the diversity that you can ask here at the Tehuti Podclass. And not only ask this question, but you know that when you get the answer is going to be let me see if I can put it on the screen here. One moment, everyone. Hold on. Thank you. Let me go to questions. June 15th, right? Questions that need to be answered. Let me see if this is I'll just go like this. Here it is. So this may come out a little bit blurry. Let me see if I can shrink this down so it's not as blurred. That's much better. Now I can put it up on the screen. And I'm going to come to the class and I'm going to put the link in the room and ask everybody, has anybody ever heard of this before? Nobody that I've talked to thus far, except for Soze Mania, has even heard of this before. So here's the question, everybody. Connection between Poimandres and Osiris. Let me go ahead and put the link in the room. I'm going to put the link in the room, and then I'm going to come back and we're going to answer this. I'm going to answer this question, but let me put the link in the room and ask people in the room and in the chat, have they ever heard of this before? What is this? For there to be a question, there has to be an understanding of even what this is. So let me ask in the chat right now, has anybody here heard of Poimandres? For there to be a connection between Poimandres and Osiris, anybody other than us, what's the brother's name there? Soze Mania has heard of Poimandres. So jump in the room. Lisa already says no. Boots. Boots. Just Shad says no. Mary Sekhmet says yes. Poimandres. Okay, we see somebody. I'm gonna wait for a couple people to jump in there. I see. Oh, Anu and Anto are already in the back waiting. All right, jump in the room, Primordial, and everybody jump in the room. Nefertatan, I'm going to take a little break. Shout out to Craig Boyce. Says, Hotep, everybody, too. It's a great SABA Tehuti. I'm working today, but we'll catch the replay. Okay, good. Where is Annie? I think the 9 minutes has been up. Jump in the room, Annie, Minko Ra. Jump on in. And I'm going to step off. I need Annie to jump in because he's the only one that can let people in after I come off. So let me give a couple moments. I see some people in the back. There's Harass Did in the back. Antum, I'll let you in just a moment. Mary says from the way of Hermes. Here we go. Okay, good. From the way of Hermes. Okay, good. Now I'm going to let everybody in. Annie's in. There we go. Okay, good. Peace. Annie, can you hear me clearly?
Hotep, yes, I can hear you.
Wonderful. What's your I'm waiting to come to the screen. Let me ask you. I'm gonna ask everybody. I'm gonna ask them on the screen though. There you go. Annie, what's your knowledge of Poimandres? How's your Poimandres studies been coming?
Well, I got that name doing the studies in Hermetica and the Emerald Tablets and going into that.
Okay. Mm-hmm. And okay, so is that it's the name of what? It's one of their gods, or is it what is that? Do you remember what you came across?
Yeah, I think it was a name of someone who I remember him introducing himself as that. I don't think it was a god per se. If I remember correctly, whenever someone came across the tablets, Hermes had asked who that person was, and he said, "I am." I am Poimandres. Okay. Good. How about you? Thank you, Annie. Harass Did. What's your how's your Poimandres research coming along lately?
None.
Okay, no problem. Most people I met have never heard of this. Bella, how you doing? You've been studying some Poimandres today?
No, I've never heard of that. I looked inside my head, but I couldn't find anything. So.
You couldn't find what?
I said I looked inside my head, but I couldn't find anything. So I don't know anything about it.
Inside your head, okay. All right, good. Well, I know who knows who Poimandres is. Menko Ra. He's gonna interview Poimandres this weekend. Menku, tell us about, is that a new rapper that's out, Poimandres?
That would be a whack name for a rapper. No, I never heard of him. I don't know who that is.
What if you put I know you put Lil in front of the name, we make it better? Lil Poimandres.
That might work.
I think so. I see some very strange names. I don't know. I see some weird names in these days and times for these rappers. I don't know what those names, what they even are. What's a Takashi? Is that like a fruit? Or Techexion? I don't know, but okay, I'm gonna go with Poimandres though. But all right, Anu and Ansu, Poimandres. How's your research on Poimandres been going this year?
I haven't heard of that name until the question was asked.
So
Yeah, me either.
Okay, no problem. Oh, no problem. Well, you know, Nefertatan, she's been studying a lot of different things. Oh yeah, she already said Nefertatan. I think she's froze. I think. Okay, she'll be back in just a moment. Okay, there she is, Nefertatan. You already told us you're not really familiar with Poimandres, right?
There was some next species animal you were reintroducing to the podcast, so no, I don't know what this is.
Say that one more time. It was choppy. A what?
I thought it was a new species of animal because it, and I know you've been around mantises, so I thought you were taking us down that way. No.
Okay. It's interesting you say that because based on the support at the end of the next question, there may be a new species introduced. But okay, no problem. Wonderful. Primordial Thought 9. How you doing today, good brother?
Feeling good, Saba. Can you hear me?
I can hear you good. Have you and Gabriella been doing any Poimandres lately? Any Poimandres magic?
So I don't know nothing about that. I ain't never heard of that in my life.
Okay. All right. Well, this is one of those. Again, the beautiful thing about the Tehuti Podclass is that most of the questions actually that come about, if you actually look at some of these questions, most of them have never been asked before. Most of them are on topics, subject matters that when I ask the panel, have you heard of this? Maybe other than Swab or a couple other people say, no, I don't know, what's ITI? What's ITI? What is it? I never heard of these things that are being asked about. What is that? What is Ma'at triangulation in math? What are these things that are happening? And the beautiful thing about it, ladies and gentlemen, for those who are watching, is how do you grab the attention of this? Right now, 42 people watching. By the time I start teaching, when I come back, there may be 60 people or more. How do you grab the attention of people that did not come to class? None of these people on the screen came to class thinking about Poimandres yesterday, wanting to know about Poimandres. How can you take something that nobody cares about, nobody asks about, and turn it into an answer where at the end, I guarantee multiple people will be saying, thank you, wow, that's incredible. And right now, as we speak, nobody's even heard of this or has any interest. You could go on with your entire life right now and never mention Poimandres at all. How can this be made interesting? And you're going to see that when I come back, everybody. We're going to see is Stoze Mania. Stoze Mania, I know you're not a consistent supporter because you just started supporting right now, but you have permission right now to click the link. You can come to the panel because you're actually the one that asked the question. If you want to come to the panel in the break also and tell people what sparked you to ask a question about Poimandres, and then linking it to Osiris. That's another thing too that I've never seen or heard of before. Poimandres linked to Osiris. That's very interesting. So Stoze Mania, if you want to come to the room, feel free. I'm going to take a break, everybody. Everybody support the Tehuti Podclass. Ask questions. Seek Ma'at. This is going to be one of those classes. It's going to be very interesting. Very interesting. I hope it's going to be interesting. I don't know if I can make Poimandres interesting to people, but we're going to see. My AI supporter says support Cash App Tishi Moon. For people who don't know, the good brother right here has been made a where is he? This brother right here. There he is. He's been made a moderator. He looks angry, but don't worry, he's a happy man. He's been made a I don't know why he's angry, but okay, there he is. There's a smile. There it is. Okay, good. He's been made a moderator. He's added to the team of moderators. We don't really need moderators for the podcast because we don't really have a lot of chaos. There's no chaotic energy here, but moderators help update people. They send links. If anybody gets too strange in here, they're going to boot them out. We don't take any kind of ISPET. But he is a moderator. This name has been created by the good brother Stranger, who's the name of the moderator. So speaking of the moderators, that is the beautiful Nania Setmer, the wonderful secretary, Ankia Ma'at, the great technician, Ani Pata Ten Tehuti, and the father of fathers, the Tef Rem Kem Ma'at, They are the moderators, and Manko Ara has been made one, and maybe by next week, I'm gonna see if he can be squeezed. Is there a word called squoze? No, he's gonna be squeezed in there, and put in there as in the image. So peace and love, everybody. Support the Tehuti Podclass. I will be back in a moment. You all build amongst each other. Again, the questions that were asked today, even though there's going to be more questions answered than what you see here, there's going to be more answered than this, but some of the main questions are, what is the third eye? What's the origin of the third eye? But the first one is going to be Poimandres and Osiris. Send, on the bottom there, of course, send live questions with reciprocity. Please support the Tehuti Podclass. Be back, everybody. You guys build. I'll be back in a few minutes. Peace and love. Hope
Peace. Hotep, peace and love, everyone. Tua, everyone, for being here. Henu to everyone on the panel. Glad to see everyone. Peace and love to everyone who is in the chat with us live here. Glad to see all the consistent people. And Hotep to everyone who's watching on the playback. Peace to you. Make sure everyone hit the like button, hit that subscribe button to help this video get to where it needs to go. YouTube is created on algorithms and engagement, so stay engaged in the comment section and make sure that you like the video. So Hotep, Henu, I'm definitely excited for this class and getting into these topics here, very deep topics. So it's a beautiful thing. And houseofatton.org, you can go and get your merch, get your notebooks, get your bathroom sets. We have a lot there. So you can go there and support the Great Saba Tehuti and the House of Atton, so you can represent the Medu. And so we'll go ahead and go around the panel and let everyone speak. And glad to see everyone here healthy and well. So we'll start with you, Harass Did, peace and love. Glad to see you. How are you?
I'm great. Thank you for asking. I was going to start with life, health, and strength to Tehuti. I'm in Hotep Ra, our Saba, 101. There is no second. Saba has opened my eyes to many things. This week I was reflecting on the importance of self-reliance and self-discipline. I know the Matrix will send me temptations thinking that it's something to help me. And I know that it's important that I reject anything that I think that may put me in a place where I was once at before. And I thank Saba for showing me that way. I just thank him for his reflection, protection, and his guidance. And I'm glad to be here. I'm glad everyone is here. And Tua.
Hotep Ma'at, everyone on the panel. Hotep Ma'at to Tehuti and his networks, for letting me on the panel, for another beautiful podcast, and to the networks for everything that they do for you and holding you so close to their ib. Hotep Ma'at to all the animals as well. To everyone on the panel for your developments and growing your families, for everything that you receive, everything that you give back, and for echoing out as well.
Peace, peace, Hotep, Henu to everyone on the panel. Peace and love to the chat. Supreme adoration to our master teacher, Saba Tehuti and his Turks. I'm very excited about this class today. For many reasons, but one of the highlights is definitely I'm looking forward to listening and receiving what Saba will offer to us on the true origin of the third eye, taught for the first time post Matrix by the master teacher. Yeah, I think last week in the chat, Ox Effect, when we were talking about fluoride, he mentioned that he had heard that fluoride calcifies your third eye. And so we hear a lot about the third eye often, but I believe what we get today from our master teacher will be a sacred sermon. So Hinu to the priest, the magician, the Netzeru, for his guidance and all that he will bring to us to liberate us and to heal us and to restore history and our spiritual identity. Peace and Hotep.
Hotep, Uncle Seneb, Tua to the Netter, Sawatuti, Amun Hotep Ra, and to his Netters. Anu, Tua to everybody on the panel, to all the supporters, everybody in the chat. I'm looking forward to this class today. Everybody make sure you support our SABA Tehuti. Make sure to divert your attention to this. Focus on Ma'at. It will continue to help you grow and grow and grow like a beautiful flower. Happy to be here. I'm happy you are all alive. Hotep, Uncle Justin.
For words, Tua to everybody who is here, Uncle Justin to SABA Tehuti. I'm very thankful that you were here again on another beautiful, life-changing podcast day, another celebration of life here, and I'm very thankful to be alive and for all of you to be alive and to see you all and all of your consistency of being on the panel and all that you do behind the scenes. To SABA Tehuti's Netzherz for all that they do as well, and I appreciate all of you very much. Tua Hotep Meri.
Peace, 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 and love. Hotep to everybody. Hotep to the great SABA Tehuti. I'm Hotep Ra. It's always feels great to be here on another class. Hindu and Hotep to everybody on the panel. I love seeing y'all faces. It always brings me joy. I love the participation. I love the adorations to the great SABA. Definitely brings energy to the Ka. I'm over here watching Gabriella eating watermelon, some fruit looking good over here, man. She got it all cut up and stuff. She over here treating herself. So it's a little distracting. Give me some of that in a minute. But no, it feels good, man. I'm happy to see everybody. I'm just ready, man, for another class. And hey, we happy, man. It's a beautiful day today. Peace and love to everybody. Hotep Meri.
Peace and love, everyone. I'm Kujasaneb. I'm just glad to be here for another podcast day and to learn and see everyone's faces. As always, it's a pleasure, and I'm just so glad to know that you guys all exist in this world at the same time as me and to commune with you on a weekly basis. It really does make me happy. So thank you, guys.
All right, Hotep Nefertatan, are you there?
Peace, you heard?
Yes, you're a little choppy, but we'll see if we can make out your words.
Okay, Hotep, yeah. It's here and it's interesting to see how to the truth and how it can bring relevance to our life. So that's always what I'm excited for when I have no idea about the topic. Everything that every single podcast answer some sort of medicine in our lives. So it's going to be another interesting one.
All right, excellent. Yes, peace and love, everyone. The support links for the Cash App and the PayPal, they're pinned to the top of the chat. So if you just look at the live chat and you go all the way to the top, you'll see the links there. So they'll be there consistently throughout the entire podcast. So if there's ever a point in time where a question comes up and you want to bring it forward, utilize those links. If there's a point in time when you learn something that you didn't know prior and you appreciate it, use those links. What the great SABA Tehuti has begun to implement and something that I loved to see whenever he first created the Podclass, because it always just naturally made sense to give reciprocity for that which is supplying sustenance to you. And so to see someone like SABA Tehuti to come forward and build a system around that involves knowledge and teachings, I was absolutely 1000% on board with that and have supported since the very first Podclass. So it is a beautiful thing what is taking place here. And so it's completely reprogramming value, because the matrix applies value to all the things that destroy us. You know, this is why this is death culture, and people have no problem giving reciprocity to the things that diminish your health and diminish your mentality, diminish your sakim, your internal flame. So this is all being reversed here, and it's a beautiful thing. So Tua and Henu and Hotep and Ma'akaru, and supreme adoration to everyone who applies themselves within this frequency and shows up and supports the Great Saba, asks questions, so that the rest of us can also receive the Nefer teachings that he brings forth from each question that's asked. And I love the variety of questions that everyone has. If anyone has a question who hasn't asked it yet because they may feel like it may not be a good question, trust and believe there's every single question has power to it. And the Great Saba has a very unique, special ability to be able to take something that may seem not so expansive and turn it into an hour answer of a podcast. So any question that you have, bring it forward, and we all appreciate that. So yes, houseofatton.org, ATTON, which is an acronym for Ancient Tehutian Teachings of Natiru. And this was a name that the Great Saba Tehuti gave us as an organization. Prior, we were the Teachings of Ma'at. And so we also have a YouTube channel where we go live every Sunday. And we also have classes in between the week as well for any of the CROOK, which are the members of the House of ATTON. And I'll show that here momentarily once we go to the website. But we also have many classes on the House of ATTON, and it's a beautiful thing. So Hinu to all the great Karu, all the members, all the great Meru, which is a word that means partisan and supporter, which then of course creates the word for pyramid. So it's a very powerful thing that we have a community of like-minded individuals who want to build a foundation on Ma'at, build a foundation on eradicating Isfet, coming together and reestablishing the truth back on the planet again, with the guidance of all of the great ancestors who left everything that they did for us to benefit from. So the Great Saba Tehuti also has a separate class that he was providing that used to be on Mondays, and they are called Medu Magic classes. And there are 65 of those classes, and each Medu class ranges from 2.5, 3 hours, 3.5 hours plus. And everyone can also participate in those classes. And you can just email him. Here, let me put the banner up, mysticaltelevision@gmail.com. And you can start to get those Medu Magic classes. And from the very first class, he starts to take us through some of the glyphs, and he gave everyone a key to look at, and words that people call determinatives, and now they're called classifiers, which a lot of people say that they don't have any sounds. Or so within the first few classes, and then we start to get into the perm HERU. And then by the conclusion of the class, there's all type of magic ritual that he gives to us. So email the Great Saba and inquire about those classes. And it's a very powerful thing. So for everyone who appreciates these pod classes here, you will definitely love the Medu Magic classes as well. And once you become a CHERU member, the House of ATTON, there's many other things that you can start to begin to participate with. And one of them is a class that I host on Fridays called Ma'at Fundamental Fridays. And it's a very powerful class. And right now we are digging into the teachings of MERIKARE. And it's a very powerful read. It's very powerful. There's a lot of teachings in there. So all the great CHERU also have access to that. And it's a beautiful thing. So the Great Saba Tehuti has debate discussions as well that are only available to the members. Or we have a Patreon. If you just want to join the Patreon, you can have access to those classes as well. But houseofatton.org, go get your shirts. We have many different colors for everyone. Very, very beautiful, right? Go get that. Support the Great Saba. Support the House of ATTON. And I will start to go through some of that with everyone here until the Great Saba Tehuti comes back. Again, support the pod class. Great Brother Menku Ara, if you could put the website link in the chat for everyone, that'd be great. To our great brother. And so here we are, houseofatton.org. Let me make sure this is sharing. Are you all able to see this?
Yes.
Yes, yeah.
Okay, all right. So yes, as you see up at the top, pod classes, social media, House of ATTON membership, Hotep points, useful sources, where we have dictionaries and ancient literature readings, a lot there. And so if you would like to join the House of ATTON and become a part of the CHERU, which is a word that means household member. And for everyone who was here, you see here CHERU Uwa, CHERU Sin, and CHERU Kemet, which is how you say 1, 2, and 3. And for everyone who was a part of the Dragon class, who watched last week's pod class on the Dragon, it was absolutely phenomenal, very extensive and very deep, very powerful. And within that particular class and build up that he was given, he gave a word that means thunder when speaking about the lightning and the dragon. And that word for thunder is CHERU, or Ker. And it means a voice. It's a thunderous voice. And so this is also connected to the same sound vibration of a household member, right? Which is why we are the CHERU of the House of ATTON, right? And it's a word that then also creates the word for the name of the lands that we travel after this experience of life here, which is called the Neter Kert, with the T on the end, just creating that word into a feminine principality, and land, because it's a rebirth. And so it's the Neter Kert, right? And it's the realm of voice, while simultaneously also being the realm of silence. And we learned within the teachings of Ptahhotep, we learn within the Pertim HERU, from many of the scribes, they teach about silence, and the voice having a balance, maintaining an exact balance between the two. And so that word is also ker, for silence. And so all of this takes place to create the HERU, because this is what we represent as members of the House of ATTON. So if you all would like to be a part of that frequency there, we have 3 different tiers of levels that you would like to that you can choose from. And depending on what you would like to assist with in the growth of the House of ATTON, of course, it's the choice is up to you. And each of them give you the benefits of here, where it says HERU member access only to classes, which we will have some classes in July for this section here, and also debates and Ma'at Fundamental Fridays. And until you become a member here, it will block you out. So once you become a member and you log in, then you'll have access to these areas here. So Henu and Tua to all the great HERU. We truly appreciate each of you who are with us, and it's steadily growing every month. So welcome, and Tua to all the great members. Some of the latest, I know I've seen Craig in the chat who said he is working, he'll catch the playback. Hotep to you, Jefe, some of the latest members here. So Tua and Henu to everyone who is taking advantage of the House of ATTON and what we're offering here. So that is how you join, and this is how you also support through the apparel. And we have everything, short sleeve, long sleeve. We have youth clothing as well, so for the children. And when you see the great SABA Tehuti and he has his hat, and you see on his hat it has House of ATTON on there, that right here is this right here. It's a covering, it's a drawstring. And so from what we learned from the great ancestors, are imbuement. So everything that we do, everything that we utilize should have some form of connection to our way of life. And this is what allows us to stay focused on what matters. And the great Saba was speaking about, people putting a lot of their attention in today's time on sports and things of that nature, which have no benefit to your ba, to your ka, while taking and putting this on the back burner. And so this is amazing that Saba Tehuti is here, and that he came forward when he did, and he continued to live the way that he lived without any internet, without doing it for any type of what people today call clout or anything like that, where people just do things for views. And so this is what makes this so potent. It's because when you have someone, when you have a group of people, when you have individuals who are pure and who come forth as they do, this is when you support. This is when you should have the discernment to be able to separate what a lot of terms people use today, the fake from the real. And so it's a beautiful thing that we have what we have, and we have the great Saba Tehuti who is leading us within this and teaching us how to break the matrix. So you can come here. There's the pod classes. All the pod classes are here, and they're in playlist form. So you can click this little button up here at the top right, and you see there's 152 pod classes, and you can go through each one here. And here's the dragon one from last week. So here's the pod classes, and also House of ATTON classes as well, and each of the great leaders of the House of ATTON, as well as the HERU. So Henu and Tua for everyone who supports, And yes, come visit, take your time. If you have any questions about the website, you can message me here at the bottom right. Either I or one of the secretaries will respond back to you. So Tuan Henu, Hotep, support the great podcast, support the great SABA, go get your merch. And yes, I'll close there. Hotep, Henu, peace and love. Welcome back, great SABA Tehuti.
Peace, greetings. I am back. I'm back with one of Harass Did's favorite snakes. He always calls this one out. Just that's a walk.
I seen him already.
All right. This is going to be good. This is for those who just watched this new. This is Seta. This serpent. This is a Kemetic cobra. A small species, the largest species I had earlier. This is the cobra that is the very first word on the planet for an out-of-body experience. It was called Seta, and it was the very first word known on the planet Earth for being able to echo out of the body, Seta or Setut, and it was the oldest. It was inside of the oldest known mobile book of immortality called the HERU, and it was this exact species of Kemetic cobra with the two lines on its head, and that's the one you'll find inside the HERU. And so his name is Seta. So he'll be with me today while I'm answering this question. So here we go, everybody. It's nice to see VRI is here. Okay, good. VRI. My mate, one of my interns mate was asking about you. She said, "I wonder how tall VRI is." I said, "You look like you're about 7'2". You look like a long, lengthy guy. I don't know." You look long, man. How tall are you, young man?
5'11".
Oh, 5'11". Okay, you just look.
Not quite 6 foot, yeah.
Okay, good. 5'11". Okay, you're the regular height. You're almost you catch up with Primordial one day. I think Primordial's near 6'7", right? Primordial? 6'8". How tall are you again?
6'3", Saba.
Oh, you're 6'3". Okay, 6'3". Okay. All right, wonderful. We're gonna get started, everybody. We are gonna get into this question. Poimandres and AUSAR, is there a connection between Poimandres and AUSAR? We're going to find out here at the Tehuti Podclass. Let me see if this. Okay, there he's in there now. Okay, we're going to find out here, everybody, at the Tehuti Podclass. Get your pen, pads out, get your iPad, however you take notes. We're about to get into this answer, everybody. Poimandres is one person in the room. Mary Sekhmet said she's familiar with Poimandres from Hermetica. Annie Patas said he's familiar. VRI, you've been doing some. I didn't get a chance to ask you. How's your Poimandres walk going?
I've never ever heard of it, and I looked at the title of this podcast and I was very intrigued. So I'm very excited for this class.
That's the beauty of the podcast, is to do a class on a topic that is not relevant to anybody watching. There's 46 people watching right now. I don't know if, of all the 46 people, if you all woke up this morning thinking about Poimandres. More than likely not. But this is the value of the podcast, that somebody, Soze Mania, can ask a question that's on his heart, his curiosity, and get an elaborate answer that everybody by the end of this class will be like, oh, what was that? And then the part 2 that's going to be available, depending on the donation, support, and request, it will be me showing the Poimandres energy and how it was used for the George Floyd ritual. Okay, so let's get into it, everybody. Let's get into it. We're going to get into this answer. Let me see if I can see everybody. Boom. So peace and love, Scribe. Thank you for what you did. Peace and love to you. I'll see you in the room. Nefertati's not here anymore? I think the screen. Who's here? Nefertati's not here.
She said her internet is acting up.
Okay, good. Okay, good. She's cool. Internet's acting up. Okay. Peace to Nefertati. Peace to you, Harass Did. Much love. To you, peace and love to you, Bella and the kittens. Peace and love. It's switched now. We're back at Menkor. Now it's Anu. It's switched around. So peace and love to you, Anu and Antu. See you in the chat. Menkor Ra, Mary and Ma'at. See you in the chat. Stay focused, my brother. I know you got to interview Ice Cube this weekend, but stay focused. Keep your studies.
For the false flag alert. For the false flag alert.
Interviewing Dr. Dre next week. All right. Peace to you, VRI. You look like one of my sons. Peace to you. And VRI looks exactly like one of my sons. It's crazy. Who's that? Primordial Thought 9. Peace to you. I know Gabriella. How's Gabriella feeling? I heard she's chewing watermelons or something.
Yeah. Yeah, so I thought she was over there snacking on watermelon and kiwis. It was distracting. I was trying to give me a little piece, but I'm gonna get some now since she about to start the class. So I'm gonna be watching.
All the
she doing good
fruit,
today. Yeah, she got
all
the watermelon.
hydrated. Oh man, okay. Stay hydrated. I know Gabriella will probably jump on a little later. I love seeing her on the panel. Hope you're feeling good, Gabriella. And what do you say, Primordial?
I say yes, sir. I'll let her.
Yes, sir.
She can hear you.
Oh, she can hear me. Okay, peace and love to you, Gabriella. Hope to see you a little later on. And Primordial, I'll see you in the chat. We're gonna go in the chat and start this class. Start this answer, everybody. Press a 9 if you can hear me clearly. Let me put Israel Hoyley. This is my brother right here. This is my brother right here. One of the greatest supporters, and I'm gonna give it all I say every time I see him is this brother works for tips to give tips. If anybody has any idea how hard that is, he works for tips to give tips. That means there's no 9 to 5 regular pay going on here. He's actually a waiter, and he works on the clock, and he'll watch parts of the class when he can. If he's at work, he'll get tips, and then he'll send support to the podcast. So peace and love to Israel Hoyley, because I know how hard that could be to go to work, to go to a type of job where you really don't know what is going to happen that day. You don't know if the tips are going to be good. You don't know if they're going to be great. You don't know if you don't know. It's like a gamble every day, but yet he's still consistent almost every single podcast giving support. So peace and love to you. Shout out to you. Press 9 if you can hear me. Okay, Anu pressing the 9. Lisa's there. Israel Hoyley is there. Nook Panuk, Robert Williams, Nania Setmer, Bella, and Bella again. And of course, the person who is responsible for this, Soze Mania. Whatever happens with this answer, this is your fault. If they like it, they're going to thank you for asking it, for sending in the support. They're going to like it, though. So you're going to go down in history with your first question of the Tehuti Podclass that I remember, going down in history with a question that's never been asked before, and get your there's going to be more than just the answer to your question. So peace and love to you. And where's the new young lady at? I think her name is MERI Sekhmet. She's in here somewhere. She's in here. There she is. MERI Sekhmet pressing a 9. She can hear me. Angela straight out the gates is here, pressing a 9. Shayad. There's my good brother who got his name in a dream. And so they says, no, thank you, Saba. Thank you. He's thanking me before I even answer. That's great, wonderful. Here we go, everybody. Welcome to Tehuti Podclass. Where are you going, Seth? Come back up here. The viewers have jumped to 50 viewers, which is good. The more viewers, the more this knowledge spreads. And out of the 50 viewers, I'm sure there are maybe 8 or 10 or so that are completely serious. I know there's a lot that are some people watching my channel to try to develop debates against me or just try to make videos or whatever. Some people watch the channel to actually get knowledge and support. People have different reasons for watching the podcast, but whatever your reason is, the answers will go into your subconscious. So whatever your intention may be, good or bad, you will benefit from the answers. So show support to the Tehuti Podclass. There's my brother Israel Hoyley. I appreciate it, Saba. We appreciate you, Israel. You're right on the border of those who there's 9-to-5 jobs, then there's the stage where you go all out and try to start your own business, and it's all based on you being a waiter or working for what's called gratuity. That's right in the in between. That's right in the in between. That means you broke a certain part of the matrix. So peace and love to you. Mary Sekmet says, I need this because I read the books without any understanding. Mary, you can type in the room. I'll come back and check. Is this your first pod class, or at least your first one interacting? I'll check back later for the answer. If you read the books and didn't have understanding, there's going to be a certain switch that's going to happen with this answer. Okay, everybody, here we go. Oh, second pod class, wonderful. Get ready for the switch you're going to feel in your stomach and in your something's going to switch when you see this, because there is so much confusion that is not elaborated on, sourced back to its original root. And the people who said the confusion, they're the ones that get praised for the information, as if there ever was a Hermes Trismegistus, and as if there ever was an ancient Hermetica along the Nile. We're going to get to the source of all of this and then give the HERU praise back to where it actually came from. Here we go, everybody. Wonderful. We're about to get started. While you are watching this class, at the end of the class, I'm definitely going to be asking for support and tips at the end. That's usually how it works. When you see the answer, support, just like you tip a break dancer. When you're walking the street, you tip a magician, you tip the mime, you tip a guy that looks like Michael Jackson saying, doing the moonwalk, whatever it is. At the end of this class, support at Cash App, TTM Moon, PayPal at Rocky SV. You can support while the class is going on. If you feel something hits you, just show reciprocity, like we supported the Snickers bar and the bubble gum that we have bought, and the Dove soap that we're all buying, and everything that we're all buying for the high-end corporations who care nothing about us. When you see the time and effort put into this, just support. Here we go, everybody. Ready? All right, boom. Let me set the time. Hey, Seth is trying to get a kiss. All right, we're going to set the timer. Let me plug this out here so it's not in the way. USB-C has been disconnected. Let me go ahead and put the timer on. We always time the answers to the classes. Timer is on. And now here we go. Boom. Oh, let me go boom, boom. Move this over here. Move this here. And here we go, everybody, with the first answer. Question answer in the Tehuti Podclass. Here we go. Everybody can see and hear me good. Wonderful. And here we are, entire screen. Boom, boom, and here we are. We're going to reset, stop, and reset. Boom, here we go. Okay, everybody ready? Here we are. Welcome. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass, the question and answer class of the House of ATTON. Due to the kidnapping of history and your spiritual identity stolen, millions of people have questions about who they are, where they come from, if immortality exists, what is the original religion, original languages, spirituality, who are the Natiru, health, purity, mental detoxification, out-of-body experiences, ancient sources, government psyops, telepathy, quantum entangled consciousness. Unfortunately, the agenda of atheism, now disguised in the form of black consciousness, the atheistic quote-unquote Kemetic teachers who will not have classes on the actual teachings and disciplines of the ancient writings of the indigenous people themselves and their spiritual beliefs, but rather teach from memes or only do debates, debunk, expose, I challenge you, challenge videos to other spiritual beliefs, such as the Hebrews are wrong, the Bible is stolen, the Egyptians are black, the Egyptians are white, the Egyptians are Arab, the pyramids here in America, they're older than the ones you guys have in Egypt. We are the Abos. We are American Indians. We're not African. Attacking everyone, but never giving you any indigenous written spiritual discipline in its place of what they adhere to in a daily discipline that they and their family actually practice, never showing what they actually believe in, because in truth, those conscious so-called teachers actually don't believe in anything. There's no discipline in their life that pertains to the ancient ones teach. But they just have the urge. They like to argue and have discussions based on contentions and fight and a fight and a fight. Thus, the high that they cannot answer, they have made you feel uncomfortable to ask any of these questions, and you are laughed off the stage, or you've been made to feel uncomfortable, or you're insulted for the above inquiries. Thus, the only platform class that exists on the planet where you can send these questions with reciprocity and get an ebook, personalized, documentary type answer, customized, and then on top of all that, taught live. With each answer, you get a subconscious matrix broken for you, is here at the Tehuti Podclass. What are the questions for this section that Tehuti will answer? Hey, Nanny? Nana? Yeah? Check if the small COBRA tank is fully closed. Okay, here we go. We don't want cobras running around right now. Thank you. Okay. All right. So the question was actually sent in from the good brother, Soze Mania, who actually came in as a son of Henry Records. And the question is connection between Poimandres and Osiris. This is a very interesting question, and most people that are here in this class right now, that are reading this question right now, or hearing this question right now, have no idea what Poimandres even is. To even ponder on what Poimandres even has to do, what does Poimandres even have to do with Osiris? Most people have even heard of Poimandres in the first place. I asked the class already, who is this Poimandres? Some people typed in the room. Some people answered on the panel. Mary Seckman said she read about that in the Hermetica. She's glad this question was asked because she didn't understand what she was reading. And most people have no idea what Poimandres even is. And again, this is why you come to the Tehuti Podclass. Is there a connection between Poimandres? You will find out this evening. And not only is there a connection between Poimandres with Osiris, but in actuality between this energy force that was created and several Nitiru that were stolen to create Poimandres. Typo there is actually the energy force of Christianity itself. We're going to find out Poimandres is actually the energy force of Christianity itself. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. Here we go. Like I have expounded upon many times before, the ancient Greeks learned and then eventually plagiarized the works of the followers of Ma'at, typo there, of the followers of Ma'at, to create and reconstruct Greek stories, eventually Christianity, and eventually the magic force that permeated throughout the minds and brainwave frequencies of the masses, actually giving energy and life to this frequency. For as I've mentioned before in earlier classes, this goes back to, and to give you historical background to the transition and eventual preservation from Ma'at scrabbled text into Greek, let me take you again to the book, The Library of Alexandria, Center of Learning in the World, edited by Roy McLeod, and we're going to go to page 5 and 7. And here's the cover of it. He looks like VRI. Here's here's the cover of the book. If you want to go pick up this book, it actually has Greek and Kemetic history and the transition of the merging of how the Nile Valley information actually inspired the Greeks and how it was collected. And here is one of the pages. So by the time of Chalimachus, the Library of Alexandria possessed over 400,000 mixed scrolls with multiple works, plus another 90,000 single scrolls. As the collection grew, so at least one satellite daughter, some say branch, library emerged The Serapeum housed the temple of Serapis, home to the new Greco/Egyptian cult established by Ptolemy III in the southwest of the city at some distance from the royal quarters. Demetrius was himself a convert of Serapis, and the new library soon held over 40,000 books. Eventually, many other smaller libraries sprang up throughout the city, foreshadowing the proliferation of the bibliotheques. 1 second, I have to turn off something. Hold on. There it is. Of the bibliotheques. By the way, that's where the word Bible comes from. Bibliotheques is just a word that means a collection or several. Several books and parchmentaries in the Latin Quarter of medieval Paris and the university towns of Bologna and Oxford. Following Demetrius, the first librarian in what remains a problematic and incomplete list was Xenotidas of Ephesus. This was in 283 to 245 BC. Amongst his most famous assistants was, how we started the page off, was Callimachus of Cyrene, who may never formally have held the position of a librarian, but who began for the library the first subject catalog in the world, Panikas, which are the tablets. This was composed of 6 sections and listed some 120,000 scrolls of classical poetry and prose. For the 700 years until the 4th century AD, as many as 100 scholars at a time came to the library to consult this collection, to read, talk, and write. They wrote first on papyrus, of which they wrote first on papyrus. Let me get this off the screen. They wrote. Okay, good. There we go. They wrote first on papyrus, of which Alexandria had a monopoly, and then on parchment. When the Ptolemies stopped exporting papyrus in the attempt to strangle the young library set up by Silicates in Pergamon, at first they wrote on scrolls which were stored in linen or leather jackets and kept racked in the hall and cloisters. That's page 5. Okay, then we move on. Let me see if I can shrink this a little bit so I can see a little better. Okay, proposed on heliocentric basis for the solar system 1,800 years before Copernicus, Hippocrates, who imported 360-degree circle from the system from Babylonia, amassed charts of stars and constellations, and Herophilus and Aristratus, who pioneered the study of human anatomy until their efforts were dimmed by protest against dissection of bodies. The ancient Greeks and Romans, by the way, when this started, they would just dissect live people. They would dissect criminals and just cut them and take their body parts off live, no anesthetics. So that's another story. Okay, so there was a revolt against that. People didn't like to see live people dissected in the public, screaming and their guts pulled out. So that's how they studied human anatomy. Until their efforts were dimmed by protest again, the dissection of bodies, the library unrivaled access to Babylonian and Egyptian knowledge gave it a pivotal position in the civilized world. This golden age was not to last forever. After Aristonius, the torch of pharaohs passed on to Aristophanes, Byzantium, 257. A capital grammarian, no relation to the dramatist, who introduced the use of accents in the Greek language, but who seemed to have exerted less magnetism on scholars around him. After the indifferent period of 20 years, he was succeeded by the last recorded librarian, Aristotratus, and Samothrace, an eminent Homeric scholar appointed in 153 BC during the reign of Ptolemy VI. By that time, as a recent author has put it, Alexandrian scholarship had become dominated by literal criticism as the center of knowledge, and it resembled the thin neck of a very large bottle, and protecting the precious content, channeling and letting little new knowledge flow. If during the library's first 3 centuries and early philosophers had delivered major theoretical advances in mathematics and natural knowledge, by the beginning of the Christian era, it had become better known for custodial scholarship than for innovation. During the 1st century BC, moreover, the museum seems to have been eclipsed by the library and the library's emphasis upon systematic study of Greek literature and translation of non-Greek works. For this, the library possessed the unrivaled opportunities. The library collection may, for example, have included Egyptian sacred records, but meddling with prose and frequent charge leveled at the staff was difficult to deflect, and that reality lay both library strength and weakness. The time of the fire, now there was a fire of the library, the fire in the library. At the time of the fire, the great fire in Alexandria in 48 BC, by legend, accidentally spread by soldiers of Julius Caesar, clearing the wharves to block the fleet. Cleopatra's brother, Ptolemy the 14th, Levy says the library had over 400,000 scrolls. Of this fact, we're not sure, nor are we certain what changes took place in the library after Strabo, the geographer, in Alexandria between 25 and 20 BC, left hints about the library in his writing, but reflections suggest that the community he knew was preoccupied now with the independent study of the Archimedean kind, but with the enterprise of translation and summarization and philological purification that failed to transcend the museum's early mandate. Okay. So yes, over 400,000 scrolls collected over 700 years were curiously, because the Greeks were very curiously collected by Greeks, stored at the Serapeum, the temple of Serapius, which was the composite Greek god composed of stories they collected within these 400,000 scrolls, which became a combinant god made up of Osiris, Ptah, and others merged into this one, which eventually became the Jesus of today, whom you will find out, secret name is Poimandres. Uh-oh. Here we go. All right, boom. And thus began the Greek collection of the gods' stories, the Neter stories in their writings, where they changed the names of Tehuti and Imhotep to Hermes, Asclephalos, and preserved the writings for themselves. Again, I want to be very clear. I do not promote these as authentic Kemetic sources, but Greek renditions of what they held sacred although word for word, these are not the Kemetic writings. Within them, there are remnants of this conglomeration with plagiarized mutations of our Neter ancestors, which eventually became what is now called the Corpus Hermetica, of which 17 of those writings, whose authorship is now given to Hermes Trismegistus, who is a mutation of Tehuti. We've now boiled down to the Hermetica Corpus, which are just 17 of all of these writings, and Hermes became the new mutation of the Greek formation of Tehuti. Wow. Okay, so now I'm going to show you the Hermetica. Let me shrink this out a little bit. Boom, boom. And there it is. So there's the Royal Collection edition. This is Corpus Hermeticum, one of the books attributed to Hermes Trismegistus. And this is what the inside of the old books used to look like. They don't look like this anymore, of course, because the books that you're getting today are, they're just the English new rendition transition. But here's the older books of the Corpus Hermeticum, and they attribute it to Hermes Trismegistus, of which are just 17 writings. Okay, so may say Tehuti, how do we know for sure that the characters in Hermetica were taken from the Library of Alexandria, are Tamaray, or were our Tamaray Nile Valley, and the setting is in the Nile Valley, and the story is plagiarized, but switching it to Greek names. How do we know this, Tehuti? To know that would be fine. There's definitely plagiarism within the story, but how do we know that it's coming from Kemetic stories? Well, this is not because Tehuti says this. They, the Greek characters in the Hermetica book itself, say this. The characters in the Hermetica book, in the 17 writings of the Hermetica, say this themselves directly within the story. And this is extremely important to know. Let's go straight to the Hermetica, to the words directly from it. Let me take you to the so-called Thrice Greatus Hermes, Volume 2 Sermons on page 60. So here we are. When you look up Thrice Greatus Hermes, Studies in Hellenistic Theosophy and Gnosis, Volume 2 Sermons, we're going to go to page 60. And what does it say here? The entrance on the path of the Gnosis is going home. The entrance on the path of the Gnosis is going home. It is a return, turning back. We must turn ourselves back onto the old way. Okay? And for the followers of the doctrine of Thrice Greatest Hermes, this old path could have meant nothing but the archaic wisdom of ancient Egypt. The wisdom of Egypt was thus the Gnosis. So the theme of the entrance of the path of the Gnosis is called going home, which is a return, today called Sankofa, remembering your past, which is what every single person that is in the so-called conscious community, or anyone you're trying to know thyself, they're always trying to turn back and go back to the original. But this is the Greeks talking about going home. And the going home to the old way was the archaic wisdom of Egypt. So that is actually in the Hermetica, page 60. So you're not getting stories of Greeks giving attributes to their own selves. They want to turn back and go to the archaic ways of Egypt because the characters have Greek names, but they're characters imposterizing as ancient Nile Valley Tamaray Natiru. There we go, boom. Why is this Greek wisdom teacher, the greatest wisdom teacher of all, Hermes, thrice the greatest, speaking of followers of the doctrine in the old path, is nothing but the wisdom of ancient Egypt. The wisdom of ancient Egypt was the gnosis, which is the word for knowledge. And I will take you then to page 255, with an actual conversation between Hermes and Acephalus, the two supposed great Greek wisdom teachers. Let's see what land they claim when it comes to the as above, so below principle and the wisdom. Let's see if they claim Greece. Let's go to page 255. Right here in the book. This is 24 section number 1, Acephalus, conversation between Acephalus and Hermes. Acephalus says, "Thou does not mean their statues. Thou dost, O great thrice one?" Hermes says, I mean their statues, O Acephalus. Does not thou see how much thou even doubtest? The statues ensouled with the sense and filled with spirit, which work such mighty and such strange results. They're talking about the imbuement of the science of Kemetic effigies, or Ma'at effigies. Statues which can foresee what is to come, and which perchance can prophesy, foretelling things by dreams and many other ways. Statues that can take their strength away from men or cure their sorrow if they do so deserve. because that's going back to the story of Alexander, or whose real name was Mak Kemet, who the people call Alexander the Great, and Nektembu, the melanated father that he claimed that used the statues to foretell the future and to tell the prophecy and utilize dream magic to go to his mother, Alexander the Great's mother, and perform sex magic to give Alexander the confidence that he would be the son of Amun. I've taught 4 classes on that. This is what's being referred to here. Does thou not know, Acephalus, that Egypt is the image of heaven? Or what is truer still, the transference and descent of all that governance or exercise in the heaven, or the cosmos. And if one truly still, it must be said, this land of ours is shrine of all the world. Yes, we have Greek gods saying Egypt, this land of ours, because the stories were really from the viewpoint of the Nibiru, mutated and superimposed with Greek names. And what do we see directly on the depiction of Hermes Trismegistus in the image? What does it say here? Hermes Trismegistus Egypti. See that? Hermes Trismegistus Egypti. He's not claiming Greece, because the mutation of the stories and conversations of Imhotep, Tehuti, and other Nibiru, and the Greeks superimposed this with their names, blotting out the Nibiru names, but thus you know that it's speaking about a group of Nibiru or gods that are saying that this land of ours, Tamaray, Egypt, Kemet, Smawitawi, this land of ours. So there was no ancient Greeks in the BCs before the Ptolemies claiming Egypt as this land of ours. They're talking about the people who would have said this land of ours, which were the indigenous people. So it says right there, Hermes Trismegistus, Egypt, not Greece. Okay, let's continue. Here we go, everybody. Now, the concept story of Poimandres is actually from the very beginning opening lines of the Hermetica. We will read these lines, and then I will make it very clear that because the divine concepts were placed in those scenes of ancient Tamare, which people call Egypt, and understand that any conversation that takes place between whatever divinity Hermes respects must and has to be what they call ancient Egypt and have no other cultural source, because I've already established that the scene is set in ancient Egypt, as they call it today. And the characters place themselves directly there in ancient Egypt, not in Greece. They say Egypt, this land of ours. That's where the characters place themselves. Egypt, this land of ours. So we're going to read this, and as we do, you will see that the plagiarism of Poimandres is not just of Osiris, but actually a conglomeration of Nibiru. Here we go. Now remember, this is Hermetic only factually. This Hermetica factually only goes back to what date? The Hermetica actually only goes back to 1st century CE, even though the Greek rendition, which led to it, was traced to 2nd century BC, which is still the time of the Ptolemies, who admittedly plagiarized to create a composite god, Serapis. So who is this right here? This ever so recognizable sad-eyed savior with a crown of plants on his head, with a long brown hair, long nose, and of course even down to the red blood and bruises on his face that we all grew to love. Jesus, right? No. This is a creation, guess by who? The same Ptolemies who put the same Bible 300 years before the name Jesus even existed. This was the Christ Serapis from AUSAR, and Apis or Apu, the opener, Ptah, the bull. the resurrected one who gives everlasting life. So as you look right now at the Serapis character that was created, down to the thorns or plants in his head, Jesus thorn and plants in his head today, the sad puppy dog eyed look like he's living a sad life, the long hair going down the side with the beard going down, even the bruises and the little blood stains on his face. This is where this comes from. So the Hermetica traces back to this time. This is the oldest time, to these people here that created the Serapis and the Septuagint. But the actual only traceable written Hermetica is in the Christian era. One is in the Ptolemy era, the ones that created Christianity, and one is in the Christian era itself, 1st century CE. There we go, everybody. But before, you know what? Before we read from the Hermetica, which was 100 to 200 AD, to see if there's any connection between Poimandres, the Greek spirit energy force, and Osiris, the 2400 BC, and we're going to go to back Osiris, written about as far back as 2400 BC. Then I will teach you briefly some of the immortality teachings of Ma'at. Let me ask the class and the viewing audience, to those who are brand new to what people call quote-unquote Kemet knowledge, to those who have been busy studying, even up to 40 years, so from the new people all the way to 40 years, you've heard about the oldest spiritual writings called the Coffin texts. Okay? Let me come in the room right now and ask the crowd, the viewing audience, don't be shy. If you are studying from another teacher, if you were studying independently from the past, before the class, during the class, anybody here ever heard of the Coffin text? Have you been taught by your teacher about the Coffin text? The Coffin text. You've all heard of it, right? The Coffin text would be the most important text to the ancient people of Ma'at that was actually buried with them, and they were actually buried inside of. So the Purim Heru was a text that they were buried with. The Coffin text was a text they were buried inside of. They were put inside of the text. The text was wrapped around their body. You've all heard of it, right? Bella Haras said, Nupinuk says yes. Bella says yes, the Coffin text from my SABA. Okay, now, anybody else? Mary Sekhmet? Wonderful. Now, Mary Sekhmet is a perfect example because young lady, the young seeker of truth, says this is only her second pod class. So I'm assuming that she has not heard about the Coffin text from the pod class, if this is only her second one. And there's 50 people watching right now. Some will type, some will be shy, they won't type in the room. Simply have to type, yes, I've heard of the Coffin text. Okay? Now, for those who are brand new to the knowledge, you could be brand new to Kemet, to Purim Heru, to Egypt knowledge, or you could be a veteran studying from John Henry Clark to Dr. Ben from 60 years ago. Can somebody in the room please type to me what your teacher taught you was the name of the Coffin text? What's the name of the Coffin text? Type it in the room. We give you a few minutes. Whether you're a brand new, there's 50 people watching. Watch this. There's 50 people watching. Of the 50 people, I'm sure at least 30 of them study, or have had arguments about the Egyptians are black, the Egyptians are black, the Egyptians are black, or the Bible was stolen, the Bible was stolen, the Bible was stolen, the Heru was Jesus, Heru was, they know all of that, the Egyptians are black, the Egyptians are black, the Bible was stolen. Okay, now let's move the Bible out of the way. Everybody know what the ancient Kemetic people look like. Let's move that out of the way. Now, the sacred text, because remember how I started this class off. You know exactly what planet Superman is from. You know the mineral that makes Superman weak. You know Spider-Man's government name. Right? You know the name of the Incredible Hulk, the big green creature. When he turns back into a person, you know his name. You know Batman's real name. You know where he lives. Something Manners. You know all of this. Now we spend hours and hours. The Egyptians are black, and the Egyptians are black, and the Bible is stolen. Just fighting, arguing. Okay, now set the argument away. When it comes to our actual sacred text, for the 50 people watching, what is the name of the most important text in Ma'at? The one they were buried inside of. That's the one they're buried inside of. The text that would take them to the afterlife. The most important thing to a person along the Nile Valley was to ascend into immortality in the afterlife. I'm asking all those who know Spider-Man's name, all those who know what comes out of Wolverine's hands. Some comes out of Wolverine's hand. All those who can name 2 people on Married with Children. Name the people on Married with Children, the husband and wife. Huh? What's the name of the big yellow creature on Sesame Street? How about the one that lives in a garbage can? You know the one in the garbage can? Do you know his name? Now, what's the name of the most sacred text that the Cometians are buried with? I'm looking at, I just see Mary segment type. I don't know. I don't know if the 50 people watching, maybe they can't hear me. I'm gonna do mic check, mic check, mic check. Okay, Boss Money came in. Peace and love, Boss Money. Says, is it the Purim Heru? No, but that was the mobile one. So there's a mobile one that they would walk with. That's one that they could sit on the side under a tree or in front of where they lived, and they could actually read that one. They actually would spread it out. One of them was 78 feet long. So you had to walk. You couldn't flip through pages. You know, today, let's go to chapter 3. Let's go to chapter 4. Let's go to, you couldn't flip. If you wanted to go to chapter 27, you had to walk 50 feet to chapter 27. Another 20 feet to chapter 40. Or 10 feet to chapter, it was 78 feet long. That was the Purim Heru. But the one that they were buried in that surrounded them, that would imbue their whole body, they're put inside of it. That's called the coffin text. That's what this. What's the name of it? But that's good though. The Purim Heru. Craig Boy says, "I don't know, but I feel dumb for knowing all the Marvel stuff." And you know what? We should, but it was never our fault because you were taught that you didn't have the choice. We knew Batman and Robin, and we knew these things from we were 5 years old. We didn't even make the choice to say, I would rather learn this. You're just automatically grown up in it. You know the big yellow thing, his name is Big Bird. We know that. You'll never fail on that test. But that shows you the importance of how much money, reciprocity, time we spend staring at the screen. Thanos, the Wakanda, Thanos, Brad Pitt, the Fight Club. You know the name of the young lady whose the wind blew up her dress and she put her hands like this? Remember she was with the president? White dress and the wind blew up and she went like this. She has a dimple here. Anybody know her name? Does anybody not know her name? But we don't know the name of the most important piece of writing that was so important. The ancient people didn't just carry it as a book. They would embox themselves in it and put themselves inside of it. Solo says, Marilyn Monroe, you got it. Marilyn Monroe. Here it is. So now that I've asked 55 people and nobody's putting in the answer, segment says, we will learn. We're going to learn tonight. We're going to learn tonight. That's absolutely right. So all those people you see on those other channels arguing and fighting and arguing and talking and talking and talking, those topics are more important to them than even knowing the most simplistic thing, which is what's the name of the writing? Not even what's in it, not even the translation, just what's the name of it. So we're gonna find out tonight. I asked 59 people. I'm looking through the chat. I don't see anybody. You've all seen those other channels. Whatever teacher you've had before today didn't even tell you the name of the most important book. But we'll tell you when the next game is playing. When the next game is on, they know who the next is. Here we go, everybody. Welcome to Tehuti Podclass. Here we go. So that's 59 people, not one answer, but there's been people that are watching right now that have been studying Kemet and studying Nile Valley culture and arguing with Egyptians are black for over 20 years watching right now. And there's brand new people. And whoever your teacher was before today, June 15, 2024, never even told you the name of the most important book. So we know what's important to that teacher. Here we go, everybody. Well, the Tehuti Podclass, I love experimenting with that because now nobody can come and say, "Oh, we knew that. You're my teacher. They're trying to teacher that taught me. We knew it." Nobody types anything. Here we go, everybody. Welcome to Tehuti Podclass. So here we go. The oldest spiritual writing, Coffin text. Has your spiritual teacher ever told you the name of this text? And what is the real name of the Coffin text? What is the name of the Coffin text? Let me go to the audience and ask, which I did. So here we go. All right. This is the Coffin text because there's many Coffin texts, because there's many coffins. This is the Coffin text. Let me shrink it down a little bit. The Coffin text ascended the gem, 1304 to 1237 BC. So as you can see, there's a set of writings outside and inside of the box, and the person is placed inside of it. That means they're surrounded east, north, left, right, up, down, surrounded by these writings. It is the most important writing. They did not just read this as a book. They placed themselves inside of the writing for the importance of immortality in the afterlife. Here is Send the Gem. And now, for the oldest afterlife writing, type of writing, that was actually placed with the deceased, or rather that the deceased was placed in on this planet Earth, is what you call the Coffin text today, which I am going to give you its name here in the Tehuti Podclass for the first time, June 15th, 2024. The reality that you were taught was the Coffin text. It's really called the ANUHERQERES, which has a completely different meaning from Coffin text. The ANUHERQERES. It wasn't called Coffin text. If anybody wants to know about that name, feel free to send the question. But the ANUHERQERES was the name of the writings of the ancient people who placed themselves inside of and imbue themselves left, right, up, down, east, west, north, south. So this is the outer ANUHERQERES of Unc Winifred. There it is again. And this is the ANUHERQERES of Kanum, and they place themselves inside of it, full imbuement, completely surrounding themselves inside of these writings. It was the most important. Now we're going to go to the Coffin text, and we're going to read something very, very interesting. So here's a section from the Per and Heru. If it be known, so Adrek Saten Tepta, if it be known, this book upon earth, Aritu. Now if you've been to my class, you know what Ari really means. Aritu S M ANUHERQERES, the writings upon the coffin, or what they translate as coffin. Crest doesn't really mean coffin, but the ANUHERQERES. And now here we are in Coffin text, and I'm going to read something else very surprising. This is the ANUHERQERES 161 FF. I am ATUM, creator of the eldest Netiru. I am he who gave birth to Shu. I am that great he-she. I am he who did what seemed good to him. I took my space in place of my will. Mine is the space of those who move along like those serpentine circles. The serpent. This is 2,400 BC. This is 2,500 years before the Hermetica. We had the ANUHERQERES, and we have the Supreme of the Nibiru saying, I am the great he, she. Let me come to the room real quickly, everybody. Mary, Sekhmet, and anybody else watching, the 63 people watching. Did your current Kemetic teacher teach you about the great he, she? Any great he, she knowledge people in the room? Could you come to the panel or come to the chat and expound on us about the great he, she? Who is the great he, she netter? What is that? The great he, she? Is that a bisexual? What is the great he, she? What's this? Which netter is a he and a she? Well, they didn't teach when they're teaching the Egyptians were black. They didn't teach it the he, she. No, they left that. That was left out. that was left out. They didn't. When they told you the Bible was stolen, they didn't tell you about the great he, she. No. Anybody, the 62 people watching, feel free to type in the chat if your Kemetic current teacher of 40 years, 20 years, or 2 days has taught you that there was a netter that's the great he, she. So there's a netter that's a he that can be called a she too. What's the name of that netter? Who's that? Tell me about that. Is that a principal? Who's this? Let's continue, everybody. Welcome to Tehuti Podclass. So there is an ancient writing of the great he, she. So Mary Sekhmet said, I learned that the primordial deity was both male and female. We are reading about what you learned about, but more than likely, your wherever you learned it, more than likely didn't give you the reference point source. And that is why we are here at the Tehuti Podclass. Why are we here at the Tehuti Podclass? Why am I here? We're here because of our motto, ancestral artifacts over religious opinions. So whenever Tehuti teaches you something about what the ancestors said, he's going to show you where they said it, as opposed to almost every other channel book you go to. There's just people talking from the top of their heads. They're just talking. Not here though. We go. So very good, Mary Sekhmet. You will actually learn correctly, and I can do a class on that if somebody asks me about it. But I just want to show you right now that there's an ancient principle, ancient understanding of a he, she that goes back 2400 BC to the ANUHERQERES. In the most important writings of the people along the Nile Valley, there's a teaching of a he, she. Okay. This is the great understanding in Ma'at that everything in creation has a male and female propulsion generation, biological imperative, and now physical and male and female principles. For more on this, I've already done a couple classes on this, but for more on this exact information, you can send the question in. But for now, we will understand that this teaching is from 2400 BC of the great he, she. Now let me take you to 1001 BC to the wisdom teachings of the power of the tongue and sound vibration, and how it ties into command and harmony of sound vibration if you have a pure mind. So there's the understanding of the great he, she. Now we're going to get into the tongue teachings. Here we go. The vibration, pure of heart teaching mesh. So we're going to go into 1001 BC. We're going to go to Papyrus 10471 to the instruction of Amenem Ope, 1001 BC to 992 BC. Here's the instruction of Amenem Ope, and what does it say here? Do not converse falsely with a man, for it is the abomination of the Netiru. Do not separate your mind, your consciousness, from your tongue. All your plans will succeed. You will be important before others, while you will be secure in the hands of the Netiru. Netiru hates one who falsifies words. His great abomination is duplicity. So, back to the top. Do not separate your mind consciousness from your tongue. Now, I'm going to take you to page 389 of the Egyptian Hieroglyphic Dictionary so you can see the glyph for tongue, the part of you that should never be separated from your pure consciousness. And now here we are on page 389 of the Ancient Egyptian Hieroglyphic Dictionary. And what's the word for tongue? It's the word nes. Nesi, belonging to. Nesi, we see belonging to. Now here we are. Nesi Mekef, serpent fire god. Remember that, please. Serpent fire god. So when we go to this, we see this word that means belonging to, or in other words, having a possession of something. It symbolizes some type of rulership or ownership. Nes, which means belonging to. Now we're going to go to the ancient Egyptian language, and we see Nes Neter, title of the high priest of Osiris, tongue. There it is right there. So the title of the priests were called the Nes Neter. They were the one belonging to the Neter. And this symbol here that you're looking at, this is a tongue right here, and it's tongue, speaking tongue. So the word of possession or power is Nes, and the word for the title of the priest who is supposed to follow the ancient axiom, do not separate your mind from your tongue. So your consciousness, your ku, must be in complete alignment with your tongue sound vibration. And thus, if you made it to the level of a priest, you're called the Nes Neter, one belonging to the Neter, and you're also the tongue of the Neter. You are the word of God manifest. There's Nes Neter. Okay, now when we go to, that's in the Egyptian Hieroglyphic Dictionary. Now when we go to Egyptian language, in this section right here, page 83, we scroll down, we see Nes, which is also pronounced what? Mer. Uh-oh, tongue director. Let me come into the room real quick. There's a sister in the chat named Meri Sekmet. What does mer mean? Anybody know? Type in the chat. What does mer mean? The word mer. You may have learned it before you've come to the podcast. You may have learned it under the 3 years that I've been teaching back in the public. What does the word mer mean? MERI. Type it in the chat, please. And now you're going to see where this makes sense. What is MERI? What is mer? Love. There it is, Angela Gates. That's right. Love. 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 You guys all got it right. Love. I've done many classes on the definition of love. Go back to, if Annie or anybody wants to put that link in the room for that, put it back in there. So love, which is what? Desire. Lascivious. Love, which is desire, which I've elaborated on several times. To pull something towards you. To will something. Where do they say you feel love? Where do they say you feel it? I love you with all of my, is it your nose? I love you with all of my chin. Where do they, what body part do they associate with love? What body part do they associate with love? Your heart, your Ebe. Exactly right. And he put pyramid supporters, partisan, water, love, to tap to the Meru supporters. Great. Yes. Your Ebe, your heart. Your heart. That's right. So the word, look how beautiful our ancient culture was before the Matrix. When you look up Nes, Nes means belonging to. You know, something you want and then eventually own or possess. Nes means tongue. The high priests are called the word belonging to God, the tongue of God, the Nes Netter. Nes means tongue. The axiom says, do not separate from your tongue. What should you not separate from your tongue? Your Ebe. Your seat of desire. The seat of what's called love, where they associate love with. That's our set's name. That's the name of the whole country that they hate. Your current Kemetic teacher hates that name. That's why when you look at his teachings, you're not going to see him talk. Ask him, why do you call this area Kemet more than you call it Tamari? The land was called Tamari as well. The land was called Samawi Tawi. The land was called Kemet. Why in your arguments and why in your speaking do you mention Kemet so many times, but you don't talk about Tamari? That was the name of the land. Ta-Mari. Literally. The word Kemet doesn't have the word land in it. Uh-oh. What happened? What was the land called? What's the word for land? It's Ta. Ta. Ta is land. Meri is love. Meri is the desire. Meri is the magnetic pole. Meri is the Eve. The land. Was it called Ta Kemet? That's the name of it? Ta Kemet? Kemet Ta. Ta Kemet Ta. Ta Kemet Ta. So they literally called it the land of love, the land of Meri. But every time we see the debaters and people talk about it, it's only Kemet, 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 Kemet. Why? Because the word Kemet doesn't have love in it. You see, you can't argue over that, can you? So you focus on Kemet because Kemet is black. I'm black. I'm black. They're black. I'm black. I don't really care what they did. I just know they're black. I'm going to grab the ego. I love it. I love it. They're black. I'm black. I don't care nothing about their teachings. We're not going to teach their teachings whatsoever. No discipline. No spiritual way. Nothing. But they look like me. So therefore, we're just going to take the word Kemet. Black. I'm black. You're black. What about the part, the land, that meant the land of love? Can you hold a debate on that, please, sir? Can we debate about love? Can we have a conversation? Can you have a 7-hour stream about love? No. No. Not today. No. Well, how? You can only have 5-hour conversations on Kemet the black. Oh, the black. That means black. Okay. What about love? That's the name of Asar's wife. Her name was Meri. The land was called Meri. The land of Meri. No YouTube channels about that. No. There's not. No. Land of love. But yet the axioms, what was held most important, so do not separate your Eve, the seed of love, from the tongue vibration. And when you look up the word for tongue is Nes, and it's also Mer. The word for tongue is the same for the word for love, which is that which is associated with the heart. And the axioms tell you, do not separate your Ebe from your Nes. And the other word for Nes is love, is Mer. No teachings on that. Just I'm black. We're black. Give me the Dorito. We're black. I'm black. You're black. Comedians are black. Give me the Knicks game. I'm black. You're black. Comedians are black. I'm black. Give me the pizza. I got a pot belly. I have no health teachings, no discipline from the coffin text, nothing. I'm just black. That's all that matters. Love doesn't matter. No, the land is called the land of love. Forget about that part. That doesn't matter. So they're having you focus on the arguments and the fighting, but not focus on what the people were focused on, was the love and the Ebe. That which comes from your Ebe in your tongue should be enmeshed as one thing. There should be no separation. So therefore, you're learning for the first time here in your life, June 15th, 2024, that the ancient word for tongue is the same word for love. Is that what it taught you? Is that what they taught you? No, because we're going to talk for 29,500 years about the Egyptians were blind. Here we go, everybody. Welcome to Tehuti Podclass. You're learning this for the first time. So there it is right there. Boom. The word mer, which is the word for love, is the same. The word, the image for tongue can be said nes or mer. And it's the director, the high priest, which is the word of the netter, the tongue, the nes. Do not separate. Do not separate your ku, your consciousness, from your tongue. The mer, the love, is the tongue, and that's all should be coming out of it. Huh? Now we will go to 1294 BC to emphasize that the power of fire of Ma'at, is associated with the tongue. So here we are in KV 17, Tomb of Seti 1, side chamber. And this is Men Ma'at, Ray, Seti 1, right here. And this goes back to 1294 BC. And now this is the, and then you want to find out where this is, and a book that's purchasable. Gods of the Egyptians. Turn this down a little bit. Oh, ignore the arrows. The arrows moved out of place. But let's look at this. And final two, if your community teacher is doing this, I'm curious. A man shall pronounce this text over himself, rub down with olive oil and salve, while holding a censer containing incense in his hand. The backs of his ears should be cleansed with natron, and the natron pellets should be in his mouth. As for his clothing, it should be 2 fresh linen garments after he bathed himself in flowing water, and he should be shod with sandals with white leather. The image of the goddess Neter Ma'at should be painted on his tongue in the scribe's fresh ink. If it is Tehuti's intention to recite this for Ray, he is to purify himself with the purification of 9 days. Human servitors should do just the same. As for one who recites this, if he carries out this procedure, which is in this book, he increases his lifetime double-fold of excess. So how important was this tongue and speaking the truth and being united with the Eve and the consciousness in the tongue? Boom! The followers of Ma'at were so serious about the power of the tongue and it giving the command of Ma'at as a ruler, then yes, it would be tattooed on the tongue to represent the words of Ray and the wisdom of the Neter words and the wisdom of Ray. Now the word wisdom, intelligence, is Ku, which is also light fire, and it is why the people who are intelligent today are called what? You're very bright. You're very enlightened, which equals fire. Oh, remember the word nest, which means tongue? And that same word meant love, or mer, the MERI symbol for tongue. Remember that word nest that looks like this? On page 389, tongue, nest. Well, guess what else the word nest was in the first known spiritual language on the planet before the matrix? We're going to go to the Per M HERU, place 9. Defects are in the following of the Hetep, Sekwes, Sebek, or in the waters, Hetep, Sekwes, and okay, we're gonna go in the eye. Okay, in the eye is of Ra, otherwise said flame. It is following Osiris to burn up the souls of his enemies. Fire, purified light, pure light consciousness. Tongue, sound vibration that should never be separated. Now that same word ness has the word raw in it, and now it is the fiery tongue. It's nesser, and the T gives it the production quality to produce something. In our time, before the Matrix, anything that produces would be considered with a T. Today would be called feminine, because the feminine was the one that was physically seen producing things out of her body. So thus, the ness, all this from Poimandres' question. The ness, which was that of Ra, the fiery tongue was the word ness with Ra's name in it, Ra, and the T at the end, making it feminine because it's producing, as the laws of Ma'at state. The tongue produces and destroys. The tongue creates and destroys. A man and woman creates and destroys with the tongue. When you create something, it has that ta at the end, feminine principle, which means something that births something. So this here we are with an aspect of the tongue, and it's masculine and feminine. Because the tongue is a part of the great he, she. Understanding. You see? The tongue is a part of that which produces. Just like the great he, she, because the tongue speaks what's called met. Met, which is where you get the word metu netter from. Met, which is a word for truth. It's where you get the word, well, you pronounce it mat. Met. It's just MT. Met. It's production of truth. Met. Metu. Metu netter. To speak with the tongue of the netter. Why? Because the priests were the netter, the tongue of the netter. So you're speaking metu netter. Met is also the word for penis. That's the word for penis, met. It's also the word for mother. You pronounce it mut. There's no U in the word. Somebody show me the word mut with a U in it. Can I see a U? There's a U. MT, or a vulture in the T sound. That's met. You can pronounce it mut, mat. However you want to pronounce it. There's no U in the word. Mut is mother. That's a feminine production. On the masculine side, it's the exact same word. Met, which is the penis, which is masculine production. Because you are the manifestation of the same principle of the great he, she. Producing with the tongue. The tongue produces words, which produces people's reality. That's why you can steal my possessions fine, but don't lie to me. Because when you lie to me, you're not just stealing my possessions, you're stealing my reality. Because you're creating another reality when you lie. That's why the Ib and the tongue should be aligned. Thus the tongue is the Nes and the Mer. And the Met is the word for word, Metu netter. And it's the word for penis, which produces the semen. That biological imperative produces the child. And the Mut produces the child out of her body. That's one word, Mut, which is the great he, she. The Egyptians are black. That's what you learned. That's what they taught you. They taught you this? No, because they're a distraction of this. To distract you from the actual teaching and understanding of how great your mind was. All they want to focus is the ego and what your nose looks like. Look at the wide nose. I don't know what you do with your wide. Let me ask. I want to take Eddie Murphy's wide nose, his black wide nose, and I want to take Owen Wilson. Owen Wilson has this long, thin nose, and I want you as a black man and woman to tell me, what do you do with that nose? That Owen Wilson, that white, the European man with the blonde hair, Owen Wilson with that weird long nose he has. It's weird because kind of to the side, like this. It's a long nose, and the people look at my beautiful the black nose, and look at the wide nose, and I say, okay, what do you do with the nose? Go. Do something with your nose that the European with a thin nose can't do. What happened? What do you do again? You're proud of the wrong things. Do something with your nose. Can I see a magic? What's the effect? What do your nose do? So you're breathing air with the wide nose of Eddie Murphy, and the guy beside you with the blonde hair, he's breathing no air to the thin nose, and you're proud of your nose. Huh? What does it do? Can you do something, please? Do something with the nose, please? No? Nose can't do nothing? I'm just proud of nose. I'm proud of nose. I love nose. I don't know. My nose breathes. His nose breathes. Apes have 2 holes in their... Apes look like they have 2 holes here. What do their nose do? You're proud of the wrong things. You should be proud of the discipline, accountability of what the ancestors did and live it out. Be the echo of the lifestyle, not the echo of the stupid nose. What in the world? There's Ethiopians with thin nose, and there's South Africans with wide nose, and they both breathe in the air the same. Nobody has a benefit. No nose. Your nose does nothing. Nothing special breathes. Do something with, look at my big black, I'm proud of my lips. Black lips. Look at the European thin lips. Do something with your lips, please. What do you do with the, what's the ability with the lips? What do you do with the lips? Do something. Lips. My lips. I got lips. And the ancient people didn't care anything about that. They're busy trying to acquire purity within themselves, so their Eve and their Ka and Ku can make it past the peripheral of this physical world. They can be immortal. We're talking about lips and nose. And I want to know what your lips can do. What can your lips do that a cat's lips can't do? Cats have the thinnest lips on the planet. Snake has no lips. What do your lips do? Look at the lips. You're being distracted by the matrix. Is what's happening. So here's what the ancient people actually taught about the tongue. But they weren't proud of it. They weren't proud of a tongue. Look at my tongue. Look at I'm proud of a tongue. I got a tongue. No. They're proud if their tongue and their Eve are in harmony. Not just the fact that they have a tongue. How come people are proud of their lips and nose but they're not proud of their tongue? That's a body part too, right? Black people have a special tongue. Look at my tongue. These body parts are only important when they reflect what the writing is about. They only serve a special purpose other than human anatomy purposes when you're utilizing them. Everybody has a tongue. Everybody has a heart. But some hearts are full of ispet. Some words in people's mouths is full of ispet and negativity and destruction. That's the one I'm not proud of. I'm not proud of you just because you have a tongue. I'm proud of you if your tongue is Nesumer. Now I'm proud of you. Not because you're born with a tongue and big lips and you don't know what to do with them. You can kiss me. I can kiss you softer. Okay, great, man. Here we go, everybody. Welcome to Tehuti Podclass. Let's see what the actual ancestors taught and get off of the distraction. Everybody's distracting us with contention and fighting all day, every day, 24 hours a day, and no teaching whatsoever involved. Here it is, everybody. Boom. There's the word nest with the ra and the t, and that makes the word flame. Flame or fire or light. The same as tongue. That's how beautiful our ancient ancestors were. That's how it merged. The word tongue meant love. The word tongue was strength, and the word tongue was also fire. Woo! If we go back even further to 2140 BC, we see the purified consciousness echo to the words of Meru, tongue, nest, which gives the power of the throne, type of the throne, Aset, the seat of power. This goes back. Woo! What a class is this? I don't know, man. Oh man, so much easier just teaching Egyptians are black for 20 hours. I guess that's the easier one. Teachings of Meri, of King MERIKARE. For the strength of a king is his tongue. That's the strength of the king. And we're going to see what the word king is. The strength of the king is the tongue. Words are mightier than any struggle, and no one can outsmart him who is skilled of the heart. But you will sit secure upon the throne. There's the throne, there's the heart, there's the tongue, all put together in another axiom 2,100 years before Amenem Opi. And it's the same principle. This one a little more clearer though. It's associating the king, a throne. The strength of the king is the tongue. If you're skilled in the heart, then you can be secure upon the throne. You see? And there's the word tongue, because you're a director. You can direct people into command. They say the word order, like law and order. You think of order today just as the word law. I order you to do this. The ancient concept of order was to command something. I order you to do this, but my tongue is mer. And there's a tattoo on it of ma'at. So thus things are in order. And that's the original sense of order. You're directing with your tongue so things can be in ma'at. And the tattoo was right on the tongue of the ancients. So you're commanding, ordering, because you're the director with the fiery tongue. And those words create reality, which is the opposite of isfet, chaos, where they put things in order, in form. That's why the word inform, which is to speak, is the same word as order. To put something in a formation is the same definition as the word order, because the ancients knew it all had to do with sound vibration in tune with your heart, and that's how things were kept in Ma'at. This is what we teach here at the House of ATTON. I don't know what's happened anywhere else, but welcome, and I hope you all appreciate this. Here we go. All this for So Zambania. I gotta see. You gotta come to the panel after this class. Here we go, everybody. Here we go. And guess what the ancient word for Pharaoh, who was the director, and Osiris's name was? Osiris's name and the director was the Nesu. The name of the king, Asar, Nesu Beat, Asar Nesuti. There's a T there, a Nesuti, Asar belonging to the throne. Nesu Bait, the word for the one who keeps things in order, the director, the king, is the Nesu Bait, the Nesu, because he has the fiery tongue, the tongue of Ra, the truth of Ma'at. Boom! The one on the throne that can control his tongue, sound vibration, while still creating a fiery tongue of command and order, representing Ra, the fiery one. Ra is represented by the golden one, the golden circle. Nes, tongue, Nesert, flame. There's the word tongue in the word flame. It is following Osiris, burning up the negativity, the isfet, the enemies. Because when your heart and tongue are in ma'at, it burns up the foes. You can burn them up with your words and with your sound vibration. Yes, the golden sun, fire tongue of Ra, typo of Ra, the Nesser, creating the Nesu, which is Pharaoh, who commands with his fiery tongue. Oh, guess what was found recently when they unearthed the Pharaoh's Nesu skulls? Guess what was found? Are you ready? Uh-oh. What was found? One of the latest archaeological findings, several ancient mummies with golden tongues were discovered in Egypt. They found the Sahu mummy with the golden tongue. That's how serious they were. That's how serious we were. Nesu, the fiery tongue, the tongue of Ra, was symbolized by the gold circle. The Nesu. The word Nesu means tongue, also means fire, and also can be pronounced Mer, which is love, which is what the whole land represented. Tamare, the land of love. Speak, Medu, met, the same word for penis, which ejaculates the sperm, which creates, and met, the same word for mother. You pronounce it mut, although nobody can show me the letter U in there. But you pronounce it mut. It's MT. MT means penis, the producer, and MT means mother, the producer, the great he, she. The one who can speak with the fiery tongue, because tongue produces, just like the sperm in the woman does. And that's the commander called the Nesubiti. The Nesubiti, the one of the fiery tongue, the tongue of Ra. The strength of the Nesubiti, the king, is his tongue and her tongue. And thus they found the Sahu, the mummies, with golden tongues. Ness. Woo! Here we go, everybody. Whoa. Here we go. Wow, whoa. All because somebody asked about Poimandres. Here we go. Boom. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. And this leads us from the Ness, the ruler, the fiery tongue, one of Ma'at, to the shepherd Osiris. I will take you another 1,250 BC to the HERU, chapter 15. And what do we see here? The prince of the gods and men has received the Hek-Ku, let me shrink it down, has received the Hek-Ku flail. The dignity of the Atef fathers gratified by the Eve, the heart, which is in Set, for son HERU, established upon what? The throne. There's the word Nest again. Nest is the throne. Because what do the words of MERIKARE say? The words of MERIKARE, what do the words of MERIKARE 2140 BC say? For the strength of the king is his tongue, but you will sit secure upon the throne. And thus the word Nest is the word for tongue, and it's the word for the one who sits on the throne. Because that's what a commander does. He puts things in order. She puts things in order with the flaming tongue, the tongue of Ra, because these words of Medu can burn up your enemies. That's what Sekhmet represented, the one who burnt up her enemies. Literally, it says that in the killing of a pep. She's the burning up, stomping upon a pep, burning out the enemy. That's Sekhmet. The fiery tongue one. And here you can clearly see the Nest being associated with the Hek. The Ku, the Hek is another word. That one of the definitions is the same as Nest, ruler. What is the Hek and the Ku? I'm gonna step off for just a minute. Hold on, everybody. One moment. I'll be right back. Hold on. We are back. Okay, here we go. We are back, everybody. So what is the Hek and the Ku? What is that? Because the Hek and the Ku here are associated with the Nest, the power of the throne. Let's see what the Hek and the Ku is. What's happening here? What's going on? What's going on? There we go. Boom, the Hek and the Ku. What's the Hek and the Ku? We scroll down here. Boom. There we go. Now this is going back all the way to 3200 BC. There's the Hek and the Ku right there. What are these two things right here? The Hek and the Ku. We see them represented by almost every Nesubiti. The Hek and the Ku. These are two tools used in farming that also carry a magical meaning based on their definitions. Based on the definitions and double entendre of what they do in the physical world. So here's the Hek. It's a farmer's tool. It's a shepherd's tool. And it has a double entendre meaning of what it does in the physical world, echoing what it represents in the afterlife or in immortality, after you Pekka Mku. The Hek was the farmer's tool that was used to guide the sheep, symbolic of being a ruler, because as a ruler, you have your flock and your wisdom guides them. Wisdom, in the oldest spiritual language, just happens to be the same word ku, which is the very next tool that the farmer has. So the word for wisdom or intelligence is the word ku, and this is the word right here, and this is called a winnowing fan or a winnowing fork sometimes. But it's the word ku, which is the word for intelligence and knowledge and consciousness. This was the winnowing fan. It was used to separate the edible wheat from the non-edible wheat. This separation was also symbolic of the separation from evil consciousness. I have taught on many times called Peka Mku, which means to separate from negative consciousness, which most of you have been mistaught by your current Kemetic teacher, called the 42 laws of Ma'at, which there was no such thing. There is no such thing as 42 laws of Ma'at. Nobody can find anywhere where any ancient Nile Valley person ever mentioned 42 laws of Ma'at. It's called the Peka Mku. This goes all the way back to what people are calling the Pyramid Text, which was the very first writing on the planet Earth about purification of your soul, which is also called your Ku, separating, which is Peka, from negative energy, Peka Mku. So so that you could reach your immortality as Osiris did and become a ruler of that realm, as we see in the East Wall, utterance 219 to 24, line 202. East Wall, utterance 219 to 24. Translation, Unas Papyrus, Unas Pyramid Text. We'll go down here. May you give the herdsman staff in the hands of Unas, the shepherd, because thou that the shepherd's crook be in the hand of Unas. The herdsman and the shepherd, the same thing. The word shepherd is the word sheep, and it's one who herds the sheep. That's also the farmer. So that in lower, upper, and lower, it's really Rez and Mehi, Kemet, or Tamaray, or Smawi Tawi, may bow before him. So the Hek and the Ku represents that one who is in rulership, and there's a symbol right there. Hek, dominion, rule, same definition as Nes, sovereignty, one of the definitions. Emblem, that's found on page 512 of the Egyptian Hieroglyphic Dictionary. And thus we see the word Ku being translated as intelligence, consciousness, that you become, and because you have surpassed the physical realm, there's a typo there, because you have surpassed the physical realm, now you become a shining being of light, of consciousness, that was called the Ku, just as the Star did, represented by the flail, the Ku, that which purifies you. So thus, here we are, boom, there's Ku. It is intelligence, consciousness. He becomes a Ku. He becomes that. You become that. You become within that, and you are that. Now you are a Ku. Look what he's holding in his hand. There's the farmer's tool right there. That's the Ku. Right there. You're of the shining beings who live in this light realm. You're a light being now. You're not a physical being anymore. You're an electron physical being. You're a light being, and there's the Ku right there. So Ku means which you become, a shining being of consciousness. That's what your teacher will never teach you, because he's too busy worrying about how thick and big your nose is. He's not teaching you that the focus was to become a conscious light being who lives in this conscious light. That was the focus of the writings. And that was the word Ku, consciousness, which was the same. The word itself is this right here. This is the Ku right here, because it separates the wheat. Just like the Peka Mku is the portion of the Per HERU written about to separate negative consciousness from your positive consciousness, called Peka Mku. And that's the same farmer's tool. And guess what else the farmer's tool was called? The one that dug in the ground. It was called MERI. It was called MERI. That's right, MERI. So here's the Hek, And thus we see the word ku being translated as intelligence, consciousness that you become, because now you're a conscious light being after you've left the peripheral of the physical world. You've separated from the negative consciousness. And that's why in the Pekka Mku it says, I have not done this, I have not done that. Even though you have in your physical realm, you're completely separated from it. So the new being that you've become has not done any of that because you've Pekka Mku. Boom! And there's a Sar right there, represented as the farmer, the shepherd, represented as the purified, whole, healthy one, which is the word uwajit. The word healthy is the word uwajit, which also translates to as green. Typo there, which goes back to the farmland and fertile purification again, agriculture again, completely imbuing the farmer and the shepherd with spiritual consciousness and immortality. Asar, the green one. The word green is uwajit and also means whole, pure, healthy. Why? Because when you separate it from negative consciousness, what have you done? I do a ritual with one of my Naturts on a consistent basis every Monday night, and inside of the ritual is a Pekka Mku. And the ritual is about that negativity that is a part of you is just that which you've learned. And just as you've learned it, like clothing, you can easily take it off because you weren't born with it. So you've learned it, and now it's in your subconscious. But you have to Pekka Mku and go back to 0 point field energy, back to the 0 point field where it never existed in the first place. So the cells simply have to remember the state they were in before they picked up the baggage that made them heavy and heavy, that makes your consciousness heavy and heavy, and you feel weighed down. Unless you can't represent the ostrich feather and the feather of the hawk, because the feather is what causes one to be light and flies. Because the difference between a bird and you is what? What is the difference in the bones of the bird and you? Bird has the hollow bones, hollowed out bones with air holes in it, making it lighter so it can fly with wings. Even if I put 1,000 wings on you, you can fly. So you don't want to be weighed down by the baggage, the negative consciousness. When you ever notice that people are depressed, they put their head down? How come? Why is it when you're sad, your head goes down? Oh, man. Man, this day, man, she left me. Oh, I can't pay my bill. Yo, everything's going against you. Put your head down. Why does your head go downwards? You're weighed down. It's the opposite of shu. The feather of ma'at is called shu, that which causes you to fly. Because if you're weighed down, you become so physical that, of course, you can never be immortal and you're trapped. Ancient people's worst nightmare, to be trapped in their body when they die. They want to feel as light as what? As light as the feather, which is weighed to what? The heart, so that you can ascend. That's what the teachings were about. You can't ascend if you're always arguing. If you're always negative and mad. No. So that's isfet, and the distraction sets up that black consciousness, means you always have to be angry. It's always complaints. Complaining. Look at the cops. Look what this did. Look what this did. And I'm sick of this. You know what's wrong with you? You know what's wrong with you? You know what's wrong with you? When people start the teaching. When people fail to what you fail to realize. Everybody's the teaching starts off with the word fail. What you fail to realize, what you fail to recognize, what you fail to what most people don't know, what you fail to do, what you're failing to do, what I'm not gonna lie. Where's the sentence? I'm gonna tell the truth. I'm not gonna lie, man. What you said, I don't disagree with it. Why don't you say I agree with it? I'm going to tell the truth. Why is your sentence? I ain't gonna lie, but man, he was dropping some. No, I ain't gonna lie. Are your other sentences before that, were they lies? When they teach you to say, you know what, being honest. Let's be honest, man. Weren't you honest before the sentence? What do you? Let's be. Your honesty just starts now. What happened? What's going on? Being honest, man. I don't really. So were you lying to me before you? What, your life was lies, and you only started being honest when you're declaring that you're being honest? It's all negativity. How does the word benefit and doubt match? Doubt is negativity, but they want to give you the benefit of the doubt, right? I'm gonna give them the benefit of the doubt. What the heck is that? What happened? That doesn't benefit me, man. Can you give me the benefit of belief, please? I don't want the benefit of the doubt. I don't want to be benefited with doubt. Stop. I don't want to be benefited with doubt. Give me the benefit of the belief. Give me the benefit of the trust. We're giving you the benefit of doubt. That's not a benefit, man. I don't benefit with doubt. Everything is negative. So we're reversing that here, the Tehuti Podclass, House of a 10. Reversing it back to when it wasn't reversed. Along the Nile Valley and prior to the Matrix, it wasn't reversed yet. Here we go, everybody. Welcome to this is longer than Poimandres. What happened to Poimandres? We forgot about Poimandres. You forgot about Poimandres. Here we go, everybody. Our star is the green one here. Boom. Sozemania. I don't know where Sozemania is right now. Here we go. And of course, as I told you earlier in class, they conglomerated all these attributes to create Serapis, which became Jesus. Thus we see Jesus with what? What do we see Jesus with? Matthew 3:12. His winnowing fan, fork in his hand, he will clear the threshold of the floor, gathering his wheat. Gathering his wheat. Right? Because what is it saying in the prayer of HERU? You burn up the negativity and burning up the chaff with unquenchable fire. Huh? Jesus has the winnowing fork, the winnowing fan. In some cases a fork, in some cases a fan. He's clearing the threshold of the wheat into the barn like a farmer, and you're burning up the negativity with the flaming fire. I've heard this before. I've heard it before. There's Osiris, the shepherd, with the winnowing fan, and the coup, burning up the negativity so we can pekka mku. And there's your Jesus with the exact same thing. Jesus the shepherd with the winnowing fan and the coup. There it is right there. What's that? That is that. Jesus the shepherd. Woo! And of course, right into the book of Psalms. The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want. He maketh me to lie down in green pastures. Green pastures, like farmland? The shepherd, green and farm, with the rod. Lying down in green pastures with the winnowing fan to burn up the negativity with the fire. You don't produce the word of God. Here we go. The rod and thy staff. Because you're walking through the valley of the shadow of death. What's the shadow of death, man? Christian, tell me what's the shadow of death? I know what death is, but what's the shadow? Is that the echoed realm? Is that the echoed realm that we've been teaching about for thousands of years? The realm of the pure energetic projectable double, why the word Ba means double, why the word Ka means double. The double realm. Is that the realm of the shadow of death? You know, because the shadow is a double, the shadowy realm. And you walk with your rod and the staff. And there's Jesus right beside Osiris, the concept of the staff. And the rod comforting was lifted from the shepherd's staff. Eventually, the winnowing fan, the wheat fan, David is said Daoud, which is Taut. That's Tehuti's name. That's where David's name is Tehuti. That's where they get it from. That's David. It's Taut. David. Taut. And who was the teaching of this? Who was the teacher of the scribes? Taut. What was the teaching? live in this land of love, Tamare. May your heart and your words be your strength, because the Nesu is your tongue, and tongue is love. That was the teaching of Tehuti, who was the teacher of all the scribes. That was the father of the scribe, the Netter. The land of love. The Ebe, weighed against the scale, the heart of love. The word Mer means love, and it's the word for tongue. What does the word David mean? David, Tahut. Oh, David means beloved one. Hey David, how you doing? David, the loved. The loved one. Here we go, everybody. Welcome to Tehuti Podclass. Whoa, David, in the book of Psalms with the shepherd. So what have I taught and shown you thus far? 1, we acknowledge the male and female generative principle in all of that which creates. 2, the power of the tongue, sound vibration, was the knowledge of Ra, and thus microcosm as the voice of fire and strength. 3, the separation of negative vibrational energy, Pekka Mku, was microcosm as the shepherd's tool, and thus Osiris was the shepherd man. 1, 2, 3. Oh, with all this ancient knowledge of immortality, did we almost forget to read the Hermetic story of Poimandres from 2,500 years later? Let's read it. Well, we're going to read it with your favorite music in the background, because you know what? This whole class has been this already. This whole class has been this already, but let's get into, let's seal it up. You ever kiss a cobra? Tehuti Overdrive music. Let's get into it, everybody. Here it is. Here's the Royal Collection of the Corpus Hermeticum. And now, here we are in the Corpus Hermeticum, the Greek rendition of Tehuti mutated into Hermes, and this interaction with the great spirit force mutated into Poimandres. Let us see now that I read it after the teachings, after these teachings that you've learned, if anything sounds familiar. I have blanked out a few words until the end. There we go. Go right into the Hermeticum. There you are, Hermes. How you doing, man? There you are. There you are, Corpus Hermeticum. The Corpus Hermeticum, the core documents of Hermetic tradition, dating from early Christian era. They were mistakenly dated to a much earlier period by church officials and everyone else up until the 15th century. Because of this, they were allowed to survive and be seen as early as a precursor to what was to be Christianity. We know today that they were in fact from early Christian era that came out of the turbulent religious seas of Hellenistic Egypt. These are taken from the Medes translations, which are public domain at this point. The Hermetic begins off with Poimandres. Here is Hermes talking. It chanced one time, my mind was meditating on things that are my thoughts, was raised to a great height, and senses of my body being held back, just as men who are weighed down with sleep after a fill of food from fatigue of the body. Methought of being more than vast in size beyond all bounds, called out my name and saith, what wilt thou hear and see? And what hast thou in mind learn to know? And I do say, who art thou? And he says, I am Poimandres, mind of all masterhood. I know what thou desires. I am with thee everywhere. Corpus Hermeticum, line 3. And I reply, I long to learn things that comprehend their nature and know God. This is, I said, what I desire to hear, he answered back. Hold in my mind all thou wouldst know. I will teach thee, even with these words. His aspect changed straight away in the twinkling of an eye. All things were open to me, and I see visions of limitless, and all turned into light, sweet, joyous light. I became transported as I gazed. Teleported, transported. Next one. But in a little while, darkness came settling down in part of it. Awesome, he's describing the consciousness now. Awesome, gloomy, coiling, and sinuous folds, so that me thought it like unto a snake. And then darkness changed in some sort of moist nature, tossed about beyond all power of words, belching outside smoke from a fire, and groaning forth in wailing sound, beggars in all description. And after that an outcry, inarticulate, came forth, as I thought it were the voice of fire. Therein, out of the light, a holy word, logos, descended on that nature, and upward to the height from the moist nature, it leaped forth as pure fire. Light it was, swift and active too. Boom, there's your light consciousness, raw manifesting as the form of a snake serpent. There's the pure consciousness being associated with the holy word and the voice of God of fire, the Nesu. The Nesu is the flame of fire, the holy word, the tongue. Next line here. And God, the mind, being male and female, as light and life subsisting, brought forth another mind to give things form. Who God, as a he, was of fire and spirit, formed 7 rulers and enclosed cosmos, senses. Men are their ruling fate. Corpus Hermeticum, being the male and female. God, life subsisting. Boom, there's your fire, mind, consciousness, manifesting as the great he, she, ATTON. In the pyramid text, 161. ATTON, the creator of the eldest gods. I am he who gave birth to Chu. I am the great he, she. 2,400 years BC, 2,500 years before the Hermeticum, story of Poimandres. Let's keep going, man. Wow, Tehuti, you gave us all those plagiarisms. That's amazing. Oh, wait. The original question was about Osiris. How does Osiris, the shepherd, fit into all of this, Tehuti? Oh, that's right. I never told you what the title of Poimandres was, did I? Let me take you back to the beginning of the Hermetica and read it again, this time without the blanks. Here we are. Corpus Hermeticum. Initiation into Hermetics. The Hermetica of Hermes Trismegistus. Here we go. Let's read, man. Corpus Hermeticum. Poimandres. The shepherd of men. Uh-oh. Poimandres. Who art thou? I am he. I am man shepherd. Poimandres. Then saith to me, man shepherd. And when I saw these things, I understood by reasoning. Man shepherds, word, logos, Poimandres. Boom, the definition is the man shepherd. Boom, that is actually what Poimandres means, the shepherd man. Here's Osiris, the shepherd man with the winnowing fan, the Khu, the tool of light consciousness, word, which was Nesu, which if you translate what comes from the Nesu, the words, it translates in Greek as the logos. That is the logos, the word, because you're utilizing the Nesu, the tongue, which speaks the word. Thus Poimandres is the shepherd man, who's also called the logos, the one of the tongue, or the one of the word, found all the way back in the utterance 219 east wall of the pyramid text, with the shepherd king, the shepherd man, Osiris. And guess what else they translated Poimandres to? We didn't forget about Ra, right? Let me take you from Poimandres to Jacob Bromi, Hermeticism in the Christian tradition. Here's the book right here. From Poimandres to Jacob Bromi, Gnosis, Hermeticism in the Christian tradition. Egyptians originally have been proposed by Frank Granger in 1904, by Francis Lewin Griffith, 1925, by Francis Marcus, 1949. Granger Marcus etymologies must, for a number of reasons, be rejected. But Griffin's proposal is very different matter altogether. According to him, the name is Greek version of what in Coptic would be Poimandres, which means the knowledge of Re. That's the Coptic. That's when you go into the Hermetica, they say this was preserved with the Greeks and the Coptics. When you go to one translation of Poimandres, it's the shepherd man, Osiris, who represented the power of Ra, the tongue of Ra. He's the shepherd man, the logos of the word. And when you go to the other definition, it's the knowledge of Ra. Boom. Hotep, I am done. And if you all want part 2 to the magic energy of Poimandres manifested, expounding on how they use Poimandres' spirit to execute the reduction of Earth population through the blank virus, you know what virus I'm talking about, while simultaneously utilizing Poimandres' spirit force energy to execute the George Floyd ritual, you can send that request in as well. Hotep, I am done. Matrix broken. For those who appreciated this more than the waiter that you have tipped, and if you have learned or if this has had any impact or advance your recent current understanding of the subject matter, send your tip of appreciation. You can call it Heist of Hermes, Osiris, Fiery Tongue, or any creative title you come up with to PayPal at RockySV, Cash App, TT Amun. My timer went off. It's 7 o'clock. I think that was an hour and 40 minutes. I'm going to put the link in the room for the team to jump in. For those who appreciated that, Cash App, TT Moon, PayPal at RockySV. I don't know what else to say. Support the Tehuti Podclass team supporters. Jump in the room. I can't see the chat right now, but I'm about to go there in a moment. It is PayPal at RockySV, Cash App, TT Amun. Support with questions or send in your appreciation. If now the Poimandres information seems a little bit more interesting, and now you know what it's from. In part 2, if anybody sends in a question for that, I'm going to show you the Poimandres linked in the George Floyd ritual. All right. I see people jumping in the room. I'm going to get to in just a moment. I'm going to put Cash App, TT Moon, PayPal, Rocky SV. Support the Tehuti Podclass. Those who appreciate, I'm going to check the chat to see who appreciate it. We are the House of ATTON, the ancient Tehutian teachings of the Natiru, houseofatton.org. Support what you've never seen before. I want to see Soze Mania on the panel. I'm going to check the chat to see if he lasted through the answer. I think it was an hour and 35 minutes. Where's everybody? Where's Nefertatan? I see 3. Who is here? Harassed it. Let me turn this down. I'm getting indication and notification. While I'm teaching the class, I gotta turn this down. Unless it's an emergency. There we go. Boom. All right. Waiting for Scribe to jump in. I see who's the bottom there. Harassed it, Bella, Anu, Antu. Okay, let me click them in just a minute. Oh, where'd they go? Support Cash App, TT Moon, PayPal at RockySV. Boom, 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 boom. About to check the chats right now to see what people thought. I need to see Soze Mania. Who's in here? Matt, daughter of Ray, is the first name I see. I haven't seen this name in long. I haven't seen this name in a long time. We got, what did it say there? Anipata with a Y. Okay. Anipata, daughter of Matt. I thought about daughter of Matt Ray yesterday. She is in the class. Wonderful. Soze Mania, how you like your answer? It was an hour and 40 minutes for you. Cash App TT Moon, PayPal at RockySV. I hope you all appreciate what you just saw. And I'm going to check the Gmails. Let me close all this down. All this Poimandres down. I've never been asked about Poimandres in my life. I've never been asked about that in my entire life. Shout out to Soze Mania for asking the question. Let me go around the panel real quick, and then I'm gonna check the Gmails to see the support. Soze Mania, this is the one who asked the question. An overflow of necessary information. Thank you. Wonderful. All right. Wonderful. Peace Annie, peace Antu, peace Menko Ra, Maria Ma'at. I'm gonna peace Harass, and peace Bella. I'm gonna step away. I hope you all were filled. I hope you all have you were well nourished with your cup of energy power. And I'm gonna step away for just a moment, and you all build for a minute. I gotta step away, then I'm gonna come back, talk to them for a bit, and then read the donations. You all build on that build. I'll be right back. Peace.
Hotep, yes, we will build on that build. Hotep, great Sabatua. Yeah, Tua for that. Yeah, it's great because I love that these type of questions get asked. Because, you know, when you come into any type of knowledge today, they always attribute to these books, you know, the Hermetica, and these are the quote unquote forefathers of spirituality and magic. And so now it's starting to get reversed back to the source and to the origin. And the only place on, you know, where it should be, which is a place where it says Tehuti. So it's a beautiful thing. I know one part of that was very interesting was seeing the Nesu BT with the gold tongue. Never saw that before. That was amazing. To see that. Yeah, Poimandres, the shepherd man. You know, it's a wonderful thing. So I hope everyone is supporting this. Yeah, I could go on, but I'll let everyone. I'll go around the panel and let everyone build on this, because I'm sure everyone here has some wonderful additions to add on. So we'll start with you, good brother Anu. Hotep.
To Hotep and Nefer words. To Sabatudi for this answer. It was absolutely magnificent. I loved all the Medu. I'm happy that at the end he brought it all together, because I was confused what it had to do with Poimandres. So he brought it all together. I was immersed within the Medu. I feel like I was getting multiple classes within one, for sure. I am very appreciative of him giving the Medu name for the coffin text, the ANUHERQERES. I love that he went over the Met and Mut. He has gone over it before, but I love hearing it. And for me personally, I'm really focused on the Medu. So I love learning all the Medu, and I am going to go and watch my Egyptologist shows and stuff like that, where they go and they do archaeological digs and use the knowledge that I learned in there. That's what I like doing, to help install it into my mind deeper, to see what they say and see how they just say stuff and don't explain it, and then be able to explain it to myself because Sabatuti explained it to me. So I'm very grateful for that. I'm grateful for the whole class. Everybody support our Sabatuti. As Ani said, the questions like this are great questions, because when people first get into the knowledge, they always end up at the Greeks because everything's attributed towards the Greeks. So this should be a very powerful class for everybody and for all the future people. So please support our Sabatuti and Hotep.
For words, very nefer. I love this class very much. It was very powerful, and I definitely needed to hear some of the things, or most of the things that he said, actually. And a lot of things stuck out to me. I really love that he brought up the tongue. All of that is very important to me. And just to imbue it in my life, it's very important for me to hear it on repeat and just imbue it daily and hear it over and over again to just place it deeper in my mind and my subconscious. So I'm very thankful for Sabatuti for this class. It was very powerful for me, and it's definitely helping me purify and cleanse my Eve to create a beautiful life with my tongue, my sound vibration. I'm very thankful for you, Sabatuti, for everything that you do and the life that you create and give out to us. And that's why I support Sabatuti for all that he does to give back what he gave me and gives all of his students. So thank you very much. Hotep and Meri.
Man, back Hotep. Hotep, I'm listening in the background while I'm taking care of that, but I'm glad you all appreciate it. I don't think I heard. Did I hear from Annie? Did you say anything yet?
Yes, I was first.
Oh, that's why I missed it. I immediately ran out, so I missed whoever was first. Okay, wonderful. Bella, did you say anything yet? I'm not fair. That was.
No, not yet. But if I'm able to, I would like.
Yes. Go ahead, and I'm gonna go into the donations, the support. I want to really see. I want to see the appreciation on that, bro. Go ahead, Bella. Thank you all for your great word. I heard Anu and Anu talking about the Egyptologist and the love of the meta-netter, and yes, drop the bomb on the coffin text. Yes. Okay, go ahead. Go ahead, Bella.
So for that for teaching Tehuti, the HERU Patois, I liked it very much. The part where you taught us about the section of the writings where it said Ma'at should be painted on his tongue with a scribe's fresh ink. I have read that before, and I have always wondered, well, not always, but I have wondered what it meant. And so I like that you taught us about it, and how you said it was the wisdom of the next, and wisdom is true, and true is firelight consciousness, and nest is firelight consciousness. Thus the tongue not being painted on the tongue. So I liked all of that very much. And I liked the Hekinku, how it's farming tools, how the ku separates the edible wheat and had double meaning of Heka and ku. I liked that very much too. I liked all of it a lot. I was very excited to learn from you, and yes, I'm so very
Look, I'm glad you appreciated that, and good details. Good details on what I taught. Very, very good appreciation. And it's a class this class is a class that I taught many things that I didn't put into the class. Many of that, which about 40% that I taught, was not on the screen. It was just extra wisdom that I was discussing. So I'm glad you all picked up the hidden jewels and the things that weren't even a part of what I put together for Soze Mania. Glad you appreciate it, Bella. And okay, Haras, yes, it's going this way. Haras, go ahead.
To SABA, I definitely want to make sure that I can say something on your teaching. I just learned this week, reading Budge, Egyptian religion, that they refer to the heart as the mother. So that ties into that for me, because I've been going crazy on that, because it just that resonated, something I did not know, and it means so much. And then also I wanted to speak on too, how if someone's new or innocent, they call them green as a negative thing. And I just wanted to put that out there. Like, that's not negative. It's actually a good thing. So, Tua, for that, I really appreciate everything that you do.
Thank you. What a great observation. There's a lot of these matrix things. When something is green, they consider you that you don't have any knowledge of the topic. You're green to this. And then when somebody is treated really good, they compare you to a fruit that's rotting. So if you're treated if you're brand new and have no knowledge, you're like the green plant. You're green. But if you're treated very, very well, like a king or like a priestess or somebody who's treated very well, then they say you're spoiled, rotten. And I want to know if King Tut was spoiled. I want to know if your son is spoiled more than King Tut. That's all I want to know. I want you to pull out what you gave your son, and we'll go into the King Tut treasuries, and I want to go side by side and see what the comparison is. So, but that's a good observation. Wonderful. Okay, Menkora. I don't know who.
Yes, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Say it again, Saba.
Oh, I was calling you out, calling your name out to see if you said anything yet.
No, I didn't have a turn yet.
Okay, go ahead, good brother.
To Saba, my Eve is full of joy. You are, of course, vibrating at a very high frequency. I appreciate the love you just gave us in that teaching. That was very healing. I've been learning a little bit about the Library of Alexandria, and not only was it a library, but it was a research center. So Tua for giving us teachings on that library, because I haven't heard very many people teach on that. So Tua for that, and this whole teaching was very Nakash. It was a powerful sacred sermon and a ceremony that you just gave us. Tua for being a high priest and a Netubiti. You just prepared me for something. I won't speak on it. So this is very powerful. I don't know how you knew to do this, but I think you purposely did more than just answer the question. So Henu and Hotep, this was a sacred sermon, and I will definitely have this on repeat. So Henu, Hotep, and Kes to you.
Thank you. Tua, I don't know what to say. Tua or Nini, both. Glad you appreciate this. Is of course this is way more than the answer. The answer started with the shepherd. That was the answer. I could have just said the answer started with Poimandres, the shepherd man, and Osiris, the heck and the coup. That was the answer. Was about 7 minutes long. Everything else was more. What's that?
You just confirmed something for me and for the brothers. So to witness what just happened is definitely transformational. Definitely in tune with the Netzeru in a very powerful way. So thank you. You just made my job much easier.
Okay, nice. I'm glad I made your job easier. Wonderful. Thank you. Okay. Making life easy. There we go. Okay, nice. All right. Primordial. You getting your how you like Poimandres now, man?
So but that from the top, that was definitely the whole question. The whole answer was Tehuti Overdrive. You should have just kept this song going from the very beginning, because you was in overdrive the whole time. To you. My favorite part though was when you mentioned Pekka Mku, when you were saying like these are things that were learned. You learned these negative thoughts, and you can take them off. You wasn't born with it. When you say you wasn't born with it, that hit me in a way that I gave reciprocity just for that bar right there. Because that was pure fire. That you could literally make yourself light. And when you mention when you're down or you're sad, you hang your head low, which symbolizes as being heavy, and that was phenomenal. That literally changed my my coup tremendously. So to you, great SABA. I appreciate this. Definitely playing it back, because you put so much into this, and this is definitely a workout class. Just put this on while you're in the gym.
Okay, nice, very good. Glad you appreciate it. I know you always pick up the little you pick up the little wisdom in the pockets. You grab the waves, and inside the wave is some wisdom in the waves, and you always seem to catch it. That was one of the things that was not a part of the class. That was a part of dream work I do to my Natur at night. That was not a part of this class whatsoever. That's something that I do at nighttime with my one of my Naturs, and sometimes in the daytime with the other one. So that was a personal thing that was just to show that when this computer shuts down, the podcast doesn't end for me. So it's the same. The computer shuts down, and all the Pekka Mku and everything is still going on. So I wanted to share that's actually what I do. I do a practice and a wand waving and all different type of things. So I'm glad you picked up the little jewel. And who knows, one day I may teach you that in a one-on-one or something. I don't know. You can do it to Gabriella.
Oh, definitely, yes, sir.
SABA. All right. All right, everybody. We're gonna go to the. Who's this? Here's a brand new person. I never really look at the chat, but shout out to Portland. It must be Portland, Oregon. Is it this Portland Andy? Portland Andrew. Bless Tehuti. Thank you. You're welcome. We have another Tehuti that says he bought the Purge of Stepping Out the Matrix last week. SABA, I appreciate the enlightenment. Wonderful. Tehuti, another Tehuti there. All right, now we're gonna go to the what is that? Now we're gonna go to the support, and we're gonna see what people we're gonna see the appreciation for this. I'm gonna see if I compare it to Doritos. Let's see. We're gonna go. Let me reset this. Boom, and here we go. We're gonna start off. I'm gonna read a few more, and then I'm gonna take a break again. Robert E. Williams. That's always the first one I see. That's so interesting. And this is one of the biggest tips you've ever given for Soze Mania. Soze Mania, someone's tipping in your behalf. Oh my. Let me move all this. Whoa. What am I going to call it? Oh, 1 second. I'm going to see what I'm going to call this one short. I'll call it Nestu. Okay, here we go. Shout out to first tip that I see The appreciation for this is the good brother Robert E. Williams. Get ready to give some big noise. Who do we have on the sound today? I can't see the screen. Is Annie? Is it you?
Yes.
Is it just you today, or is Whoa, what's this? Hold on a second, everybody. Please, 1 second.
Spoke that heck out on that night, and
yeah. Oh my, man. Okay. All right. Let's give this man some big nights. We don't have and Seth's not on yet, and Annie is the DJ. Here we go. All right, look at this. Starting off with a big one already. Robert E. Williams tipping for Soze Mania's Poimandres question. What an answer! Give him some big noise, please. Robert E. Williams. Robert E. Williams, wonderful. Thank you, brother. You thank you for your appreciation of me and what it is that I do. And of course, coming up next, I'm gonna start looking at the timestamp of when these two tip, because some of these tips come after the class. Some of these tips, some of these tips come before I even teach it. I think this was one that came. Oh, thank you. Came out. Anu and Antu. I'm gonna let let's hear the Antu voice. Go ahead and read that first, Antu, please.
Tua Tehuti for purifying our Eve to create with our nest.
Give him a hand clap. Give him some noise. Here, woo! We got the explosion. Here is the brand new person. We're going to give them some big noise because not only is this a brand new person, but the tip is large. Wait. 3, not 4, 3. Yep, okay. The tip is large, and I've never seen this name before. And the tip is large. I wonder who this is. This is and look at this name. This name here holding a lot of power. Let's shout out this brand new person I've never seen before. Mayantre TR Ba'a Maaskafel Bay. Holy smoke. Let me read that again. Main Tree TR Ba'a Baskafel Bay. Whoa. I never seen a name like that in my life. $33. And look at it. Look at the tip title for L.N.L.OVEQ/Q FLAIL J CROOK he she. What's going on? We have a brand new person with some of the people in the podcast have their own language. Officially, Main Trade TR has stepped in the building, given one of the biggest tips, and this is his own language here. L.N.L.OVEQ/Q FLAIL J CROOK he she. Give this person some huge noise, please. First time supporter that I know.
You see, that's how it's done.
And yes, the heck out really works.
Woo! Okay, man. Okay. I'm reading a couple more that I'm going to take a break. Let's see who else has appreciated this answer. Is anybody watching the podcast? I think there's 70 people. I can't see right now of all the people watching the podcast. Have you ever tipped a waiter? Appreciate what it is that you're getting here. That was an hour and 40 minutes. And I don't know, before I started this class, I asked everybody clearly if they heard of this and some of the things here, and people had no answers. So this was definitely, if you're sitting watching this for an hour and 40 minutes, you were definitely watching it for the purpose of benefiting, unless you're collecting information to debate me one day, and I will more likely never debate again in my life. So I hope you all appreciated it. Now the next person that shows support is, of course, Nook Punuk, right here with the 3 axes. Nook Punuk, 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 Punuk. Bella, could you read that for me, please?
Well, for letting me read. It says $9.99 for Hotep Saba Nectar Tehuti Amun Hotep Ra Nesupiti Ma.
With the you see the fire and the little emblems there?
Yes. Can I start over?
Yeah, start over, and because that has a little code in it right there. Go ahead.
It says $9.99 for Hotep Saba Nectar Tehuti Amun Hotep Ra Nesupiti, and it has a fire symbol, a bumblebee, another fire symbol, and then it says Ma.
Right, that's literally the word Nesubiti. He found the emojis. That's the Nesubiti. That's the fiery tongue and the bee. Give him some big noise, please. Thank you, Bella. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Who's next? Who's next? Ox Effect. Ox Effect tip. I'm going to read this and a couple more, and then got to take a break. Got to rejuvenate. All right, good old brother Ox Effect. I think this is the brother Main Tree right here. He's in the chat. Shout out to you, Main Tree. They greatly appreciate your support and your appreciation and this name. Main Tree Train, aka the name is this one's even different. Main Tree Main Tree Main, aka TR3 Triple. We got the powerful name here. Thank you for your support, good brother. I'm seeing a lot of new people in the podcast today, and supporters. This is excellent. So wonderful, wonderful. I think Sarah's clapping. Thank you, Sarah. Okay, who's next? Who's next? Oh, here it is. Ox Effect. Ox Effect. Who's here? Sarah, could you read that for me, please?
Yes, 2072 for AUSAR, the Shepherd of Men.
Give him a hand clap, please. Thank you, Ox Effect. Thank you, Ox Effect. Wait, I thought I saw. Oh, here's the person that asked the question. Is this a Cash App? It has a YouTube in it. Interesting. Well, here's the good brother that actually asked a question. We're going to read these two, then I'm going to step away for a moment. Here's actually the brother that asked the question. This is Soze Mania, who's very appreciative. This one here is the YouTube link, and the other one, oh gosh, the other one is a thank you. So I'm going to go on. The brother gave two tips for his question. And where'd it go? So it's and you give a YouTube with a question mark in it. I'm not sure what that is about. Maybe it's a clickable link or something. But shout out to Soze Mania, son of Henry. $10. YouTube.com. Maybe this is his YouTube. Give him a clap, please. Give him a clap. Tiny experience said, wow, George Floyd ritual. I've given I think 25 classes on the George Floyd ritual that were never online. All right, shout out to son of Henry. And here's his other appreciation. I'm going to take a break after this. As soon as I gave those 25 classes on the George Floyd ritual, which was right before I went on Killer Priest, that's when they banned all talk about George Floyd other than what the media allows you to other than what they allow. They banned it, and then I came on the Killer Priest and gave a little bits. But I've done about 20 something classes, quite scary on that topic. And then then as soon as I came on the pod class, they banned it. So none of those 25 classes went online. All right, here we go. Shout out to where'd he go? Where did oh, it's gone. Hold on, let's fix this. Son of Henry, son of Henry, and Mad Daughter of Ray said she's on the west side. I don't know what that means. West side. I don't know. You're in Ghana. That's the west side of Africa. I don't know if you're west side, maybe back across the border, but I see you're in the room, so maybe your time is back on this time here. That brother, there's a funny brother named Chief X. He said, what did he say? He said, I'm from the West Coast, so I'm banging for the West Side. And my answer, and I'm banging for, what did he say? I'm for the West Side of Africa, Nigeria. He's banging for the West Side of California and West African gangster. I don't know what's happening. All right. Okay, shout out to thank you for approaching. Thank you for approaching. Is that the word I'm reading right? Approaching my question. Peace. I don't know what that means, but give him a hand clap for that. Approaching? What does that mean? That means walking up. All right, thank you. Appreciate you. Give him a hand clap. Oh, back in T. I don't know where Matt Ray wants to be. You're back and forth. I don't know, but glad you are safe. Shayet says, Henu to the greatest SABA. Your tongue of fire ignites my car. Wow. Okay. Wonderful words. Good to have a fiery tongue that lights people's car. Wow. That's powerful. Let me scroll down. Okay. Okay, we're gonna stop right there for just a moment. I see you, Tehuti Ka. Tehuti Ka gave a donation. Owen Heifley, I see you. I gotta take a break right now to refresh myself. I'm gonna come back, read a couple more of the tips. For those who saw that class, I don't know, Annie, do you remember when I started teaching the class? Or how long it was that my timer went out?
Yes. Let me see here. 2.5 to, yeah, that was close to 2 hours. Yes, close to 2 hours.
Close to 2 hours, right?
Yes.
For those who just watched a close to 2 hour answer and appreciate it, support the Tehuti Podclass. Support this phenomenon. This is not just I don't know what to call this anymore, but support this phenomenon. Cash App, TT Moon, PayPal at Rocky SV. The next, if that was close to 2 hours, then that was the short one I put together. That was the filler. That was the filler question. The third eye one, it's going to be a little longer. And then there's going to be a possible surprise at the end if anybody wants to donate for it. And a lot of people are going to be very shocked. I'll be back, everybody. Peace and love. Support the Tehuti Podclass if you're seeing these answers, if you're seeing what it is that we're doing. House of a 10 for life. We're doing what no other is doing. We're changing, unraveling, and breaking down the matrix. This is the only place this is happening. Supports. You can send in questions. You can just send in support for what you've seen. If you've ever tipped a waiter, if a waiter ever brought you some greasy shrimp with high cholesterol, and you tipped in $10 to $15 for causing your body's cholesterol level to raise, if you tip that, if you've ever bought bags of Dorito, bubble gum, Lay's potato chips, Krispy Kreme, saw the Avengers, if you gave reciprocity for that, if you gave reciprocity for Colgate toothpaste, racist Dove, and anything like that, if you've ever gone to if you've given reciprocity to the system, supports something that is actually enhancing your consciousness. Peace and love. I'll be back.
Yeah, we're here, and we're the best.
Yes, Hotep and New. Yes, support the great SABA, support the podcast. To everyone who sends in reciprocity for this. It really pleases my Eve to see that there are Kas and Bas amongst this planet walking that appreciate this in the midst of all of the Isfet that people get distracted by. So Tua and Henu to everyone who does that and sends in questions. And of course, all the great Karu. So last class he did, as I explained, he went into the word Ker, and in this one he went into the word Mer, which is also the word Meru, which means a supporter, a partisan. So every single one of you that support carry the frequency of what he just taught on that word Mer. You walk with that frequency too because you support this, and that's literally what the word Mer means as well, is support. So Tua and Hinu, for everyone who does that, it's a beautiful thing. Yeah, this was very deep. One of the things that I truly appreciate about having the root information is when you take it prior to the matrix, you're able to see the purity of of how it's supposed to be taught and how it's supposed to be received. Right? The matrix today takes all of the information and twists it and utilizes it for its Isfet agenda. And it's just a beautiful thing to see the dynamic between the balance of the masculine and feminine and how we always understood that. So I love how he went into that and showing the ANUHERQERES, the writings on the Karas of the nectar that they translate to the He-Chi. And we also see a teaching about that in the Him to ATTON, where speaking about the duality of being male and female, but understanding the presence of that, because there is no man or woman in a realm prior to the what we call the physical. So this is a beautiful thing. And you know, I have a song that I haven't released yet. It's called Fiery Tongue. I haven't released it yet though. But it's one of my favorite words, nest, and all of what it goes into. And just like Anu said, you know, studying the Medu Neter, it does a lot. It's more than just learning a new language, far deeper than just learning words. And because of the imagery that creates the sound vibration for these tones, and they start to tell a story, and SABA Tehuti is the one who taught me this by showing these words and how you can create sentence structure through using one sound vibrational tone, and it tells the entire story just by using one word. And because we were so advanced, even inside the word, you can spell them multiple ways. There's not just one way to spell a word. So depending on how the scribe wanted to, whatever he wanted to teach in between the way that he's writing, he would spell it in particular ways, and we would add the image at the end of the word to help to describe what the word is. So it's absolutely phenomenal, and it's living in itself, because when we start to look at the writings, and I went through some of this in my class that I just did on Sunday, Ptah, and I translated an image of Ptah without going into the actual writing that we recognize as writing, because of the imagery in itself are words, because the language are words, and it's a beautiful thing. So whenever the Greeks started to be taught by the scribes and by the priests, they completely understood who they were in the midst of, and that's why they write themselves into the history in that way. That's why they don't hide the fact that that's where they got their information and knowledge from. And as time started to continue, of course, they started doing that less and less, and started to take credit for their knowledge. And so, you know, now we're here today where everyone knows the Greek names, the Greek gods, and even when you hear people speaking about the Natiru, you never hear them say that word. All you hear them say is Thoth, the Atlantean. That's all you hear them say. And you know, so I'm just ecstatic that we're here, and we're able to reestablish the facts and the source back into people's consciousness, because there are people who want this information, but have to sift through all of the lies to get here. And there's a lot of attractive things on the way that can garner your attention. And then once you put your Eve into that and it does something to you, it helps to enhance your life. It can be difficult to let that go, because now you have a personal connection to that teaching, even if it's not all the way correct. So there is a lot to be done, and you know, we're doing our part, and just want to give adoration to everyone who's doing that, and especially the CROOK, who are now coming and giving classes. So SABA Tehuti is creating students who are becoming teachers, and this is how we're going to continue to keep building at high levels, and it's just an amazing thing. So you're seeing for everyone who's here live listening and watching these classes, who have never come forward and put yourself in a position to be in front of the world, let alone start to teach on information. And information like this is the most sacred information that you can bring forth. You know, there's a lot of things that you can teach, but when we start going into the ancient foundations of eternal life and immortality, it doesn't get any more deeper than that. So many of us were in those same positions where we're sitting and we're watching, taking in the information, and now we're here becoming what you all see in front of you. If you just go back and watch the growth of the pod classes from the first one to the teachings of Ma'at to the House of ATTON to where we are right now. So, you know, just Henu to the great Saba Tehuti, Henu to everyone who just wants this information, because this is a frequency. This is a frequency that exists, and the more of us that come together under this notion and start to put together our minds to create and get over those fears that keep one held back from coming forward and advancing consciousness. It's a very sacred space. So yeah, I just love all of what he went into in that. I got many notes from that. I love the writings of MERIKARE. We're going into that in the Ma'at Fundamental Friday classes. Absolutely fire, the knowledge of Ray. So yes, continue to support this. Bella, are you there? Sister, I want to ask you a question. Are you there, Bella?
Yes.
Hotep. I see an image on your SAB back there behind you. I wanted to ask you, who is that on your SAB right there?
I don't want to say I know the Ren of him, but I just put it up because I want to imbue. But I have to ask Saul who it is.
Okay, yes, excellent. It's a little far, I can't see, but yes, okay, good. So 2 up for that. But yes, I'm ecstatic about what's taking place. Let me see, let me blow that up real quick. Okay. 2 Okay, let's see if I can go within my Rolodex and find something real quick. So
I need you shared that last week in your teaching. What y'all talking about? Stop playing.
Yes. But yes, I just wanted to say that and go through some of that. And yeah, just hinder to everyone who's supporting them. Looking forward to some new faces coming up on the panel. So if you support, build a relationship here in the podcast and join the group. Make sure you join us on Discord. The great brother Minku Arab Mary Ma'at hosts monthly meetings on the Discord. So come build with us. And I'll pass the mic to whoever would like to build on that.
Yeah, peace. Can I be heard?
Yes, sir. We can hear you.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, Ani, I like that last part you said when you were talking right there, when you said a lot of people have emotional attachments to things, to information that may not be necessarily true, but there's a connection to it. And that's hey, you dropping bars too, man. That's that right there alone in itself is pure facts. Because that is true, and I know it to be so because I experienced that along my journey, even before I met Saba. Like just understanding that to the point to where if I'm really trying to search for truth and search for the root of it, I must become unbiased. I must be able to let let certain information go that I once held dearly, but it wasn't the complete truth, or it wasn't, they took it from something and they built off of it. And that was one thing that was, I feel like that's one of the hardest that is one of the hardest obstacles to overcome for a lot of people, is letting go what once sustained them along their journey. So as people continue to develop and continue to get better and continue to go, down the journey to find who they really are and to find the source of all teachings, you can't be weighed down by those things. You can't be weighed down by the things that you learn. Like, I still can't hold on to the things I learned in Christianity and try to bring it with me in the teachings of Ma'at. Like, I have to let that go, even though it once sustained me in my journey back then. I would never disrespect it because I see people's, state of mind and where they at, so I relate. But I do try to at least shine that light and bring them out of it, because once you go in there, once you go in there with pure destruction and ripping realities and tearing them down, like Saba said, like, can you build them up? Like, can you can you bring them to where you are, or at least, guide them towards the direction that, where you are now. And it's very strategic in doing that. And that's what I like about Saba so much, is that he's very strategic at what he says and how he presents, and to me that's masterful, because I may not be able to talk to what makes it masterful, because I can't approach Menku Ra the same way I come to Anu. Like, there's a different approach if I'm talking to both individuals. But Saba, he breaks it down, and he's so masterful at it that he can give a huge presentation, and we all like in awe, like, you know what I mean? Like, we may catch it at different points of time. Like, some of us may not get it right now, but tomorrow when they rewatch it, they like, oh man, I got that. Or some people may get it as they hear it. But at the end of the day, is Saba still taking you along this path, and he's pointing us to a direction that is like, man, it's got us up here right now. I'm just participating and supporting and continue to peck him cool and continue to grow. So I just love how I just love the art of words, the art of speaking to people and being able to figure out the key to their lock, because everybody's locking is not the same. And even if you with your mate, you know what I mean? Like, y'all lock's not gonna be the same, even though y'all live in the same house, even though y'all do a lot of similar things, it won't be the same. But that's where adaptability comes in, and that's where discipline comes in, and that's where consistency comes in, and you just start to unlock, you know what I mean, in different levels. But at the end of the day, you still get to see that beauty of just awakening. Like, you still get to see your unity get better, your one, you know what I mean, that oneness gets better. It's huge growth. So yeah, I am in love with the art of speech. That's why I love the breakdown. I mean, the build up that you did with the last class about Ptah, and all the teachings that Saba even brought to the table about Ptah. That's just the creation and sound frequency. Or even when Saba mentioned about the great Natert Alset being masterful in words. And Atef mentioned that in one of his readings when he was given the adorations in one of the readings about the great Natert Aset. Just masterful and skillful in words. And if any gift, that's one of the best gifts to have. I love that type of gift. Because you can approach anybody with that type of gift, regardless of the matter. If to communicate is everything. So, but before one can do that, it's that coup that must be aligned. That coup gotta be pure. It has to be that your ka gotta be strong. You just gotta continue to pack him cool. So you can't have one without the other, and I love that, man. So I don't know, I'm just venting a little bit, but peace and love.
Yes, go ahead, Sarah.
Yeah, I just wanted to say too, it's also beautiful when the ones around you start getting rid of some of that stuff too. My daughter's birthday is on Monday, and we both agree that we are not blowing out candles. We will be lighting them and let them go out naturally themselves. So I think I can appreciate that with her as well, that she is in agreement with me that we will not be blowing out candles. We'll be lighting them.
Happy birthday to her.
She'll be 11, and I've really got to get a grip on her.
I'm on mute. Somebody's birthday?
Yes, Sky's going to be 11 on Monday.
Okay. Happy birthday to Sky. No blowing out candles. Okay. Wonderful, wonderful. Me and my Natert were talking in the background there about my Natert was pointing out something to me, and I was like, yeah, it's one of the Matrix words again. She heard Annie talk about the discord. She said, doesn't discord mean something negative? I said, yeah. It's one of those, the English language is the pure chaotic language. When you look up discord and discourse, we're grown up to believe that means conversation, but it actually, the etymology of it means to be against and to disagree with something, to not agree, to not be in accord with something. But we've been actually taught it that it's some type of conversation. And when you look it up in music, a discord is an agreement of harmony tones, and then it's also something that's not in harmony. So it's one of those interesting things. But we were talking about that. This language is absolutely disgusting and crazy. My Natert says, and he has to make up a new program called the Accord. Called the Accord. I said, yeah, you have to make it up because Discord is crazy. I kept hearing that word and I was like, wait, they're tricking us again. Discord, discourse. But well, shout out to everybody on the panel. The energy is wonderful and beautiful. To Annie for the updates and things you were saying while I was away. To everybody for the great appreciation. I can hear a few things that are said. I can't hear everything because like I said, people have no idea what is happening, what I have to do while I'm running the quad class. My breaks is it's just anything's happening over here. So while I'm taking a break, I'm in the next room feeding a crocodile varanus turkey. So these are the things that I don't know if anybody's committee teacher does, but this is what I have to do in my breaks. I'm feeding crocodile varanus turkey meat. Hoping he doesn't confuse with my finger. All right, so we're gonna get back to a couple of the donation support, and then we're going to get into the next question. I have to get the next question ASAP because it's going to be a long answer. It's going to be a long answer. One moment, hold on. Okay. Can everybody see me okay?
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Okay, good. All right, so we're going to get into a couple of support donations. Shayet popped up. There's some older ones from earlier today. Dr. LaRoche. We'll read about 4 of these and we'll get into the next answer. 8. Seems like we're missing people on the panel. You okay, Nanny? What's that? Is the thing open still? Is the crocodile open? You sure? Okay. Okay, thank you. It's closed? Okay, thank you. Thank you. Okay. We're gonna get into some more the support. Where is everybody? Seems like the panel is not like it was last week. Where's Nook Punuk? Who's missing here? There's people missing on this panel today. Nook Punuk. Where are you, good brother? Or the hardcore? Nook Punuk. We need you to jump on the panel with your great energy. Main Trace says, beautiful Fang? Exist. My brother has, he's coming in with his own language already. Coming in unique. his own language, energy, great. Awesome. There's a few people in here. Maharu, Nefertatan, Nook have their own language, and Main Tray has just joined the crew of having his own unique language. And every once in a while, Harass has her own language too. All right, so we're gonna shout out to this supporter here, who is who? Shayet. He says, could you read that for me, Bella? Is anyone enter here? Maybe they're missing.
It says $9.99 for tongue of fire whose flames ignite the claw. With a red hot Mary.
Okay. Give her some big, give her a hand clap, please. Okay, thank you, Shayet. Nook Punuk. See, his work is WRK. That's his own language there. All right, Nook Punuk is at work. Worka. I don't know, man. This Worka. All right. Shout out to you, Nook Punuk. That's his own language there. He's at Worka. Okay. Who's next here? Harass is having a ball over there. Hey, Tehuti with his 1111. Teaching his netter are real. Oh, it's on here. Okay. Annie, I can't see the screen right now. Is Anu and Antu on? Maybe that's who's missing.
They are the grandest creators. There is no room for debaters. Step to me with your whack knowledge and I'll split your head like equator because I'm full of different flavors. Come and watch your behavior.
Yes, he is on the panel. He is on the panel.
I can't see him, but I can hear him. Was he doing a song? I can't see the screen. I just hear him. You guys doing a track or what?
Yeah, that was some new bars.
Oh, okay. Is it from a soundbite or was he on here just rhyming?
Yeah, it was from a soundbite when we did the talent show. Okay. Anu. Okay, I see. I'm back to the screen. I see him now. All right, Anu may be the only one who can beat me in a rap battle. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see on the pathways. I'm gonna have a rap battle. I used to walk around everybody with $1,200 to challenge people years and years ago to beat me in battle rap. Those days were fun. $1,200 to beat me in battle rap. It was hilarious. One guy came close, and then when I researched his bars, it was from a person called Fabulous. It wasn't even him. He was reciting another actual established rapper called Fabulous. He came a little close though, but he's a thief, so he didn't get his 1,200. All right. Okay, I think Anu may take my title. Anu, I don't know, man. You may
take the title on the pathways. I'm coming for you. I'm coming for you. Okay. You guys form a dual rap group. Double Anu and E. Anu and Annie. There we go. Okay.
I have a song title for you, Saba, and these two brothers. I just shared it with some of the other brothers. It's called Infinity Entendre.
A song title for me? What do you mean? You're doing a song too?
No, I want you, Ani, and Anu to do a song. It was inspired by what you just shared from the King MERIKARE. And made me think of a title called Infinity Entendre.
Oh my goodness, I'm retired, man. I'm retired, man. I used to rhyme back in the day, but I'm retired now. Maybe I'll sell my bars to one of these guys. I'm retired now. I'll sell my bars to somebody here. But I'm retired because they didn't like me when I tried to come out as a rapper. They didn't like me. They didn't like me, so I just stopped. All right, here we go, everybody. Next one here, supporting. We did we do Tehuti Ka yet? Did I show that on the screen?
No.
Okay. Mad Daughter of Race said, "Make a comeback." Make a comeback. Oh my goodness. You're buying the bar. Nook is buying. So first, let's give a clap to Tehuti Ka. Teaching Netzer are real and their power is in us. Give them a hand clap, please. Okay, rap game needs you in the net. Yeah, the kid just told me she stole some of my rhymes for her song. Yeah, the kid just told me she bit some of my rhymes for her song, but I gave her permission. You can have them all. Take them all. I had this challenge going out once. This challenge, the amount of words in your rhyme that don't rhyme. Who can have a rhyme with the least amount of words? And I have the challenge of the people to spit bars, 4 bars, and only 4 words in the bars don't rhyme. But anyways, okay, let's go, everybody. Next up, Gabriela Lopez eating her watermelon in the background. Splashing on the kiwi, delicious hydrating kiwi with her baby urges. What's it called when you want to eat something because you're pregnant? What do they call it in the Matrix?
Cravings.
Yeah, your baby cravings, eating the watermelon and the kiwi. Okay, Primordial. Did you join her? Did you get any watermelon and kiwi in your break, Primordial?
So you know, I had her blend it up. She made some. She took that watermelon blended. I was drinking it.
Okay, let's give a shout out. You got the what?
So you got to have the juice.
Oh man, that's one of my favorite tracks too. Juice, Rakim. All right, 2772. Primordial, could you read that for me, please?
Yes, it says 2772 for the Netter Tehuti Inner Time.
Inner time. I gotta add that too. Tehuti Overdrive. I'm gonna have to add that too. Inner time. Tehuti Overdrive time. It's Tehuti inner time. That's a new one. Thank you, Gabriella. Inner time. Okay. Inner time. Wonderful, wonderful. Sheshet says, facts. I caught an old episode of Killer Priest and got a nice surprise with straight flames from the tongue of fire. That must be from Killer Priest rapping. Killer Priest has that tongue of fire, yep. Oh, not, oh, SABA spits fire, no. I don't, I'm Run DMC, man. All right. I can't rap at all. I'm the Fat Boys. Fat Boys are back. All right, next. Oh wow, Gabrielle. Oh, I'm gonna save that, Gabriella. I'm gonna save that, Gabriella. Wow. She had a part 2 donation. What? Okay. And Primordial right back to back with her. Primordial, this is the one. Primordial said he sent this tip for this wisdom I dropped. Primordial, so you can read that, please. Oh, where'd it go? Yeah, don't believe in family. I can't. I'm raw base. I'm raw base, and I need to get down. Okay. Shout out to Primordial Thought. Primordial, read that for us, please.
Yeah, Saba says $20 tip. Pekka and Cool Knowledge, which was fire. Two Asaba, Hindu Fist, Black Eve, and Ra.
Woo! Okay. Okay, now I'm gonna go and we'll end off with this, Dr. LaRoche, then I'm gonna get into the next answer. Here we go, everybody. Dr. LaRoche, MD. Let's see. Oh, there's a tip too. Oh, from there's a tip from last week. Tip for what is it? What was the class on? I don't know. Dragon? Oh, I don't know. What did I teach on? Dragon? I think that's it.
Fluoride in the dragon.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Thank you so much. Fluoride and dragon. I put flied. Hold on. That doesn't matter. Okay. What did he say? He says class on Hesi Ray and a pep. Okay. Shout out to Daniel Roach. Inner time. I like that. Inner time. Okay. Inner time. I'm gonna add that. Add that to something. Shout out to Daniel Roach. Nice class on Hesi Ray. A pep. Glad you're seeing well. Thank you. I'm glad I'm seeing well too. Give him some big noise.
You see, that's how it's done.
Woo! Overdrive inner time. Shout out to Daniel Roach.
Here. And
It's still going? Yeah. Well, from last week too. Gabriella. Yeah. Shout out to, let me see the screen. Shout out to Daniel LaRoche. Appreciate you. Thank you so much. If you're watching, appreciate you. You're gonna love this one on the third eye too. Shout out to you. Atef says, awakening. Saba is raw from the jaw. Don't be fooled. No. Nope. No. I am Dougie Fresh. Okay, here we go. Yeah. All right. Who is it? Who's this? 1 second, everybody. Let me check this. Oh no. Shout out, I'm not reading that, but shout out to Nefert ATTON. So for those who are watching right now, before I get into the next question, this Pathways of the Awakening is going to be, I'm going to take a certain amount of people. I can't take too many, but I'm going to take a certain amount of people and do the naming ceremony. I've been contacted by, what? Hold on. Okay. I guess it's, hold on. I've been contacted by a lot of people inquiring about the naming, the rent ceremony. Like I said, have been the information and the donation before August 7th. You don't have to wait till August 7th. That's just the last donation I'm taking. I think I've gotten one official so far. I got to look back at the files, but Nefertatin has secured, so she'll be officially getting her name. I send out a request for people, and when they send the request and the donation, that's when I actually log it in, that they're logged in. Do not wait till the last minute to send in your the request that I asked for to give you your name with a donation. Once those two things come in, the Ren ceremony starts. Some people I've started, I started a while ago, and they haven't even asked me for the Ren yet. But anyways, send that in for those who want to know where to send that. This is the email for now. This email will be changing to Podclass offices, but you can send in that Tehuti. How do I get my Ren? I've got a lot of requests, but I think only Nefertatin has secured that she'll be definitely getting hers. But there's some time. It's only June. We have June, July, August. But June, July, August. After August, I can't take any more. It'll be too much for me, and the actual process that I take to do it takes a long period of time. It takes a very long time, so I can't have 10 people pile up on me. October 2nd. Give me a name. So, shout out to those who have sent in a portion of what I asked, and for those who want to know more, send into that email, and we'll get your Ren ceremony started. Okay, let's go on to the next. All that water, SABA drinks, evaporate. Oh my God, Shesh Shayed is going. I gotta put on music just for Shesh Shayed now. He officially thinks I can rap for some reason. All right, shout out to who else is here? Anybody else that I didn't read? Old Octavia Sly, Nito Campbell. We have Nito Campbell. Let's go. Whoa, harass, harass. Okay, I'm not saying whoa for this one, but there's actually multiple supports from harass, and I'm actually just seeing them in full now. So I'll read two of hers, and I'm going to get into the next question. Shout out to harass. Harass did. Shad is not giving up till I put out an album. All right. Shout out to Harass did for $5.55. Oh, this is a tip. Tip for the Anu Hound. Give her a hand clap, please. Hello, Ryan Elliott. Thank you. Harass did. And maybe this is part 2 of that. This is a back-to-back with hand claps. Hand clap. Harassed it with a hand clap. Give her a hand clap. She sent like 4 donations tonight.
That one goes with what I had sent to your I had sent you a message on Facebook. So that one kind of goes to that because, like I said, it was about the heart being called the mother, and I was watching another one of your class, the same class, and then speaking on the seat of us that. So it kind of like I just had to give your tour because yeah, you're so awesome. I don't be speechless.
Thank you. Okay, thank you, Horace. Thank you. Your support is like a journey. It's like thank you for filling in the blanks, because this support goes to a message that went to the heart female that you read in the book, and it's awesome. Thank you. I would never have figured all of that out. Thank you. Now that means so much more to me. Thank you so much. Okay, I'm going to read this one because this is a brand new one from the brand new young lady who's in the class. This is I thought I saw her name. She gave two. So I'm going to read this one. This is from MERI Sekhmet. She actually gave two, and she's brand new. So definitely reading this one off. Tip Nesu. I'm gonna put Marie, because it's gonna go with the other one, and it's a new person. Shout out to Marie. This is a tip for understanding her name, getting a better understanding of her name. Let me see. Who's here? Anu, could you read that for me, please?
Yes, I can. Adira Israel sent you $15. She says, I give thanks because now I have a better understanding of my chosen name.
Give her a hand clap for that, please. And so it's actually it's $15, but it's actually $17 because she specified on the name that maybe couldn't fit or something. I'm not sure, but no, PayPal can fit, but she clarified. So the name she sent, that it's $17. You've given me understanding of my chosen name, MERI Sekhmet. Give her a hand clap for that, please. Okay. And now one last one, then I'll get into the answer, because I like this brother very, very much. I will call this brother a man of his word for different reasons, and also for influencing his sister. His sister is now speaking with me, and shout out to Africa. Owen Hythe, 2172. And could you read that for me, Bella? Could you read that?
It says 2172 for above university level teaching, Hotep.
Woo! Give him some hand clap for that, please. Hand clap for that. Thank you. Vancouver, SABA don't rap. He's invoking and echoing the Pat ancestor. Oh my goodness. Thank you all for this rap thing. I'm glad Killer Priest wrote my my part for the what was it called? I'm glad I had a rapper write for me. I can't rap. I used to back in '92. All right, shout out to you. No, I've never had anybody write my rap, but I don't really rap anymore. But maybe I'll be invoked. All right, that's it, everybody, for that. Now we're gonna get into the answer. Shout out to the people. I see Eric G. That's it. I see Gabriel Lopez with another big one. I see Tefram. I see you. Antu, I see you in there. Oh my goodness, Sheshayet. Okay, I have to get the answer. I have to read this one too. Okay, this is it. Last donation for this section. Then I'm going to get into the next question. Wow, Sheshayet is she is wanting me to put out something. I don't know. I don't know. Okay, Sheshayet. Wow. Shout out to Sheshayet, sent $10 for me to put out an album. Sheshayet Tehuti album release. Fiery Tongue Serpent and the hat. Give her the hand clap. Give her a hand clap. I don't know what donation this is. Wow. Okay, Sheshayet. Okay. I'll think about it. I was actually thinking about it 3 days ago, so maybe that's what's happening. Sheshayet. Appreciate you. Okay, everybody, we're going to get into the next question of the Tehuti Podclass. Shout out to Big Blunt. We'll see if people give tips for it. We'll see. Well, I don't know. I don't know. Okay. All right. Who's here? Is that it? Okay. Okay, that's it. Thank you. Thank you, Sheshayet. We're gonna get into the next question here, the Tehuti Podclass. The next question, ladies and gentlemen. Here it is, the third eye question that people have been asking and never ever sent in a question until the brother Anu did. So this is the question here. Let me get this on the screen. The question here. The third eye. The true origin of the third eye, taught for the first time post-Matrix by Tehuti. Where is Nefertatan right now? Nefertatan was actually the first to he was going to actually have a one-on-one with me about the third eye, and I'm surprised nobody ever. Maybe I teach so much on topics that are inside and around it that nobody thought to ask the question. But here we are. Let me put the question up on the screen, the official question up on the screen from the great supporter. Where is he? Is he here? Is he on the screen? Is it Antu? Wait.
SABA, I'd like to clarify that this one was mainly Antu's idea.
Okay, I'm gonna be on the screen in 1 minute. I can't see you right now. I'm gonna be on the screen in 1 moment to see what you're speaking of. I gotta find your question officially. The butterfly effect. That's not it. Okay. Oh God, that's gonna be another one though. Butterfly effect. Alien agreement. I can't even answer that. Okay. I can't tell you what the agreement is. All right. Here it is, right here. Got it. Okay, got it. So I'm gonna put it on the screen here. First, so everybody, where'd it go? Everybody, give a big round of applause to this question sent in. This is the next question I will be addressing here this evening at the Tehuti Podclass. Some people may be saying to themselves, man, I already know the answer. I mean, literally everybody in consciousness, or whatever they call it, seems to already be familiar with this. So maybe my answer won't be too surprising. We'll see. But it's $40. Give some big noise. And two, could you read that for us, please? Or you're involved in this?
Yes. Breakdown and build up of what is the third eye.
Give them some big noise, Annie. Give them some big noise, please. Let's go.
And yes, the Hekau really works.
Oh, you have echoes on the stuff now? Wow. Oh my gosh. You may need to give up rap and become a DJ or a producer. You have echoes on it now, reverbs. Whoa. Thank you, Anu and Antu, for this question. And now that I'm on the screen, now Anu, tell me what you were saying there, please.
I was saying that sending in this question was mainly Antu's idea.
Oh, thank you, Antu.
You.
You must have heard me. You heard me mention it. Speaking about it.
Yes.
Thank you. So you know what? I don't know, ladies and gentlemen. There's 44 people watching. There's people in the chat, and I'm sure everybody in consciousness must already know this. So I'm going to go around the panel before I go into the answer of this, and let me see if I should even answer it, because you all may already know. So we'll start with Annie. Oh, Annie, my answer was asking why the I to the Y. Any significance of that?
Yes, there's three main reasons.
Okay.
Why I did that. One reason is because as I'm gathering together my artist profiles, a lot of the ANY pata is, or excuse me, ANI pata is taken. So
really?
The ANY. And of course, you know, this is just the English translation of the glyphs that really is my name, which is the vulture, the waves, and the double reed leaf, which also is a Y as well.
Say it again. You said say it again. The vulture, the what?
The waves and the double reed leaf, and a lot of times the double reed leaf is actually a Y.
Yes.
But yes. So as I'm doing a lot of work behind the scenes, I like everything to be the same. So I was able to utilize this in every way. So those are the main reasons.
Okay, nice. Okay, so we're gonna go around the panel right now and ask everyone. Third eye. I'm sure, Annie. We'll start with you. Have you heard of the third eye before? And can you give us a small little summary on what this third eye was? Is there an origin of it? Is it something taught about in Kemet? Is it something inside your brain, a physical thing that can be removed through operation? Give us a little quick one.
Sure, yes. And because this question is, I know what you're about to do to it. I'm going into this as an empty vessel. Sure, yes. I've heard of the pineal gland being the third eye.
Okay.
Yes.
You said you know what I'm about to do to it? You know? Is that what you said?
Yes, I know you're about to do whatever anyone else is expecting you to do. You're going to do the opposite.
Oh, no.
I know that.
Oh my goodness. Okay. That's fair enough. Anu, have you heard of the third eye? Could you tell me just a little bit about what you've heard? Is it a physical eyeball on top of your nose? Is it a symbolism? Is it the brain itself? What is it? Third eye.
I've heard that it is the pineal gland, and that it's an energy, like a mehi.
Okay. And two, I know you've been over there practicing with the third eye. What do you got for me? Tell me what you've heard about the third eye.
I've heard that it's the pineal gland. That's it.
Wow. Okay. Seems to be the ongoing theme. The third eye is the pineal gland. Okay. Menkura, you've turned into a ghost on me. Are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Like a ghost.
You look like the Japanese X-rated movies. I can't see you. Where are you?
What?
I can't.
That's not my intention.
What's happened to you, man?
I don't know. My laptop, my computer. I don't know. I don't know what's happening, but I'm sorry.
Okay, I'll make you. I'll go ahead. I'll listen to you. You look a little ghostly, but I'll listen.
I've heard of the third eye and the pineal gland together, but I think what you're going to do is definitely going to touch on consciousness. So I am focused. I have my pen and pad ready, and I am in tune to the frequency that you're going to put out.
Okay, nice. Harass, I know you've been, I wonder what you have heard, because I know you only want to hear facts from people. So if you've heard, I don't know if you've seen a little image of the eye of HERU inside of somebody's brain. I'm not sure what you've seen, but
I know that I know nothing. I just like that my freckles have clustered together and have created this little marking up here. That's what I know about it.
Okay. This is interesting. Okay, Bella, give us a little summary of is the third eye is it a physical eyeball in your brain? Is it a spiritual consciousness? What is this thing? This third eye? I wonder why it's third. Well, go ahead.
Well, I don't know why it's third, but I've heard before that it has something to do with the pineal gland and in the center of the forehead, and that if it opens up, like magical things happen. I've heard that before.
Oh my goodness, this is really good. I really want to I can't wait to check the chat. I know everybody's typing. I gotta see what people in the chat are typing. What is this third eye thing? I keep hearing the pineal gland. Actually, I think when Nefertatan asked me about it, I think that was in the Nefertatan. When you asked me about the pineal gland, with the third eye, was pineal gland a part of the question? I think. Yes. Okay. We'll get to you in a moment. Primordial thought. Tell us about the third eye, man. Where's the third eye located? What is it? Where's that?
I've heard some say it's the first eye.
Okay, the first eye. I think Annie taught that once.
Yes.
I think Annie taught about the first eye. Annie, did you teach them about a first eye?
I think I remember doing something like that.
Okay, Annie. Okay, Annie, the first eye. Go ahead, Primordial. Teach me, because I need to know about this thing.
I knew one SABA that said he's a strange SABA. He wears spiders on his hat, plays with snakes. He mentioned something about my HERU. You know, I've heard that before.
Okay, now my HERU. Okay,
and in the Matrix portion, I hear it gives you special powers as foresight. You know, if you watch movies like Doctor Strange, you know, we love Marvels and super characters, Saba. So, you know, it gives you foresight, superpowers, be able to see in certain dimensions. Is
it an eyeball somewhere on you?
Yeah, something pops up it's an eye, and they call it third eye.
Is it physical though? Is it a part of your
They
anatomy?
make it physical. They make it physical, but I've never seen anyone's eye just pop on up out of there.
Man, okay, I'm gonna go to the young lady who started this. Actually, before this question was asked, this young lady started this all off. I've even heard this. Yeah, there's an eyeball that can be calcified. Calcium surrounds it, and you gotta break the calcium. I don't know.
Yeah, you gotta put the Tehuti paste, you know, and unlock it. And but
tell us about this third eye you've heard about Nefertatan. Why you seem to be interested in it?
I am interested in it. And my initial question, I found it really interesting that it was within our skull, and our skull is like a protective barrier. So if it could be anywhere in our body, why is it that? Prior to learning from you, what I knew about the pineal and what made it really etch in my mind was the fact that whether you're talking about the eye of HERU or the eye of Ra, when you look at our brain, the pineal has the same shape as those fractions, as the eye itself, like the loop and everything. You can see that in our brain. So I found that connection really interesting. And then there's a Bible verse as well that talks about pineal and sort of a coded way of I hope that's what you break down, but a coded way to hint at the pineal in the body. So I'm no expert. I'm just curious to know what's going on in my own brain. So.
And when you say the pineal gland is when you say it's the shape, do you mean the like it's a vesica Pisces shape, or do you mean there's shapes in it?
No, it's like a side profile of the brain, and when they show the pineal, if you were to like map the eye of one of the eyes of Ma'at, it actually like overlays it and picks it up. So
Okay, that's what I mentioned with harass. Okay. All right, now, and so you've heard the pine. Oh, yeah, of course, because you said pineal gland. So the third eye is actually part of the physical anatomy. It's not just a spiritual thing, but it's a physical thing that it can be taken out of the. It's inside of the head.
Yeah, isn't that what eyes are for? To see?
Yeah, so
it matters. So yeah.
Okay, good. All right, everybody. Let me go in the chat real quick, and then I'm gonna step away, throw something on me, and chat room. Have you heard Master K? I knew he'd come in. Master K. Master K jumps in. Okay, medulla oblongata, ajna chakra. Okay, what else? I need you all to ajna chakra. What is? Anybody else know anything about the third eye? Ox effect with the ajna chakra, purple violet color, 1,000 petals, lotus when open, gives clairvoyant properties. Wow, this sounds sounds Indian. Ajna sounds like an Indian word. Okay. Ajna chakra. Okay. It connects to the intuition. Wonderful, everybody. We're gonna get. Oh, here we go. Angela Gates says, third eye is the pineal gland, and that is how the Heru send information to a man. I mean, I need to do the class. This is you guys. It's a pine cone. What? Third eye is the pine cone. We got pine cones. Man, this is. Matt Daughter Ray says it's the evil eye. Woo! There's so many different. The duppy eye. What in the world? I do them.
SABA, some people say it develops some kind of Christmas oil within there, man. Some kind of special oil.
Yo,
I've heard a lot of things.
Class is over, man. Christmas oil, evil eyes, pine cones. I gotta see if they sell this thing on Amazon. This is awesome. Okay, everybody, I'm gonna. Oh my god, I'm gonna see what I can do with this because it seems like what I thought. I don't know. We're gonna find out. Hotep Nicholas Noatic, I got your email and I'll be reading it tomorrow. It does take me a while. When I get an email, I could read it like 5 days later, but I did see your name on there. Colostrum fluid. Calcium fluid. Everybody, I'm going to step away for just a minute. When I come back, we're going to get into this third eye origin, pineal gland, DMT, the pine cone, Christmas gifts, all kind of things. We're going to find out what this third eye is. I'll be right back. When I come back, I'm going to try my best to answer this. My thing is way off, man.
How dare they try to use my magic against me?
I'm just saying, there's no jar for the brain, so I don't see how if that's where the third eye would be, I would think that it would be regarded a little bit differently in the teaching. So that's what I have to say about that. Because they just scooped it out and it's gone. It was no jar.
Yeah, that's a great point. If it's in the brain, that's something that we didn't keep. So that's an excellent point.
Or I once heard that like part of the initiation into the Illuminati or Skull and Bones is they take that and they eat that. I once heard that too. Yeah. Sorry, I didn't mean to. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to creep y'all out. I'm sorry. I saw the reactions. I'm sorry. This is the kind of stuff that's on YouTube. I'm sorry.
It's okay, Manku. The overdrive music is on, so all the psyops, false flags. This is the only. You got the green light for that.
So I'm gonna have to put that other music on, that dark one.
Yeah, that real dark one.
Yes, this is going to be beautiful, very powerful. If the first class, he said it was going to be like a filler and ended up being a complete very extensive teaching. And this right here, as I said, I'm going into it as an empty vessel because SABA Tehuti has the ma'ah to be able to look at things in ways that none of us ever have. And that's a very beautiful thing. So I'm excited about this. Yeah, Minku, you took it to a whole nother territory. I mean, there's a lot rituals everywhere.
Well, it makes sense, right? If the pineal gland is the third eye, right, and Illuminati, skull and bones folks want to access the power of the Neteru, then part of their ritual would be wanting to tap into the melanin and to the powers of this sacred organ. So this is just what I heard that they do. They don't have the power, so they want the power, so they do these kind of things.
Yeah, makes sense to me, Minku. Yeah, to everyone who supports, keeps sending. Look how he froze. Keep sending in support for the class. It's a beautiful thing. Tua, Anu and Antu for this question, sending it in. And when Saba alludes to something that it's a reason why the overdrive music never stopped, because it's already taken place. It's a beautiful thing.
It'll be good to hear, because everyone's using the term pineal, and I just did a quick look on the etymology dictionary, but it's going to be great to flesh out what this truly was before that word was even made, because that ties it to pine cone, but I'm very certain that it was called something else before that. So the etymology and the languages really have a way of fracturing us and taking us off path of what we should actually be focusing on. So I feel like we're in trouble a little bit, because before Saba came off, he's like, I feel like my answer is already wrong from what everyone is saying. But hey, if it's that drastically different, then even better that we get that reattunement and that realignment.
Yeah, because we know, we've been students of Saba for a while. And especially when it comes to the mainstream, quote unquote, spiritual teachings, this is some of the first stuff you come across, third eye. You have people tell you, open it, and then other people tell you, don't open it. Don't open your third eye. You'll see scary things. So, there's a lot of teachings when it comes to this. So to now just hand this to Saba Tehuti and let him teach on it. This is going to be a gem and a gift for everyone. So yeah, I'm happy and excited about this. So yeah, again, Tua, Anu, Antu, and Antu for planting the seed and initiating the question. So yeah, this is going to be another one for the book. So houseofatton.org. We've gotten, Saba's given many teachings on, Ma'at HERU, and how we speak about the eye and the Perm HERU and what's known as the MERI, Aku text or the pyramid text. And it actually being in the middle of the forehead. Saba has showed that in the Perm HERU that's there. So with how how deep he said this is going to be and how long this is, if Saba says it's long, then you know it's going to be long, because it's short or long. So yeah, I'm looking forward to this.
Ani, what you say, the first, second, and third person?
First, second, and third person. Yeah. You know.
I know I missed a bit of the panel earlier, but Ano and Ansu, any want to give any backlight to the inspiration that led you guys to bring this question forward? Ansu?
Yeah, I heard Tehuti speaking about it not too long ago, so it just inspired me to ask it. That's really my kid, though. But I am very interested in general, but he sparked the idea for me to ask the question.
Tua.
Tua to you as well.
I remember one time on Killer Priest, when Saba was on there, someone left a comment that said their third eye was blinking. And Killer Priest said, "Might need to get that checked out, brother." That was hilarious. Oh man. So we're gonna see if the third eye blinks and you know what takes place. And yeah, Primordial Thought 9. I remember in the Doctor Strange, he literally had a physical eye to open up. So it's just good that we can we have the information to go back to the source, and you know, because what everyone does is, you know, they take the foundation and then they start to create from the foundation and utilize it to for their own benefit. So to be able just to get the raw teachings of the source of where it actually comes from allows one to truly tap into the what it's meant to be utilized for. So I'm happy about that. Minku Ara Mary Ma'at. Peace, good brother.
Peace. What's up?
Would you like to speak briefly about the pathways before Saba comes back on and teach?
Yes, I would love to. Hinu Hotep, and I'm excited for Nefertatan as already locked in for the continuation of her Ren. It is going to be, today, I have to stop myself sometimes from reaching out to Saba and to Anikwata. But today I really felt like the ancestors were talking to me regarding the pathways. And I have a new aspiration for the pathways. I won't get into it too much because the day of the pathways is going to be extremely beautiful, and it's going to, you know, unify us in a very powerful, beautiful way. But now, what's on my eve is for something very sacred to happen. And so I'm gonna talk to the brothers and see what we can do to see if our high priest will give us something extra special for this year's Pathways to Awakening. So I love you all, and I'm gonna do my best to serve like I've never served before. Hotep Hinu. October 20th is the day we're looking at. We're still working on the logistics, so just stay in tune, and we'll fill you in with more details soon. Hotep.
Okay. Wonderful. I hope that magical thing manifests. And I have no idea what it is, but whatever it is, I hope that it turns out exactly as you visualize, and whatever you're inspired to see takes place. Mankora, and for those who don't know, I asked Mankora about the actual date. So Mankora, you may know as maybe in a few weeks, you think, because it has to be booked within a certain time to get a specific date.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Mankora will announce the date when the time is right, but it's going to be somewhere around either the 20th or 28th, one of those two. Is that right?
Yes, around that, those numbers, those dates are around the time we're aiming for.
Okay, great. Okay. Let's do it. All right, everybody. We're about to get into this question here, the third eye question. We're about to see what's true, what's false, what the origin of it is. Why is it so? It's associated with the pineal gland. Let's get into it, everybody. This may be a little lengthy. We'll see. All right, everybody. Annie Patel, love you. See you in the room. Peace and love. Anu and two, peace and love. See you in the chat. Menku Ara, Pathway Man. See you in the chat. Peace and love to you. Ooh, it's the screen just did an Evil Knievel 360. Bella, we're on Bella. Bella, peace and love to you. See you in the chat. Harass did everything good. See you in the chat. The original third eye questionnaire. Nefertatan, who set this all off with the pineal gland. See you in the chat. Peace and love. Let's see what's going on here. Primordial Thoughts. See you in the chat. Hope Gabriella pops up with her third watermelon. See you in the chat. Okay, everybody. Here we go, everybody, with the question. What is the third eye? What's the origin of it? What's real about it? What's happening? You know, these kind of questions are sent in and answered thoroughly at one place and one place only. Be ready to send your appreciation and support. For those who don't know yet, you are watching the House of ATTON, the ancient Tehutian teaching of the Neteru. Enjoy, sit back, grab your popcorn, your pen, and your pad. You will learn something brand new. We'll see. Most people that I come across already tell me they know what the third eye is, and they always point to the pineal gland. We're going to see what the reality of that is, and let's get into it, everybody. Now, this time I'm actually going to keep the timer on. 1 second. I'll message you shortly. Okay, can't get these messages while I'm teaching class, man. Okay, let me phase out of here. I'm going to put the timer on. And let's get into it, everybody. If you can see me and hear me clear, press a 9. If you can see me and hear me clear, press a 9. We're going to get into the third eye. What is the third eye? What's the origin of the teaching? Is it a physical body part inside the body? Is it something you can practice with? MERI segment is still in here, soaking it up, growing, expanding. Angela's coming straight out of the gates. The pineal gland. I think Angela Gates said something about the pineal gland as well. We have, here's the young lady I haven't seen in a long time. Andrea Watson is in full effect here. I haven't seen her in a while. Peace and love to you. Harass did. Sheshe can hear me. Nicholas Noetic doing his push-ups on his head. Working out, exercising daily. A Tefren Kim Ma'at will be in the, I hope he'll be on tonight. Peace and love to you. Okay, you all can hear me. Bella, peace and love to you and the kittens and everything else. You can hear me well. And we're going to get into it. We're going to get right into it, everybody. Here we go. All right, boom. Glad I can be heard. And let's get into this answer. Darren McDonald. Darren McDonald there. Peace and love to you. You can hear me. Okay, here we go, everybody. Boom. And let's get into it, everybody. Welcome to Tehuti Podclass. Let me see. Here we go. Ready? Boom. Is it sharing? You all can see the screen? Wonderful. Here we go. Boom, bam. It's 9 o'clock. I don't know when this answer will be finished. We'll see. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass, the question answer class of the House of ATTON. Due to the kidnapping of history and your spiritual identity stolen, millions of people have questions about who they are, where they come from, if immortality exists, what is the original religion, original languages, spirituality, who are the Neteru, health, purity, mental detoxification, out-of-body, ancient sources, out-of-body experiences, ancient source material, government psyops, telepathy, quantum entangled consciousness, unfortunately in the agenda of atheism, unfortunately now disguised in the form of the black consciousness, It really is now atheism. The atheistic quote-unquote Kemetic teachers will not have classes on the actual teachings, disciplines of the ancient writings of the indigenous people themselves and their spiritual beliefs, but rather teach from memes or only do debate, debunk, expose. I'm angry. I challenge you. I don't agree with you. Videos on other spiritual beliefs such as the Hebrews are wrong, the Bible is stolen, Egyptians are black, Egyptians are not black, Egyptians are Arabs. The pyramids in America are older than the ones in Egypt. We got you. We're older than you. We are the Abos. We are the American Indians. We're not African. Attacking everyone, but never giving you any indigenous writing. No indigenous spiritual discipline in its place to what they adhere to on a daily discipline that they and their family practice, never showing what they actually believe in, because in truth, those conscious quote-unquote teachers actually don't believe in anything. But they just have the urge to argue and have discussions based on contentions, thus to hide the fact that they cannot answer because they don't follow anything. They have made you feel uncomfortable to ask any of these questions, and you are laughed off of the stage or insulted for the above inquiries. That's the only platform class that exists on the planet where you can send in these questions with reciprocity and get an ebook, personalized, documentary type of answer, customized, and then taught live. With each answer, you get a subconscious matrix broken for you. Is here at the Tehuti Podclass. What are the questions for this section that Tehuti will answer? So first, let me do this because I already have the let me do that. Okay, here we go. Boom. I have the overdrive music playing. We're not even overdrive it. So here we go, everybody. The question is Anu and Antu $4 breakdown and build up of what is the third eye. What a beautiful question that almost everybody type of what a beautiful question that almost everybody thinks has already been answered. As a matter of fact, I asked the class to break it down in one sentence or so, outside of what you've learned here at the Tehuti Podclass thus far. What is the third eye? I saw people in the chat type, people on the panel type, say answers. People in the chat type, people in the panel say answers. Okay, wonderful. I love everybody's input. Interesting. Several different variables of answers, and outside of what my students have learned over the years on this concept of the third eye, no answer of any of your past teachers have given you resource to any scientific verification or indigenous writings, pre-colonial invasion. It seems like all answers on the third eye come from people's fantasy. Nothing traced back to any papyrus, any ancient cuneiform tablets, nothing within the pyramid text, the modern day New Age conjecture. It's all modern day New Age conjecture, and that is why you come here to Tehuti Podclass to get the truth from its origins that you will get nowhere else. Let us continue. Now, it appears when looking at images from ancient cultures, of which everyone shows, there appears to be some type of eye or some type of object of higher consciousness centered directly between the two eyes. People show you, but never give you any writing to verify what they're actually saying. It is that all they give you is pictures. Here are a few cultures with those images that are familiar to you. In China, we're going to go to the, I don't know if you are familiar with it, but we're going to go to the temple of Da Qing Ji at Da Fo Si. So here it is. Here's the temple of Da Qing Ji. Da Qing Ji at Da Fo Si. And then within this temple, what we see here is this. We actually see an image of a literal eye turns upright or turn vertically in the center right above the brow, the eyebrows. So we see this depiction of the third eye in China. Wonderful. Okay. Now we see Buddha, which means enlightened one, with a clear image having another eye right at the brow directly over the two normal eyes. Now I will take you to the Ashmolean Museum, Oxford, to the head of Shiva from India. So from China, now we're going to go to Ashmolean Museum, to the head of Shiva. And here we see again 400 to 500 CE, northern India. And what do we see here? Again, another eyeball looking object in the exact same place that we saw up here, but we're in another part of the world. So we go over here, we see again at the I'm gonna shrink it down so you can see this, at the temple of Da Xingji, at Da Fosi, so at the temple of oh, why is it so big? Sorry. At the temple of Da Xingji, we see the eye located right here, and that's in China. The Da Xingji, and then over here on the other side, in India, we see the circle again. We see another eye. If I were to ask the class, what is the third eye called? What have you been taught in popular Hindu philosophy teaching? Let me come in the room. So I'm going to interact with you all. What is the third eye called? The popular name for it, other than the English word third eye. Can somebody give me any other name for this third eye? Give me a name for a third eye. Go ahead and type it in the room. Ooh, it's warm. What's another name for third eye? Is there any name that's not English or just called across the world third eye? Okay, we got pineal gland. Pineal gland. Oh, here we go. We got some other languages coming in. Ajna. We have Ajna. Okay, that sounds Indian. Ajna, pineal gland. Ajna again. We have Nook Panuk says Ajna. Oxafek says Ajna chakra. Mary Sekhmet says Kundalini. Okay. Angela Gates says I don't know. We have Ajna. Okay, so it seems like the word for third eye goes back to this. It seems like the only word people associate with it is this word right here, Ajna. And Master K also, somewhere way up here. I don't know if I see him way up here. Somewhere Master K, I remember. Yep, there it is, Master K. Way up there says Ajna chakra. So it seems like Ajna is a popular word for this third eye. Wonderful class. Thank you. Ajna seems to be the popular word for this this third eye. So here we go. Let's continue. So everybody said, most people said, actually anybody who gave an answer said Ajna. Mary Sekhmet's answer was kind of in question form. She said Kundalini, which also is another Indian word. Yes, Ajna or crown chakra. There we go. Ajna or crown chakra. Some people say crown chakra. Some people say brow chakra, but it is a chakra in the head area that they say is in the brain, around the brain and between the two eyes. So when you look up the New Age, you will come across memes like this. Here it is, Ajna. So Master K, Nook Panuk, Maharu, and others who said Ajna. Yep, that is the word you will come across. And here are the memes. So whenever you come across third eye or chakra, Ajna, it always comes to you in memes. Does anybody notice that? When somebody brings up the Ajna or the third eye, they never show you any BC writings, do they? Do they show you any BC writings of this, of elaborating or expounding upon what this is? It's always these pictures that you can make on a computer. They look pretty. They make you feel good. You know, you take a picture, you Photoshop, put this. This is not archaeology. This is not ancient knowledge. These are pretty things that you can make if you have Adobe Photoshop or any type of editing any type of editing tool on your computer, you can make this and put this out. And when you look at it, it gives you a nice fuzzy feeling inside. Like this is something from some ancient culture, from something ancient. Ajna, third eye chakra, intuition and power, located forehead between the eyebrows. Color, they even know the color of it. The color of it is indigo blue. Number of, it has the petals, element light, Om, Sham, geranium. I take geranium. Okay, geranium. I take geranium before my workout. Geranium. Okay, mind, visual consciousness, emotion, clarity of intuition. These are the things I heard in class today. Clarity of intuition, insight. I see clearly. I want you to remember this one. This I see clearly. And it seems like it has a lot to do with sight. And then with Ajna chakra, it shows this bald-headed man. It looks like with somebody must be behind him with two other arms, and it looks like he's levitating. These things make you feel good when you look at it. If you ask anybody for any images like this from the BC era, and I call BC before colonialism, but any from the BC era, you know, from the ancient era. Like, let's get some writings on the Ajna from 2000 BC. Let's get some images. Let's get some images on this, because they should just be able to show you the ancient images. You don't have to make something on Photoshop unless you need to. Here we go, everybody. Never reference to any writings of indigenous people in the BC pre-colonial invasion, just new age books. But has anyone ever told you what Ajna actually means and why it pertains to an eye and crown and brow? More than likely not, and that is why you're here, the Tehuti Podclass. Can somebody tell me, please, those who typed the word Ajna, can you type in really quickly, what does Ajna mean? Does anybody know what does Ajna mean? Those who typed it, you type the word, do you know what the word means? Ajna. Anybody? What does Ajna mean? 55 people watching, don't be shy, feel free to just come in the chat and just type Ajna means blank. I want the chat to see what's being taught that Ajna means, because if we're using the word to describe such a powerful item inside of our body that gives us connection to the immortal sight, we should at least know why we're calling it that. Because why don't we just call it Pookie? The Pookie eye, the Bam Bam Bigelow eye. So if somebody says, "Yo, is your Bam Bam Bigelow eye open?" You'll be saying, "Yeah, what's that, man? That's not real." But somebody just comes to the word from another language, and because it's a foreign language to you, it's that's just a word that pops out when somebody asks you, "What's the name of the third eye?" Ajna. What is Ajna? It's Bam Bam Bigelow. I don't know. It's just Ajna. Ajna means Aj is third and Ja. Aj, third eye. So, but sometimes when people are trying to teach or get somebody into information, or maybe persuade them to whatever it is that their motive is, they may throw in a word that's mysterious because it's from a different language. Instead of just saying third eye, they say something that's foreign to your brain, Ajna. And they bring you to across the world to another language, and we say, well, what does the word mean? Why'd you take me all the way to India? We're here in America talking about the third eye. What's the name of it? Ajna. What's that? I don't know. Does that mean Aj, third, Na, eye? I don't know what it means. So why just keep it with third eye then? What? So Ajna. Ajna. Okay, so we have one answer here, I think. Let me see. One answer is to perceive. Okay. To perceive. Anyone else? People were typing Ajna in the room. Any Ajna? You have BC before colonialism. Ajna. Anybody know what the word means? Master K seems to be the only one that knows, but when I asked what the third eye was called, I saw about 5 Ajnas pop up on the screen. When I asked, why do you say that? Nobody seems to know, and that's how programming works. somebody asks you a question, if your subconscious instinct is to run to a specific part of the world, you don't even know why. Like, was the third eye discovered in India? Why it has an Indian name? It doesn't have an Eskimo name. The Eskimos never heard of it. No other culture across the world heard of the third eye. As soon as you say third eye, you automatically jump to India from America. You're in America being asked a question, and when you ask the question, you automatically AJNA. It's a program reflex. AJNA, Adhakrana, CHAKRA. Okay, what is AJNA? What is that word? It was discovered. The spiritual teacher discovered it in India, and prior to India, nobody heard of the word. So the word has no other word in any other culture. The ancient Philippines never heard of the third eye. The Sumerians never heard of a third eye. The Babylonians never heard of a third eye. It only exists in India. And that's basically what you're saying when you say that's the name for it. That's the culture that's the only culture that knows about it is India. And they never told you what it meant. You just say AJNA. Go automatically to India. Very, very interesting. When I asked again, somebody said something chakra. That's an Indian word too. Someone else typed Kundalini. That's Indian as well. So it seems like the Indians have a monopoly on this third eye. Everybody on the planet was illiterate to this understanding of this spiritual eye that you can see into this other dimension. And only India had the monopoly on the teachings of this. And that's when you're asked about the third eye, it's all of a sudden chakra, AJNA, Kundalini. Isn't that interesting? No one else across the world ever heard of it. No teaching of anybody on the planet has ever taught about a third eye other than Indians and New Age modern day people. Very interesting. Here we go, everybody. Let's get into it. Let's see what. So we got perceive from one person, perceive from Master K. Perceive. Okay, good. Let's see. Welcome everybody to the Tehuti Podclass. Here we go. Boom, boom, boom. This is going to be 2 parts tonight. I already foresee it, but that's the time that I have to spend to make these answers clear. So we have these answers without any hypnosis a part of them. Here we are. No program reflex hypnosis. Okay, there it is, AJNA. Now let me take you back before Buddha. Let me take you back before Shiva in northern India, 500 CE. Where do you see the oldest depiction of a third eye with an actual written elaboration to match? This is the first recorded. This is the first record in Earth's history of a singular eye being associated with magic, power, going up the head. That's a typo. They're going up the head, and this, of course, and in the middle of and on the forehead, the brow. This, of course, is the Aku Medu of 2400 BC, where you will see for the first time in history the quote-unquote third eye associated with crown. Notice when I asked about the third eye, automatically the word crown came in. Crown chakra, crown, AJNA, Kundalini. Here it is associated with the crown area, and this is the first time in history, 2400 BC. Here it is, the very first writings on this planet Earth of ascending to immortality. And this is the Aku Medu that people are calling the pyramid text. And the actual building goes back 2700 BC. So we're in 2700 BC. And now we'll go to pyramid text 641, CT 42. I give you the crown of upper Kemet, the eye from which went up your head. I give you the crown of lower Kemet, the eye went up from your head. The dread of you is the intact eye of Heru, namely the white crown. O king, I provide you with the eye of Heru, the red crown, which in power and many-natured. The white crown, eye of Heru, goes up from your head. Heru has given you his eye. In the chemist crown, red eye of Heru goes up from your head, and you appear as the king of Upper and Lower Egypt. are Res and Meheh. Appear, the coffin text, appear with a double crown. So it's in the pyramid text, the coffin text, the eye is issued from your head as the upper Kemet crown, great of magic. The eye has issued from your head as lower Kemet, crown of great magic. Here's the first time in history of the mention of a singular eye being associated with power, magic, and connecting with the afterlife realm of the non-physical realm. Here's the first record of it in Earth's history of an eye that is not your two eyes, but a singular eye. And this eye has association with magic and seeing into realms inside of the afterlife. 2700 BC, writings around 2400 BC. There's a depiction of it. There's another depiction of something, again, right above the brow. This one looks like a serpent. This is the Araret serpent. Note the spiral coming from the light circle directly above the head of Ramesses, Usar Ma'at Ra Septepen Ra. We'll get to that shortly. I'll show you as I'm reading it. So note the spiral coming from the light circle directly above the head of Ramesses, Usar Ma'at Ra Septepen Ra. We will get to that shortly. For now, also make note that the eye is the word Ma'ah and is also the word Uwajit. In the Per HERU, this is 1250 BC, page 97. Let me blow this up again. So here's the continuation of the pyramid text and what they call the coffin text, which I gave you the real name. ANUHERQERES. So here it is. Before the Lord of this earth, I see, the word see is ma'ah, filling of the uwajit, there's the eye right there, and inu, let not be done evil to me in the land, and there's cut out there. But here it is, the singular, the ma'ah, and there's the uwajit. And this is the symbol right here of the singular eye right here. And it's called uwajit, and it's also called ma'ah, which means to see, to investigate, to examine. So, which is very interesting because when I asked in class about what the word AJNA meant, the good brother Master K said, AJNA means to perceive. So we're correlating, we're starting to see something here, no pun intended, but we're starting to see something here that Master K and others who may have been raised up with an Indian influence, they learn about a word called Ajna, which means to see. We go back 2700 BC, we go back 1250 BC, we go back 2000 BC, we start to see that there is this eye symbol, and it's the word ma'ah, which means to perceive or to see. See that it's also called the uwajit. Okay, let's continue on and see as we continue on to follow the path to see what actually has transformed from the original teachings, and then eventually we're going to go into the scientific teachings and change reality, changed what something actually is. You will understand fully at the end of this class what actually happened in actual science. And what actually happened actually in science, in ancient teachings, and anthropology. Here we go. Boom. So there we go. Boom. All right. Now here we go. And this crown is called Araret, which means to ascend. In the chapter 15 of the oldest book of immortality. This is chapter 15. Here's the singular eye here, which is the word for seeing. One eye, seeing, ma'ah, seeing. So, by reason of seeing, thou art the Araret. The Araret is the word for that serpent that's moving up the forehead. In the image, when we went up here, right there, this is called the Araret. and it means to ascend, arar. And then araret is the feminine aspect of it. Arar is to ascend. And that's the cobra right there, direct in the same place where all the ancient cultures are putting the third eye. And it's saying the perception of the ma'ah is this. It's calling it the araret, and that is the ma'ah, the perceived eye. There we are. By reason of seeing, that's the eye, thou art everlasting, and the araret's crown is established upon thy head. Thou art the one making of his strength. So there it is right there. The araret, they translated to just crown, but it actually is the ascending serpent, and that's what's put upon the head. And then the person is now the Ari, maker of Maket's strength, which Maket also means protection. The Araret is associated with making things. Let's look close at the word for maker. What is it? The word for maker is the eye itself, the singular eye. The singular eye in the ancient indigenous writing is the word for making something. Okay? Here we go. Let's walk through this path step by step by step. So this eye, originally, in the oldest indigenous culture that actually brought it to the planet, associated the singular eye with the word making something, creating something. Okay? Now look back at the crown eye and note the swirl represents things emanating from an origin where something is made or built. So here it is, right there. And this is a little unclear, so we're going to go back up to the Ramesses one, the clearer one. Here we go. And we'll see that this swirl coming from this golden circle is this right here. It goes into a swirl, a spiral. Okay. And there it is right there. Now you think you're looking at a crown, which it is. We're going to show you what happens. Let me show you the word for building something in the Meru. Tell me what you see. Here's the word for building. What do you see? The same spiral that's on this crown, coming from this head area. We have the word over here. The singular eye is to make something. It's associated with the Araret, the crown established upon the head. And then one is the maker of strength. And the word for maker is the singular eye, which is associated with the crown. The eye in the pyramid text was consistently called the crown. The crown. Now we look at the crown, we see the swirl on the top. And then we look for the word building, which is also to make something, to create something. And we see this symbol here, and then we see these swirls right here. And the word is actually the sound of the swirls, not this. The word is ooh, and this swirl makes that sound ooh. This is the same symbol that's on the crown, and it is to make, to build. Okay? This spiral of building is today called a Fibonacci sequence. It expands, and it was called the building sequence of 2, 3, 5, 18, 13, 21. And it's a mathematical building sequences of aspects of nature, which actually spiral out. And the ancient people knew that the spiral was a symbol of building or creating or making something. This is how aspects of nature are actually built, even down to the human body. And it expands in this sequence that today they give to Fibonacci, but it really is not Fibonacci, it's the sequence of Ma'at. The people of Ma'at consciousness brought this into existence. This is the spiral creation of 1, 1, 2, 3, 5, 8, 13, 21. So the very first culture to associate the crown, brow, and the third eye were the followers of the Neter. But if you take the crown, that's called the eye in the pyramid text. Remember, everybody? I give you the crown of Upper Kemet, the eye. The dread of you is the eye of Heru, namely the white crown. The crown is the eye. O king, I provide you with the eye of Heru, red crown. White crown, eye of Heru. The eye of Heru goes up from your head. You appear as the king of Upper and Lower Kemet. Appear with a double crown. The eye has issued from your head, Upper and Lower Upper Kemet crown, great of magic. The eye is issued from your head, the Lower Kemet crown. So the eye and the crown are the same things in the ancient indigenous culture that brought it. Here's the crown, there's the eye. The eye means to build, to make something. The symbol on the crown, the swirl on the crown, means to build. That's the Fibonacci sequence swirl. And now you take the crown that's mentioned in the oldest spiritual writings about the singular eye, and you turn it sideways, and what do you see? You turn the crown sideways, and you see the eye, because the ancient people taught that the eye was the crown, and the crown was the eye. This is the first culture on the planet Earth to associate a single spiritual eye that sees into the afterlife realm with a crown. Not a crown chakra, but the actual crown itself and the brow itself is the actual eye. Said so directly in ancient writings. Most of the teachings that everybody's quoting from is not from any ancient pre-colonial writings from the BC, 2000, 1500 BC writings. If so, let us see the papyrus, let us see the script, let us see the stone writing. Most of the information of the third eye is coming from New Age. I don't care if you're in India, I don't care if you're in Scotland, I don't care if you're in Jamaica, Ireland, China, wherever you may be, understand that unless somebody pulls out a dated papyrus, dated stone writing from the indigenous people that originally taught about it, you are getting some New Age mutated version of what it actually is. Here's the actual drawing from the ancient people. There's the actual writing from the indigenous people. The crown is the eye is the crown, the swirl is creation, the word eye means to create and make. The word for build is the swirl, and turn the crown sideways, boom, and you get the eye symbol right there. That's what you get when you turn it sideways, because the eye is the crown and the crown is the eye. They said it directly to us. Boom, the crown and the third eye superimposed as one with the Ari, the ability to create through conscious visualization. That's the perception, the ability to create through conscious visualization. That is the Ari, that is the eye, and that is the UATCHIT, originally said so by our ancestors directly. In Ma'at, we also teach that one builds and creates with his or her mouth, sound frequency. Look at the part of the eye that is the swirl and see what sense it symbolizes to create with thought waves, and then utter a command. All starts with the conscious realm of frequencies as wavelengths. There you go. So here are the neuronic. First, it starts as neuronic dots. Neuronic dots are fusions of thought or neurons hitting each other and then wiring. And then if enough of them have the same thought, create a wave, whether it's the gamma, the fastest one, the beta, the alpha, the theta, the delta, it creates an actual wave. This is all consciousness, creates wave, and based on the frequency of the wave, you can have these different emotions and different higher states of thought or lower states of thought. You can have REM sleep with vivid dreams, deep meditation in the theta wavelength. In the alpha wavelength, here's the intuition. The same thing they apply to this AJNA third eye. Here's all the definitions of it. Creativity. Creativity exists on a mental wavelength, the alpha wavelength. Here it is, creativity, intuition, peace, visualization. So according to the ancient culture, and according to science, the alpha wave gives you visualization, but it's visualization with your eyes closed. You see that? There it is. Visualization with your eyes closed. Well, if your two eyes are closed, and yet you have the ability to have visualization, that must be visualization through another type of an eye. The type of the eye that brings intuition and creativity. Well, the word for creativity in Medu Neter, to create, to make, is Ari, which literally is drawn as the eye. That's the eye, that's the visualization, that's the one wavelength, alpha wavelength. Then you have theta, with the same visualization on a deeper realm, where you have deep meditation and dreams. And then there's the beta wavelength, which is the wavelength that most people are on when they're fully awake. And then the gamma wavelength, I've done a class on that. That's a little bit more complicated. But here is the alpha wavelength. When your two eyes are closed, yet you have visualization, because it's another type of sight. But it's the sight that associates with creativity. The ancients knew that already. Guess what the Meru symbol is for the sense of thought? It's a wave called a heck, a mathematical heck, which is 1/8. A very important number, mathematical equation in Ma'at, 1/8. Because the 1/8 actually is going to create the Fibonacci sequence. We'll get to that in a moment. Yay. 1/8 represents thought. Here's your thought in the Meru. And what is that? That is a wave. Here's the wave. And when we look at these waves, they all deal with thoughts. This is all consciousness. See? Concentration, that's thoughts. Problem solving, thoughts. Critical reasoning, thoughts. Information organizing, thoughts. Analytical thinking, thoughts. Cognition, thoughts. We go to the alpha wavelength. Mental relaxation, peace, presence, intuition, creativity, thoughts. Meditative states, thoughts. Thoughts manifest as waves. When there is enough neurons that are the same, they start to create a wave. Well, the Medu Neter glyph for thought is a wave. I wonder where this symbol is going to be found. Guess where it's found? Right there on the Ari, the Uwajit. Right here. The brow. Right here. That is this. This is that. That is this. So you find the wave thought Medu glyph right above the Ari symbol and the Ari Uwajit symbol. There's the Ari symbol right there. Let me shrink this down. There's the Ari, the eye. There's the Ma'a, the eye, which is to perceive, and it's also making because it's a creative eye. There it is, the maker right there. There is the Uwajit right there. That's the same symbol right there. And it's the crown, which is turned sideways, creating the Uwajits. And then the symbol for thought is right above the eye, the wave, right there. Found right above the Ari, the eye, which these symbols put together make up an Uwajit eye. Because nobody's eye actually looks like this. This is a conglomeration of mathematical equations that represents what true perception is. And here it is right here. There it is, right there. 1/8 represented thought. So all of these are Medu glyph symbols that actually create what people are calling an eye. It is not actually an eye, it's a representation of something else that deals with perception, with senses that don't even have to deal with eyesight. Boom. The oldest historical image of an eye imbuing a higher sense and senses, the wave, the brow, the quote-unquote crown, thought waves, and mathematical fractional sequence of the Fibonacci sequence is called today, which you know is really the Ma'at Hekat sequence of the third eye. So that swirl that I told you is the Fibonacci sequence. People say, no, Tehuti, you made it up. They didn't know about that. This is the Fibonacci sequence right here in fractions. 1/2, 1/4, 1/8, 1/16, 1/32, 1/64. This is in the Rhind Papyrus. This is in the Rhind Papyrus, the Fibonacci sequence as fractions. 1/8, 1/4, 1/2, 1/16, 1/32, 1/64 is the Fibonacci sequence before Fibonacci was even born. Thought waves. Consciousness, where consciousness begins in order to command. Remember the last class I taught on commanding, which is ma'at, ordering something, which is to put something in structure. Ma'at, which is also the eye. My eye, bring me my eye, ma'at. Ma'at, ma'a is also the eye. And this eye, Ra was speaking about Sekhmet being this eye. This is Sekhmet. And what Sekhmet's other name? UATCHIT. The eye is also the UATCHIT. And that is the Araret right here above the brow. Look at this. You see that? Thoughts. These are thought waves. That's what they represent. And then the third eye, which you're going to find out what exactly it is later. You're gonna find out what it is scientifically later in class. Here it is right here. That's the Araret. They say the third eye is what you have to tap into when you want to raise your consciousness. What's the symbol of consciousness before your whatever you're talking about before the 2700 BC? What symbol of consciousness? Oh, it's the brow above the eye along the Nile Valley. What about the raising part? How do you say raising? Oh, Araret. What's the Araret? Oh, it's the serpent right there where you say the third eye is. That's the word for raising. That is the raising of consciousness. Ooh, let's go, everybody. Welcome to Tehuti Podclass. Man, this is not the Knicks game. There we go. Boom. There's the swirl right there. There's the UATCHIT. There's to see, the eye. And there's that symbol right there called UATCHIT. Now that I have taught you the oldest definition of the conscious eye from the indigenous writing pertains to consciously commanding things into existence, thousands of years before any writing of a Hindu AJNA, guess what the word AJNA really means? Now it will make sense that you know the origin. Are you ready? Let me take you to the Sanskrit epigraphical glossary, IE 8-3, IE 27 BL C113. Here's the AJNA. Uh-oh. Nobody typed this in the pod class. AJNA, an order or command. AJNA, Indian history and geography, Sanskrit dictionaries, Indian epigraphical glossary, AJNA, IE 8-3, IE 27 BLCI I3, an order or command, giving the order, person receiving the king's order. They didn't teach you that? No, that wasn't part of the conscious class you were in. They left that part out. Now you know that ma'a means order. That's what the word ma'a means. It's order. We already did a class on the tongue and the ordering, which is to command something through vibration to place it in a sequence. Because you're the microcosm of sound energy. Sound energy is what everything is created from. And the proper sound puts something in order. So this bottle is in great order, sound frequency, to make a bottle. Once you change the frequency, the bottle will shatter. It will become disorderly, like a person who can't behave themselves. I ain't listening to nobody. I ain't following no orders. Not me, man. Nobody's above me, man. I'm hermetic. I don't follow not one body. Nobody can tell me nothing. It was all about the fiery tongue. They gave the command, the order, because sound vibration moves crowds. Sound vibration you can create and destroy with the tongue. I already showed you the video of sound frequency, and each hertz that it went up, the water drop formed the shape of the number of the hertz from sound frequency vibration. I just showed you in the last class where the Kemetic people will tattoo Ma'a on their tongue, ordering through tongue. The Nesu, the fiery tongue, creating order and structure. And that is why when you go to these other channels, when you go to these other conscious groups, there's no structure. There's no order. It's Isfet. There's no order. Whereas all the ancient cultures had order. That was the AJNA. That was to create, to make. In order to make something through sound vibration, it has to have order to it. It has to have structure. If there's no structure in the thoughts, nothing can be in order, because your mind's eye is going everywhere. I'm a little bit of Hindu, a little bit of Mason, a little bit of Christian, a little bit of Namaste, a little bit of Yoruba, a little bit of Black RBGE, a little bit, I like the Hindu, I like a little bit of the Hebrew, a little bit of Hebrew, a little bit of the Moors, a little bit of everything. I'm a little bit of everything, but I follow nothing strictly. And every culture I ask you about all followed one thing strictly, because they were in order. There was a structured system. There was a ranking system in all of your cultures. Name a culture with no ranking system. There was an order to it, just like ants and bees and water, and everything in creation has an order. If it didn't, you would hate life. Imagine going to the bathroom and your kitchen sink was in there. Like the quantum realm moves in it's unstable. Anything can happen in superpositioning. Imagine if your life was like that. Imagine if you got to work and you're like, you don't work here. Who are you? You don't work here. Your mom works here. And your mom's like, what? I'm a dentist. Mom get the dentist. You're not a dentist. You're a bowler. You work with Tiger. Tiger Woods is the greatest basketball. Imagine if everything was in disorder. You would hate life. But the fact that you can wake up in the morning and your pillow feels a certain way, it's structured. Your pillow doesn't feel like your car tire. Your car tire gets you to work. You like that order. You like the fact that your car tires move. You like that your engine is in order. You like structure with everything except for your life. Except for your own body. Then there's no, a little bit of donut, a little bit of Dorito. I'm in the mood for some Taco Bell. Taco Bell, I like Mickey. This with the chicken sandwich, baby. Man, chicken sandwich. I have a little bit of bologna, a little bit of peace. Let me eat this, man. What time are we going to bed tonight? 4 o'clock in the morning. We up watching the Avengers. I'm going out to the club, a little sip of the Hind. You like order with everything, except for when it comes to the mind's eye. When it comes to that, you're a little bit of everything. And that's why conscious woke groups, woke people mean nothing. Absolutely nothing. What means something? Structured groups and organizations form nations, villages. The Dogons are structured. You can't just walk in the Dogon and say, I'm the chief. You ain't no chief. Ain't nobody telling me nothing. You the chief Dogon? I'm the chief Dogon too. Me and you's equal. We the same thing. Me and you the same thing. You're the elder, I'm the elder too. You're the priestess, me too, I'm priestess. And that was the chaos that they used to introduce you to consciousness by the lie. You all are kings and queens. Black man, black woman, queen this, queen that, king. What's up, king? What's up, king? Degrading the structure. They only do that for the titles of ancient cultures, but not for the title of the positions in the school you're in. You can't walk to a regular person and say, "What's up, man? What's up? You got the PhD? I got a PhD too. What's up? You got a master's degree? Me too. What's up, man? What's up? You got a bachelor's degree?" No. You have to work for that. You have to work for your bachelor's degree. You can't just walk up to the average man. You a dentist? We all dentists. We all dentists too. We all doctors. Only ancient words like priestess and king, and the ancient words, you can be that in one day. What's up, king? What's up, queen? Queen such and such. Queen such and such. And if you go back to the time of Ramses, or you go to the ancient Aztec culture, or you go to the ancient Hindu, Mayan, any ancient culture, and walked in there saying you're a black king, you get your head. Who is the king? You talking about Ramses, right? You meant to say Ramses. You used to slip of the tongue. Could you repeat that, please? No, we all kings. We are me and you, king, black king. You king, I'm a king, I'm a king, you a queen. The queen, look at the lips. King and the queen, we all black kings. And you mean Pharaoh Khufu? As they're getting closer to you with the sword, do you mean to say Pharaoh Khufu is the king? Do you mean to say Hesi raised the dentist and the doctor? You only do that with cultures that you do not truly respect. That's why you can say you're a black king. You're not a king. You're not a black. You're not a king. You're not a queen. You're not a priestess. You're none of that. You can earn those things, and that's the part you hate because that takes structure. You can't walk into the Chinese dojo. I'm a black belt too. You a black belt? Me too. What's up, man? We black belt. I'm purple belt too. You purple belt. I'm purple belt. Come on, and they walk you out of the dojo. No. We're not all black belts. You have to work for years for that, sir. You're not a dentist. You're not a king. You're not any of these things. Those are just words because you don't respect the culture. Put on a fireman suit and try to put out a fire. You'll get arrested. You're not really a fireman. You have to work for that. It's called structure. Then you can become a lieutenant in the fireman structure. You see, you don't just walk in there one day. I'm the lieutenant. No, only in black conscious culture can everybody king. What's up, king? Me king, you king, me king, you king. I don't listen to nobody. I'm the king right here. You the king too. No. And that's what came in to the conscious community to create isfet and chaos, where there's no position, no structure, no discipline, no eating diet, no spiritual, nothing done in the morning, nothing done at night, just everybody, we all just kings and queens. Automatically, because I got brown skin, I'm a king. And Ramsey's like, I don't understand. What happened? You're a king too? No, I'm the king here. Off with his head, please. Welcome to Tehuti Podclass, everybody. We're bringing reality to what the actual people that create the cultures that everybody just wants to brag upon. Let's deal with what they actually say themselves. Here it is. AJNA means order, command. The same definition as the word ma'at, which is the eye. And this is how the eye got associated with order and command, because the command is to speak with the fiery tongue. To put something in the order is to make something, create, what you're doing with your tongue, giving orders, which is really putting things in proper positioning, informing people, or putting something in form. That is the definition of the AJNA, which was associated with the eye, because in Ma'at, the eye was seeing, perceiving, and the word was Ma'at, which meant order. And you have the ability to be a creator, to create something in the conscious realm of thought, vibration, frequency, and wavelength. That is the AJNA. That's how it got associated with perceive, and its original definition, which is order, command, associated with the king. Who are these wearing it? Who are these wearing it? Giving the fiery tongue, the Nesubiti, the kings. And when you go look up AJNA, giving order, command. Order, command. Usually person receiving a king's order. Order, this is how culture merges, and the original definition gets lost with your new age meme AI religion. You have a new age AI meme religion. You don't go to any indigenous definitions, meanings. Just go by what the memes on TikTok say. The TikTok religion. I think it's talking up. Instagram religion. Here it is. So we see the oldest writings of immortality on the planet. This eye is associated with the crown. We see that it's placed right above the brow above the two eyes described as moving in an upwards motion, signifying that there's some type of motion taking place of ascension, as we saw in China and India, except for, of course, this was over 1,000 years prior to 2,000 years prior. This made even more clear in the oldest papyrus of immortality, the Per-Em-Heru, where the actual name is given. And the actual name is Ma'at Heru. What is the Ma'at Heru? We're going to get to the definition of that. Ma'at Heru, the eye of Heru, eye of bound, establishing splendors on the forehead of Ra, bringing the Araret crown. There's the eye associated with the crown, and it's placed on the forehead again, and it's called Ma'at Heru. Ma'at or Ma'at Heru. We see Ma'at, of which you should know by now, coming to the Tehuti Podclass, because it's students for some time to understand the word Ma'at to mean sight, or see, direction. Heru means light vision, because this is referring to the realm outside of the limited 7 colors of the visual light spectrum. This is the double realm of sound, light, quantum vibration, where in order to move through it, you need all of your senses to be pure, Peka Mku, to be pure and function as you make your ascension, what people would call today a magical realm, because anything can happen inside of that realm. There's no physical electron fermion limitations. So in that realm, you think of it as a magical realm, because it's not limited to the physical limitations of the electron fermion realm. Thus, this site itself and crown is called the Araret of Heka, the Araret of the Heka realm. The eye, pyramid text again, 592. The eye has issued from your head of Upper Kemet, crown great of magic. The eye has issued from your head of Lower Kemet, crown great of magic. It's associated with Heka, which people today translate to as magic, because this eye is for a realm that is not physical, mentioned in writings that deal with the afterlife. The pyramid text is about after you're already dead. The coffin text is about after you're already passed. The Per-Em-Heru, after you've already passed. The type of eye and visualization you'd have when you don't have 2 physical eyes anymore. Ooh-wee, man. Okay. In this afterlife dimension realm, with all the spiritual senses alert and awakened, which is represented by this singular eye, you are in perfect health, free from destructive, self-sabotaging Isfet consciousness, because you have Peka Mku separated from the destructive thought wave frequency, and now that singular eye is called UATCHIT, which I will elaborate on further into the class, as we see on page 197 of the Per-Em-Heru. Again, there is the seeing eye, and there's the eye right there, and that was called the UATCHIT. And now we go to move over here, as you can see. Now we go to plate 32, Lord of Eternity. I perceive, I feel, I perceive. I am the neb of the crown. There's that crown again, which is the same as the eye. I am in the UATCHIT and in my egg. You are now am. Am is a word that means to be imbued with something. You are a part of it. So sometimes they can translate it as the word in, because if something is completely enmeshed in you, then yes, it is inside of you, and you are inside of it. You're completely imbued with it. So you become the UATCHIT. You become, I am imbued, the imbued UATCHIT. You are that consciousness now in the realm of the afterlife. I am imbued UATCHIT. I shine, I go, I come to life. I am UATCHIT. My seat, Aset, is on my Nes. There's the Nesu again, my throne. I sit in the pupil, the Tessert. There's the eye. You are in the I. That's the consciousness that you are completely made up of now. I sit in the pupil of the I. Not I's plural, but this is the I in this realm. A singular I, also called the UATCHIT. You are inside of it. You are it. There's no separation between you and it. You're imbued as the I now. That is you in that realm. Oh, yeah, man. Now in this realm of out of body, the realm of pure energetic projectable double, can now proceed through the crown, URERT, the serpent ascension into the immortal afterlife, and the I, which is cool vision, conscious vision, beyond the visible light spectrum. That is your strength. You strictly exist through the UATCHIT, third eye. The only eye you have left in that realm, the third eye, consciousness, wavelength, because that is the only way you can see to navigate as you traverse as a HERU, light, and now the pupil, which is the shirt, is your immortality, and this is exactly what the ancients said on plate 32 of the Per M HERU in 1250 BC, over 1,000 years before the Matrix. Let me wipe my eye. Hold on. So you are the UATCHIT, Seymour Mouses, the UATCHIT. I exist by its strength. That is your strength as you're able to come forth and move, because now you are a HERU. You are a resurrecting HERU, and now you can Kent. Now you can traverse. Why? Because you can see. You're not blind in that realm. You don't need your two physical eyes anymore. You have this eye, which is your conscious ability to create things and transform, called the Teshurt, the pupil of the eye. Now you can traverse as HERU in this realm as you perceive, with the only eye that you have left as a energetic projectable double. You don't have two physical eyes anymore. It's just the one eye you have left. Now you can traverse. Now you can move because you can see where you are going. And that which you see, thought, cool consciousness, gives you the ability to create, because you can affect things on that realm. It is the realm of superpositioning. In that quantum realm of superpositioning, thoughts actually create things in that realm. But you have to visualize in order to create that eye. In order to make clearest decisions in that realm and this physical realm, to prepare you for the rebirth, all of your senses must be in tune and good health in order for you to navigate. So like I have shown you before, this apparent eye is really not an eye. This is the ability to navigate, because all your senses are now pure. And that's why when you actually break it down, each of these are meta symbols for different aspects of consciousness and senses. This one here, the sense of smell. This is how you navigate in the physical world. And if these are not working properly, it is hard to navigate here. Just as if you do not pekka MQ and you are not pure over there, as a UATCHIT, as a pure eye over there, it would be hard to navigate. So imagine trying to live in this physical world where, boom, your smell is off. This is the sense of smell. Only this circle is the eye. This is the pupil, sight. This one represented thought, symbolized by the eyebrow. This is the ear. This is hearing. Imagine trying to live in a world where you can't smell right, see right, think right, or hear right. This one here is a sense of touch, the curved tail. Sorry, this is the sense of taste, the curved tail. This is the sense of touch. Imagine living in the world where your smelling was not healthy, your visualization was not healthy, your thoughts are not healthy, your hearing is not healthy, your sense of touch is not right, your senses are not right. Imagine living in that type of world. We actually don't have to imagine, because you're actually living in it. It's you. That's what the Matrix is about. To dull in your senses. unless you live in an unhealthy realm where almost everything you do is based on destroying your health. Almost every food you eat is based on you destroying your health. You do everything that the animals don't. The animals don't need contacts. The animals don't have heart failure, heart disease, AIDS. The animals don't have near hearing aid. Imagine a lion with a pacemaker. Lions don't need a pacemaker. All the things that you have is because you brought them upon yourself. I've never seen a beaver with cavities. I've never seen a lion with tooth decay, all the things that we get are because we brought them upon ourselves. So in the end, when it's over, you can't say that you were forced. It's self-suicide culture. You made the choice. You sent in your support for death. That's where your reciprocity, everything you're putting on your body, everything, all the fluoride, everything you're doing, all the cotton candy, the Lay's potato chips, I'm chewing on my gum, give me some weed, I'm smoking, but I keep coughing. What does coughing mean? When you're smoking, why are you coughing? I'm trying to listen for the puma and the tiger. You hear tigers coughing, right? Tigers cough, don't they? You see tigers, hold on, give me a little bit. Because elephants cough, right? No, elephants don't cough. How come? How come elephants don't cough? Huh? You see seals coughing? Seals are coughing. Everything you do, you bring upon yourself. You're drinking the Heineken. It's hot. Give me another sip of that. And you drink till you throw up. So it's to dullin all of your senses in this realm, because of course, if they're dulled and desensitized in this realm, what do you think will happen after this? You never prepared. Why? Because you were never disciplined. That's why all the ancient cultures were disciplined. The ancient Buddhists, the Taoists, ancient people in Nile Valley, Dogons, everything's about a discipline of life. This culture is just about study. That's why when people talk to you in this type of culture, I would say, how's the knowledge coming along? How's your studies? Notice the talk. How's your studies, man? Are you into the knowledge? How's your studies? They don't ask you how's your discipline. Where's that question? How's the discipline coming? How's your diet program working? How are your morning and evening rituals going? It's always, how's the knowledge, man? You in the knowledge? You about the knowledge? You in the knowledge? You in the knowledge? How's your studies? It's never about anything that you actually are doing to discipline, whereas all the cultures were about that. I'm just trying to find the beaver coughing. Here we go, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. Here we go. Boom, boom, and boom. So the senses create the same thing, create this eye. These are all the senses working in unity. And when all the senses work in unity, then you can become a creator. Then you are a Nitiru. You will create. Because the word for building is U, which is the swirl, which is the Fibonacci sequence. And when you put all of these together, what do you get? You get the sequence of creation, nature's creation. 1/8, 1/4, 1/2, 1/16, 1/64, 1/32. That's the Fibonacci sequence, as your eye being the Ari, because the word Ari for eye means a maker. And the way you make things, you make them in a sequence, in order. So the word I is also Ma'a, which means order. Same thing as Ajna. The real Ajna, not the one they're teaching on the internet. The real Ajna. Boom, the original third eye was all the senses in perfect health in order to navigate in the immortal realm, and the health of senses in this realm giving you the Ma Heru. Ma equals sight. What is the word Heru? Light. The word Heru is the word for day or light. Consciousness, it is light. That is the light, sight. The sight of light. That is Ma Heru. I'm going to take a break in a few moments. Woo! Those who were in my prior classes may remember me teaching that the eyes and its health actually predetermine and indicate all of your health all throughout the body, and it's the only body part that can do that. Sounds strange? Let's go to the American Academy of Ophthalmology, and here we are right here. What does it say? Eye exams are not just about vision. They're about your health. Uh-oh. The eye is about your health, your physical eye. Your eyes are windows to the live action of blood vessels, nerves, connective tissue throughout your body. Problems spotted in the eye are often the first signs of disease lurking elsewhere. Boom. Just as our ancient Natira wrote, that modern day scientists are just figuring out now, the eye is the key foresight into all health issues. The word for eye in Medunetter is the UATCHIT, which are what? All the aspects of your health and senses put together to make up the eye. Guess what the Medunetter glyph for all of your health was over 3,000 years before the Matrix was? That was created by the followers of Ma'at. The UATCHIT, which meant what? To be healthy. The symbol of the eye. To be healthy, health, strong, was the eye. Well, your eyes, eye exams are not just about vision, they're about your health. Your eyes are windows to live action of blood vessels, nerves, connective tissue throughout your body. Problems spotted in the eye are often the first signs of disease lurking elsewhere. The eye represents health. What's the ancient word for eye? What does it mean? Health. Boom, the eye itself. Now that you know this, third eye, Maharu, represents and reflects all of your health senses at a heightened state, and HERU equals light, and UATCHIT eye is health. When you share this with your friends and family, they may say, the third eye? That's pagan. You're in a cult. That is not of God. Let me ask the class, how would you respond to them? When your Christian friends come up to you and say, you're wearing the third eye of the evil eye. That's a cult. You must be in some type of cult, in pagan, heathen, the third eye. Let me come in the class real quick and ask you all, how would you respond? How would you help them? Your Bible-believing friends say that eye to us, that's paganism. That's that third eye. That's the evil eye. That's the cultish eye. How would you respond to your Christian friend? What would you say to them? Go ahead and type it in the room. What would you say to them? What would you say to the Christian person? I'll give you all a moment. I'll be right back. I'll give you all one moment. Okay, I'm back. Let me see in the room. Do I have a lag? I'm seeing comments that have nothing to do with the question I asked. Cultivating culture. I must have a lag or something. I'd say, I thank you. The eye is the insult. The eye is the insight to all functions of the body. Okay. I'd have them watch this class. Ebony Knowledge said the opening the third eye is the Messiah main message, really? How would you relate that to a Christian? First show them a glossary that you showed from a doctor about the... Okay, good class. How would you relate it to a Christian? They see that third eye you're talking about, that's health, and that's the single eye of light, and that's health, and that's paganism. I don't like it. So how would you respond to them to help them see the truth? Do what Tehuti would say. All I would say to them is, wonderful. Let's read the word of God together. Matthew 6:22. The eye is the lamp of the body. So if your eye is healthy, your whole body will be full of light. How do you like that, Mom? How do you like that, friend? Do you know the eye represents health? Because if the eye is healthy, your body's full of light. The singular eye. Matthew 6:22. The words of Jesus. You know. You watch it. The eye. Healthy. To be whole. See the hole there? To be whole. Healthy. Hey. The eye is the lamp of the body. So if your eye is healthy, your whole body will be full of light. The eye is the lamp of the body. Whole body, healthy. Oh, same definition. What are you saying about pagan? I want to learn about the pagans. Boom. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. Show this to all of your Christian friends and family and bring them home to the origin, smoothly conveying the truth to Christians with proper teaching techniques. Doesn't always have to be a fight. Let us continue. Matthew 6:22. Hey, Pastor, how you doing? You didn't know the eye represents healthy? The eye of light? You didn't know about that? The whole body? Nope. We did. 2700 BC. Woo! Let me ask the class, what is the anatomical part inside the brain? Located right in the area that I've been teaching on is the area of the third eye. What part of the brain everyone brings up when discussing the physical eye? I asked them already. I asked the class. You see, from books to memes to YouTube videos, pineal gland in the third eye. Proven methods to develop your higher self. Pineal gland, the eye of God. Very powerful pineal gland, third eye. Truth about the third eye. Pineal gland, third eye. This guy is teaching about the third eye. Who's that? Is that Hermes? What's up, Hermes? Who's that? What is this? Everyone seems to be in agreement, though. The pineal gland. Interesting. So where did the link originate between the true meaning of the third eye, now that you know that it is the interdimensional sight consciousness, light consciousness of the body's pure energetic projectable double, the Ba and the Ku, and afterlife consciousness sight, and the purification through discipline of Pekka M. Ku to be a pure immortal Ku, and have the sights to navigate into that realm? Why is no one taking it back here to its origins? Where did the confusion come from? Of the link between a pineal gland and the third eye of light vision. Well, for that, everybody, you know what time it is. And when I come back in a few minutes, we're going to get into Tehuti Overdrive. I'm gonna put the link in the room. I just have to step away for a few minutes. I'm gonna put the link in the room. Team jump in. Supporters jump in the room. And I'm gonna be right back. Jump in the room. I'm gonna take a few minute break and come back in, because where did the tie come in from these ancient teachings? And now today, when you ask about this, it's pineal gland, pineal gland, pineal gland, pineal gland. I don't think anybody has taught you what I just showed you that the ancients said. That's what they said before the Matrix, before the invasion. That's what the indigenous people said. Today, when people talk about the third eye, no quotes from anything, but just memes in pineal gland, the pineal gland, the pineal gland. We're going to get into where that concept came from when I return. There's Anu and Antu. Peace, Anu and Antu. How are you?
Doing good, Sabatuti. 12 very much for the class so far. It's definitely an excellent class. There's no other class out there like this one when it comes to the third eye, the HERU. 12 very much.
I'm doing great. I'm liking this a lot, and I like that you added the picture of the Matrix movie where he was seeing without his physical eyes.
Yeah, he's seeing with his third eye, with the other eye. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Okay, Annie is here. Bella is here. I'm gonna step away for just a moment. I don't see Annie, so I ask Bella, how you doing so far? You enjoying the class? Okay, now I can see. I think Bella is frozen. Can you hear me, Bella? Uh-oh.
Yes, I can hear you now.
Okay, there we go. So I was asking, how are you doing? How are you enjoying the class so far? And then I'm going to step out for just a moment.
I am doing well, too, for asking. Doing well because of you. And I love the class very much. I'm learning a lot. Well, even if I learned all the things that I'm learning now, the most necessary thing is observing you teach, because I can tell that you really love what you teach and that you live for it. So I'm very honored and glad I get to observe that part of you.
Wonderful.
Yes.
Thank you, Bella. We have a new person in the room, Ebony Knowledge. I never watched this channel before. Wonderful, excellent. Always good to see new people in the room. Excellent. There's Gabriella, Annie, Menkoraz. Looks like, I don't know what. Menkora looks like I don't know, man. He'll tune in soon. You there, Menkora?
Here.
Okay, good. I'm gonna step away for just a moment, everybody. Feel free, students, to jump in the room. I'm gonna step away for just a moment. When I come back, we're gonna get into Tehuti Overdrive. And Tehuti Overdrive, you're gonna find out what the connection is and why people associate the navigation of what the ancients taught, which was speaking about what was happening in the afterlife, and why people are associating it with a physical pineal gland you have here today. And when you ask these people to show you in any ancient writings about the pineal gland, here comes the philosophy, here comes the top of the head freestyling. They don't tell you anything of what the ancients actually said. Nothing at all. So anybody can freestyle and say something, well, I think the pineal gland, but what actually happened, and the thing that actually happened that associated the two took place before the pyramid text was written. We're going to get into it. How you doing, Annie?
Doing excellent, great Saba. Doing fantastic. Yeah, I'm just absorbing. This is very powerful. I love all the sources that you're showing of the crown being established and how they literally told us about that, and the eye, and of course showing the crown sideways is the eye, and just how much that is talked about in the text. So that's beautiful. So yeah, I'm enjoying this a lot.
Wonderful, wonderful. You know, they haven't found any actual body with the crown, with that crown. The crown that you see, you don't see any bodies dug up with them wearing it. You ever notice that?
Yes, and I remember you speaking about that prior, because I think someone asked a question about the crowns, and that just makes it so much deeper. Yeah, absolutely, it's fire.
Okay, how you doing, Gabrielle Lopez?
What's up? Can I be heard?
You can be heard.
What's up to everybody? I'm doing well. I hope everyone's doing well. It's great to be here. I know I haven't been on the panel, but I've been in the back listening the whole time since class started. So it's good to finally be able to like pop in the panel.
Wonderful. Good to see both of you. And I hope you guys are hope you both are in great health and everything's going good, and you're chewing on your kiwi and your watermelon, satisfying your fruit urges, and I'm very, very glad. Very, very glad. Okay, everybody. Who else is here? Menkura. Menkura, I think, is fixing his computer. I'm not sure. I'm going to be back, everybody. Peace and love. I shall be right back. And when I come back, I'm going to actually give the origin of what this is anatomically, and it's going to be a little surprise at the end. We're going to get into the actual facts of what this is. And now you really know that when the third eye, the eye, was being spoken about in ancient writings, it was majority talking about a sight that you had when you didn't have a physical body anymore. I'll be right back, everybody. Peace and love. Hotep.
You're on mute.
To our good brother, peace and love. Hotep Henu. Support the class. Sending your reciprocity for this. I know many of you are learning information for the first time. So show your appreciation for all of what it takes to be able to put something like this together. Yeah, the ancients were so powerful and so magical. I really enjoy sitting in meditation and attempting to put myself into the thought process as much as I can of being surrounded by this information prior to any matrix and all of that exists today. And it is a journey to do that. And just how much we focused on preparation for the expiration of this body that we recognize as the cot, and how important it is, and just how it's been removed today, where no one takes any time, where now people are scared to even talk about something basic about that. And it really does put into perspective just how advanced the consciousness was at that time, to be able to create such powerful monuments, to tell a story of a life that's being lived it's just amazing. While taking that and then teaching you about mathematics with it, this is completely far beyond anything. I mean, when you learn about math today, they try to separate math and aku. They try to separate it as if it's not the same, and they give all these terms from these way later people to teach about something that we had already established and mastered and practiced daily. Literally, life was practicing for what's to happen afterwards. And it's such a powerful thing. So to be able to have this and see the writings and connecting the eye and the sight to a crown, and what we all recognize as being a crown of rulership. And of course, that goes back to taking appropriate measurement, which is the eye. It is the fractions. It is measuring. It is mathematics in itself, which literally means meditate. And so these are some of my favorite teachings, going into sound and light, vibration and wave function, and seeing how thoughts are portrayed whenever you record them, and how they come out as a wave function. And as an artist, whenever you record music, you get a great look at how waves function, and you get to see what words create particular waves. And so that's a real deep topic. And so to take that and to create this eye, and for the thought to be of the eyebrow, and that be 1/8 in the shape of a wave. Like who would think of that, So the eye on the standard, what do you stand on? What's your standard? The standard bearers were the ones who were, when there was any type of battle, you see the standard, you can go all the way back to the what they call Norman's palette, and you see the standard bearers right there at the forefront, so it's at the front. And we see the UATCHIT sitting on top of that standard. Man, just the symbolisms, and again, just how all of those words, all of those images create words that have meaning and create sentence structure. So today, the whole concept of creating art that they like to contribute to, again, a lot of the later peoples, and seeing it and saying, oh, it's coded, this is that. And the only reason why that's even a possibility is just because of what you see in the backgrounds. And to be able to tell a story and give you a teaching by drawing art is just phenomenal. So I'm excited for this second part. There was a lot of information in here, and it really should, well, at least for me, it just reprograms the importance of the different types of sight, and of course my eye and my eye being an eye, seeing truth, and how it's just veiled up today. So I'll pass around. I could go on forever on this, because this is amazing. I love the great ancestors. I love the Medu Netter. I love SABA Tehuti for bringing it forward and teaching it the way that he does. Yeah, I'm just thankful and grateful. So I'll pass the mic. Great brother Tefrim Kim Ma'at. Peace, great brother. Welcome.
Hotep. Peace and love. Can y'all hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah, I agree with Great Bella. I love to see Saba love doing what he do. I love that. Like, just to watch him teach and how happy he is when he's teaching. I love to see Saba happy. And I know that teaching makes him happy. And I know that teaching us makes him happy. So I absolutely love that. Dashay, what's up, great brother? Yeah, I'm with you, Bella. I love it. 2 weeks ago, when Saba was laughing when he was teaching, oh my goodness, I watched that over and over again because he was just enjoying this stuff. I don't think I ever seen Saba laugh that much and that hard. And he was just speaking about, the spiritual psychosis that people are going through. It's just never. I love Saba's teachings, and just stepping out of this matrix and having him, teach us, and to watch things around us, to watch things around me, and to just see how things are unfolding is absolutely beautiful. And there's no way that I would ever be able to do it without the teachings. And I laughed just a few minutes ago when Saba was talking about listen to what the people say when they say, hey, how's the knowledge going? How's the knowledge going? I just had someone say that to me yesterday. That's what they asked me. How's the knowledge going? How's it? So it's just the synchronicity is there. And Saba's knowledge and teachings are always on point. And I just love, I had never heard of some of the things that he was teaching on. Like the last class, I had never heard of that, what he was talking about. I was completely blown away. And it was definitely an effort to find out what the actual name of the COFFIN text is. Just beautiful, man. So happy to be here with everybody. It's good to see you. Good to see everybody. And new to you too. And new to you, great sister Gabrielle Lopez. And new to you, Bella, of course. And Dr. I'm gonna pass the mic to you, great brother.
Man, I'm just happy to be home, happy to be in front of the family again, and it's still here, just doing a thing. But I just want to show my face for support, but I'm just more all ears opposed to talking. But I did just come from the Juneteenth downtown Denver, where they said I was being I was causing a disturbance. I had my microphone, and all I was doing was sharing the word. But I didn't have a good time because I didn't even go in. I stayed outside the front gate where people were going in and coming out. And man, I did take video of it. But it was all right. I really want to come back and get the last part of the class and just hear some stuff I haven't heard before. So peace to the panel. Peace and love. I'm just here listening. You see, I got the red, white. Juneteenth. Yo, we was causing havoc down there today, man. They hated it. But we got out of there unscathed. No complications, no shootings, none of that. But, I'm just here to show face, y'all. Peace, y'all.
Peace. Glad you made it back safe. Good to see you, great brother. And hope Watermelon TV is going great for you. Love to represent, There you go, Gabriela Lopez. You got to tap in with that brother. Watermelon TV. So peace, Hotep. Yes. Yes.
Trying to find something.
Go ahead.
No. Just trying to find something to get in, just be provocateur for the people in my area. And all I do is direct them back to the God Tehuti, because it ain't from me, But I don't have much words, y'all. I'm just appreciative to be here. I'm gonna do more jumping on the panel because my mom moved out. My mom was staying with me for like 2 years, y'all. And, we had our ups and downs. I mean, we got our isfets as family. And, I hated to see her go, but it just seemed like nothing was changing. So now I'm back home alone. and it feels good. It's been 2 years since I've been home alone. So I'm still slaving away at the last Red Lobster that's open. One in my city. And, just here with y'all, man. That's it.
Well, Tua, for being here with us and supporting the Great Saba the way that you do. Yeah, it's a wonderful thing. So Tua Hinu to you, great brother. And yeah, so Tefrim Kima'at, it's always great to have you here with us, great brother, and hear your tones as you produce the Medu Nefer, great brother. So it's always good to see you.
To a great brother, always. I'm always here. I got them Bluetooth glasses. I was definitely.
He got some Bluetooth glasses.
Yeah, I was listening the whole time. As I'm doing things with my family. So yeah, I'm always here, man. Listen. I am absolutely. I repeat, I am absolutely. I know nothing about spiritual psychosis except for what Saba taught. My Ren is a Tefrim Kima'at, and I was definitely bestowed that wonderful Nefer name by our great Saba, Tehuti Podclass, and I am a supporter. And it's an honor, like Bella said, to just sit at the great Saba's feet and learn. I'm definitely here, and I'm a supporter forever. Whatever forever is, eternity, infinite. I'm a student, and I'm here. I'm a avid student. Is
there going to be a second annual LA meeting again?
Yes.
I've been missing classes. Sorry, bro. I didn't mean to cut you off. I've just been missing classes here the last maybe good month or two.
Well, you just missed it.
Yes, sir.
You just missed it. Minku just spoke about it like maybe 10 minutes ago.
Oh, okay.
Speaking about it.
I didn't see the reason to come back to LA.
Yes. We're looking at October 20th. We're looking at that. That's not concrete yet, but around that time. So just keep that date locked in. We'll announce it for sure with certainty soon coming up here. And also the great Saba said, I believe it was August 6th, if I'm right, Ani. If you're looking to receive a Ren, you definitely have to email him. I want to say by that time, I'm not sure if it was August 6th or August 8th. Definitely, if you're looking to receive a Ren, just email Saba at Mystical TV. And, definitely can get in line. There's only one person that's locked in for sure. That's the great Nefertatan. So if anybody's looking to receive their Ren, locked in and email Great Saba. It's a wonderful thing. I can say this. Once you receive your Ren, I'll say this. For me, magic was happening up to that point, and even after, like there's still so much magical things happening because of my Ren and just learning, and as I grow and I evolve. Oh, Great Saba. As I evolve, I'm just learning new things every day, and the magic just doesn't stop happening. So I encourage everyone who wants to receive their Ren. Saba, did you say August 6th or August 8th?
August 7th.
August 7th. Wow, I was in the middle.
August 7th is the last day.
August 7th.
Yeah.
August 7th. There you go, Dashe. If you want to receive your Ren at the second annual Pathways to Awakening, you need to email Saba by August the 7th. You heard it here.
Just waiting on that big check from the last days of Red Lobster, man. I got you. I'm telling you.
my turret heard you, Dashe. I told her, I said you were you came from the school of Bobby Hemmett. You were influenced by Bobby Hemmett, and she said I can hear it. I hear Bobby Hemmett. It just is a different tone. Like, you can hear Bobby Hammond through your soul or something. I said, yeah, that was one of his
Yes,
biggest
sir.
influences. Yeah,
But before you, I spent a lot of time, you know, like you said, just listening to those lectures over and over. And like you said, not worshiping him, but worshiping information. And then when I found about you through Killer Priest, it was like man, that's I hear the same tone. And not comparing you to two, because like you said, you take it to where Bobby Hibbett didn't. Very much more detailed. So I'm just saying, again, I just appreciate y'all straight up and down. I'm waiting on the big check before Red Lobster close. And I'm just gonna donate what I can.
Before Red Lobster's closing down?
Well, I mean, they closed down 4 in my city. We got the last 2. And you know, I don't want to go into a long story, but it's just I don't want to work, but yet God is making me work anyway. You know, I want to quit and retire, but it's not happening for me. So, but anyway, y'all, I love y'all. I really do, family.
Well, we're gonna get right back into it, everybody. Nice to see all of you. We're gonna get right back into this answer. When we come back, we're going right into Tehuti Overdrive, peace and love. Annie Patah, you all jump in the chat. Anu and Antu who asked this question. Atefrem Kema'at popping up, family man, popping up, and definitely saying some powerful things. Man, the Turks love it when you. One of my editors love your any little speech, whatever you give. It's loved. So shout out to you and Gabrielle Lopez. And Miss Bella, shout out to you. Peace and love. Nice head wrap. And hope you can stay up. Hope you have your drink beside you and you can just sip on it and stay awake. Sip on your energy drink. All right.
Saba, I think you dropped something under the.
Oh my goodness. Okay. What's that saying?
It was quick though, like the MERI word test.
Okay. Wonderful. All right. Well, here we go, everybody. Ready, everybody? Here we go. We're going to get right back into the answer. I had to take a break. I am back. We're already 1 hour. I've been teaching on this topic. What is it? We timed it here. Teach on the topic for 1 hour and 22 minutes. We're going to put the timer back on. Oh, that's what happened. It lapped and restarted. Okay. I know it's 1 hour and 22 minutes, so we're starting right now. Here we go, everybody. Are you ready? Here we go. Boom, boom, boom. Press the 9 if you can hear me. We're going right back to the screen, jumping right back into it. I've been teaching for over 4 hours so far. Here we go. Boom and boom. All right, so here we go. So we're going to start right back here. So let me ask the class, what is the anatomical part of the inside of the brain located in the area that I've been teaching on, that people are considering and associating with the third eye? What part of the brain everyone brings up in discussion of the physical third eye? Almost no matter where you go, from books to memes to YouTube. And what is that area? The pineal gland, the pineal gland, the pineal gland. That's what you get today, the pineal gland. So where did the link originate between the true meaning of the third eye, now that you know what it is, the interdimensional sight consciousness of the body's pure energetic projectable double, the Ba, the Ku, and the afterlife consciousness sight, and the purification through discipline of Pekka M. Ku to be a pure immortal Ku. And the ability to navigate in that realm. Why is no one taking it back here to the origins? Because it is actually a form of laziness. It's very easy just to get caught up in the new age thinking and to make up things as you go, as opposed to going to where the original people who actually brought the knowledge of the third eye or the single eye to go back to their writings and stay disciplined upon what they actually said. It's easy just to go into the confusion. To come from created truth in your own mind, to just make up things as you go, because there's no discipline and accountability in that. But what is the actual anatomical link? What is the historical genetic link between the gland and the third eye? There's an actual genetic scientific elaboration. People call it explanation, but there's an actual scientific elaboration of where this actually came from. And this actual understanding came from a time before anyone could read or write, before anyone could actually speak. And you will learn it first here on June 15th, 2024, 10:50 p.m. at the Tehuti Podclass Pacific Time. But in order to take it from the ancient spiritual writing origins to the actual surprising origin before there was any spiritual writing, in order to do that, it's time to go into Tehuti Overdrive. Are you ready, everybody? Here we go. Let's shift dimensions right now. What are the Ma'at? Let me ask everybody right now. What are the Ma'at 8 primordial netters that represent primordial creation and the origins of man's existence? What are they called, everybody? Type it in the room. What are the primordial netters that represent primordial creation and the origins of man and existence? What are they called? Does anybody know? Does anyone know? Type it in the room. There's 8 of them. What are they called? Let me look in the room to see if anybody typed anything. What are they called, everyone? You can type it in the Metanetter language, or you can type it in the common Greek name. For now, it doesn't matter which one you type. I just want to know if anyone knows who are the 8 primordial beings that represent the origins of creation along the Nile Valley. Anybody know? Type it in the room. The Ennead. There we go. Houseofatton put the Ennead. Ennead. That's right, everybody. The Ennead. Let's get into the origin now to see where the shift of the pineal gland came into the actual origins and became associated with the third eye before anybody could read or write. Ready? You're absolutely right, everybody. They're called the Ennead. This is how they are depicted. So you see them in a human form here. And in Metanetter, they're also called the Kemenu. So the Ennead are actually the 9. Let me correct that what people typed. The Ennead are the 9, the Ogdoad are the 8, and the name for the Ogdoad were the Kemenu. That Greeks call the Ogdoad. Here they are in human form, but how are they represented in their primordial creation form? What specific type of animals represent the origin? Is it hawks like HERU? Is it lionesses like Sekhmet? It's neither which. They're depicted as this. Here are how the Kanemu are depicted that represent. This is from the temple of Tenti-Ra. And this is how they are depicted. These do not look like lions. These do not look like hawks, eagles, or any of the common animals that people associate with the Netzeru. What type of animals are these here depicted? And these are the oldest depictions representing primordial creation and where existence came from. How are they depicted? There's a closer look at them. And they are amphibians, serpents, and lizards. Frogs and lizards is how they're depicted. They're depicted as lizard heads, serpent heads, frog heads. And this is where you find the oldest representation of primordial creation are represented by lizard, reptilian, reptile type symbolic creatures as you would have them. Shown and taught several times on the walls of the afterlife in the temple of Seti, we see the same serpents raising up light consciousness. And here you see the serpents raising up the circle and the two women pointing to their head in the Amduat temple of Seti. And when superimposed over the Par-ee is the other ancient word for pharaoh. Par-ee, what people call pharaoh, the pharaoh's head structure, based on the original human canon, we see the two raised reptiles going directly to that area that people say the pineal gland is, being represented by reptilians or reptiles raising to that consciousness to get one back into their original state of purity. And here's what you see. When you superimpose this picture of the original human canon skull head of the Par-ee, the Nesubiti, you see that the perfect symmetry takes place, which I have shown before, where exactly where the women's knees bend is exactly where the cheekbone is, which goes into the jaw area, and it actually goes right symmetrically directly onto the other side. And where you see the two serpents rising up, it rises up directly through the nostrils, and where it ends based on the symmetry of exactly where the human mouth is of the pharaoh, it ends directly on that brow area there, where there is the circle. And what's raising it are the two serpents. Reptilians and amphibious creatures called the Kemenu, that the Greeks call the Ogdoad, were the representation of the origins of life. Why would our ancient ancestors associate serpents and lizards with our primordial origins? Well, let us see what modern day science says today. Let's see if they have caught up. Let me take you to a study that was published and put in an article on the 1st of October 2019, debuting a study that was done in Howard University, and the study of what's called the atavistic limb muscle. I don't know if anybody here has heard of the atavistic limb muscle, but here's the study that was done, and now it gets interesting. This is 250 million year old evolutionary remnants seen in muscles of human embryos. Team of evolutionary biologists led by Dr. Rio Diogo at Howard University, USA, and writing in the Journal of Development, have demonstrated that numerous atavistic limb muscles known to be present in many limbed animals, but usually absent in adult humans, are actually formed during early human development and then lost prior to birth. Strikingly, some of these muscles, such as the dorsal metacarpals, shown in the picture, disappeared from our adult ancestors more than 250 million years ago during the transition from synapsid reptiles. So during our transition from synapsid reptiles, we now have this vestigial type of muscle that they are discovering, and they found came from the transition of what took place 250,000 years ago, when we came from what's called synapsids. And synapsids are the reptiles. And these are the atavistic limb muscles that our animals still have, but are absent in adult humans. But yet embryos have them and then they lose them. These are called vestigial traits. Here we go to continue. Ancient reptilian limb muscles found in human fetuses reveal evolutionary remnants, and 10-week-old embryo, some highlighted muscles found in some reptiles disappear before birth. A compelling new imaging study has looked at the development on human limb muscles and embryos across early weeks of gestation. The research discovered lizard-like muscles temporarily develop before ultimately disappearing by birth. It is suggested that these extra reptilian muscles represented distant traces of our evolutionary history. Lizard-type muscles. Boom. Lizard vestigial genes providing our primordial origins stem from lizard-type creatures, just as the Netter ancestors depicted thousands of years ago. That the origins that represent original creation on the temple walls were drawn as lizard-type creatures, and that represented the origin of where life came from. And now we find that we actually have vestigial traits that go back over 250 million years ago, that go back to lizard-like muscles, but then are lost in the gestation period before birth. Just like the hair is lost that I discussed came from the chimpanzee that has a gestational period of about 6 months, and around 6 months we lose that chimpanzee hair. This is vestigial traits that come from the fact of an evolutionary process, but because the body doesn't need those traits anymore, they actually abandon them before you're born as a full human. But in your original development, you still have the vestigial traits of these lizard type muscles and other type of vestigial traits until the body realizes it doesn't need it anymore. This is the evolutionary process and the residual of evolution that took place. Wow, Tehuti, that's amazing that the ancients knew of our lizard reptilian type origins. Why are you teaching us about evolving from lizard type creatures in a class about the third eye? This doesn't sound too spiritual. Well, guess what else they found in primordial lizards going back 246 million years ago? Let me introduce you to one of our ancestors, one of our ancient African ancestors, lizard type creature called today. That's a typo there. Called today the Odon toe cyclops. That goes back 250 million years ago. Here he is. There's one that goes right around to the time period of these vestigial traits. Let's get a close look at him. So this is the fossil skull of the Odonto cyclops displayed. Its pineal foramen boom. What is that in the middle of its head? In the same area the ancients have as the seat of awareness and light vision. What is this right here? What's this little socket here in the middle of its head? Right between the two eyes. What is that? Right there. Let me take you to the article released on the study done in Africa, South Africa to be exact, November 13th, 2016, about this lizard. Guess what the article is called? Are you ready? What our ancestors' third eye reveals about the evolution of mammals to warm blood. And it shows this, the Odontocto cyclops displays its pineal foramen. And the article is called What Our Ancestors' Third Eye Reveals About the Evolution of Mammals to Warm Blood. French philosopher René Descartes believed the pineal gland, this is where it came from. Here's where the concept came from. French philosopher René Descartes believed the pineal gland, a tiny button of neurons located in the depth of our brain, was the seat of the soul. Today, thanks to paleontology, genetic and developmental studies, we know that it is actually the evolutionary relic of a long vanished organ, the third eye. This is also known as the pineal eye and is a receptor located on the top of the head. Many existing reptiles, such as monitor lizards, some iguanas, and tuatara, still have a pineal eye. All reptiles that still have the pineal eye today are cold-blooded. They have what's known as ectotherm metabolism. Modern mammals, which of course have warm blood, or endotherm metabolism, don't have the pineal eye. our group of researchers at University of Witwatersrand wondered whether being able to pinpoint when pre-mammalian species lost their pineal eye might unlock the secret of when warm-bloodedness became a mammalian hallmark. That's what drove an ambiguous study using fossil remains from South African Karoo region. How are you feeling right now? Boom. How are you feeling right now? Oh, your current conscious woke comedic your current conscious woke comedic teacher never taught you of this? Of course not. And that is why you are here at the Tehuti Podclass overdrive section. So we see that our primordial evolutionary ancestor lizard type creatures are the genetic catalyst of the real pineal gland eye, and it was a literal eye. You have just for the first time in your life learned of the true origin of the pineal gland and why it was factually tied into an actual third eye for the first time here at the Tehuti Podclass, June 15th, 2024. That is why I made sure I asked everybody first what they learned was the connection between the pineal gland and the actual eye. I hope you appreciate this. Let's continue. I've already answered the initial question and more almost 1 hour ago, but let us continue. Here we go. Let me ask the class, my great students and viewing audience, what are some of the qualities taught to you that the third eye does? And I've already asked the people in the class, and they said it's the light eye. It's to see into different dimensional light realms. It gives you an unphysical vision. I've gotten all the answers already from the class, from the panel. Okay. So it sees beyond the visible light spectrum into other realms of light consciousness. Because whenever you ask somebody about the third eye, they never describe the third eye as having this. Oh wow. Always. Hold on. They never describe the third eye as having the sight that the two physical eyes have. When you ask them, what is the difference between what the third eye actually sees? It's an eye, right? What's the difference between what it actually sees and what the physical eye sees? The difference is the visual light spectrum. The physical eye sees red, yellow, blue, green, orange, purple, and violet. And the third eye sees into different light dimensional realms that are not physical. That's what everyone tells you is the third eye's vision. When you ask anybody, what is the third eye's vision? Does it see a dog walking down the street? What does it actually see as an eye? And they say it gives you the ability to see into different dimensional realms, different dimensional light realms. Light are consciousness. Consciousness is synonymous with light. It sees beyond the visual light spectrum into other realms of light consciousness, and seeing into that realm is the only way you can get a sense of direction, because you can't make your way through the interdimensional realm with your physical eyes. So it is a light eye. Remember, it was called by the ancestors the HERU. The word Ma means sight, and HERU is light. So it's a light eye, an eye that's associated with light, that gives you the sense of direction into more refined realms as a light eye. The ancestors always spoke about this other dimensional sight, the Maharu, as seeing when you are in a form called a ku, a XU ku, which is, as I've shown you in the actual writings, the shining light beings, when they're in the realm of Nesser, the realm of light. And that's how you navigate in the afterlife. And that is directly from what the ancestors taught before any Ptolemaic or Greek invasion. That is what the ancestors taught. It was a light eye called Ma'a, and you had to have a pure eye represented by all of the senses, which is why each aspect of the eye represented all of the physical senses. You had to be alert in that realm with all of your senses, and thus you were in perfect health, and you could navigate in the afterlife, a realm of light. So the third eye, which is the one eye, because in ancient times it was never called third eye, it was just called the eye, because it was the only eye. You didn't have your two eyes in that interdimensional realm, because it's not a physical realm. You have the one eye, called the Ma'a, or the Ari, which the word Ari means to create and make, because you're making things through thought consciousness by visualization, that eye. Now, we find that over 246 million years ago, there's a South African ancestor, a lizard-type creature in the evolutionary state that had an actual eye in the middle of its head, and it was for a certain type of sight. And they found that through vestigial traits, that we still have the vestigial traits of these lizard-type ancestors, but either the traits disappear before birth, or some of the vestigial traits don't work properly, like the moving of the ears. The moving of the ears that horses can do. We have those muscles, but we can't, most people can't move their ears, nor do they need to, in order to hear. These are vestigial traits. Now that you have learned, and I've taught you, where the origin of your vestigial trait, which you are calling a pineal gland, and the third eye at the same time, is from which a primordial dragon, this ancestor, these lizard-type creatures, the ancient lizards on this planet, that this eye was called the Ma'a sight and HERU light, an eye recorded, typo there, recorded by our ancient ancestors that was sensitive to light. And the non-physical realm, which was a light realm, and was called a light eye, because you needed that to exist in that quantum realm that's only composed of light and sound. You couldn't bring your physical eyes there. It was used in the afterlife and the out of body as a navigation, directional function. Guess what the scientists have found the purpose of the lizards today, and the ancient lizard still holds as what's called the parietal eye, third eye pineal gland was and is used for. Let me shrink this down. Here's what the actual pineal eye was used for and is still used for by this particular dragon lizard right here. Predators and competitors in their lifespan can be anywhere between 10 and 20 years. The Philippine sailfin lizard is a unique physical feature, being a vestigial eye, which is also a parietal or pineal eye on top of the lizard's skull that can detect differing angles of light from the sun, and is thought to be used to find a sense of direction. The actual pineal eye that functions 246 million years ago and today in the lizard ancestry is used as a light eye. It differentiates different angles of light, and it's used as a homing device to navigate, as a sense of direction, to navigate itself, is what the pineal eye was and is used for in lizards. The ancient creatures that we still hold a vestigial trait from, as our ancestors knew and watched these beautiful creatures and would form a microcosm in Tundra that would represent a spiritual meaning to us, but represented a trait that came from what we primordially descended from, when the pineal gland was an actual eye that worked as an actual eye. And there it is, located right there, as an actual light eye, a Maharu, boom, an actual 246 million year old eye of navigation by angling light. Yes, the dragon origin And I'm still answering the dragon question. The dragon origin of the third eye, the Maharu, the light, Heru, Ma'a, seer of light. Thus, now that you understand the reptilian lizard origin, now I will give you the true definition of the word dragon. You will know for the first time its connection to the third eye, which was the definition of Dracos or dragon, which was the word for lizards. This is called the dragon. This is an actual lizard, and the lizard was the actual dragon, not the dragon I taught about a week and a half, last week or the week before, but the actual physical dragon has the third eye, using for navigational sight. And now, for the first time, you'll see the connection of why the pineal gland was associated with any type of sight, thanks to the wisdom given to you at the Tehuti Podclass. And now we look up the word dragon and the real definition of dragon. Dragon. Draconian, huge serpent type dragon, Draco. Dragon. To see clearly. To see clearly, to see. Light. Dryad, light. Light sight is the definition of dragon. To see clearly, visible, dragon. To see with light, light sight. Boom, the primordial lizard, the dragon, light seer. Hotep, I am done. Matrix broken. For those who appreciated this more than the waiter that you have tipped, and if you have learned, or if this has had any type of impact and has advanced your recent current understanding of the subject matter, send your tip of reciprocity and appreciation. You can call it third eye, pineal gland truth, light eye, lizard, light of the lizard, or any creative title that you can come up with to PayPal at RockySV, Cash App, TT Amun. Hotep, I am done. That's an hour and 22 minutes plus 29 minutes. Let me stop this. That's about 2 hours. Hotep, I am done. Let me come to the screen a moment. Oh, how come I can't come to the screen? There we go. Hotep, I am done. This is why when you look up the pineal gland in scientific research and studies, actual researchable studies, you won't see much about what you're calling the pineal gland being utilized for sight. You will find it working with melatonin, with your body's rhythmic system that works with the day and the night. But you won't find the pineal gland in any scientific article or any kind of research being associated with seeing anything or light. But when you do look up the original pineal gland, why is it doing this? Hold on a second. I must be on something. Hold on, let me see. When you do look up, I'm gonna put the link in the room. When you do look up the original pineal gland, the original one, before there was a human, in the primordial stages of evolution, that was an actual pineal gland that was used for sight. Angling light to navigate. You don't have that. You don't have that physically. Your actual pineal gland is something different than that. It's not associated with sight. But the ancient ancestors that studied animals, they used reptiles and animals as symbolism, understood their power, used the lion for its power, used the tiger, used the lion, used the hawk. You don't have the sight of an actual hawk, but the hawk is used for sight and foreseeing into the future in ancient papyrus. writings. Although you don't have the actual sight to see 2 miles, but the animal is used to emphasize sight. You don't actually have a pineal gland that sees anything. That's why when people teach you and ask you about the pineal gland, it's just a bunch of talking. They don't give you any ancient references or any scientific study. So it's just talk. And then you get emotional when one say, can you present the scientific study and the ancient writings? None of them have to do with the pineal gland seeing, but have to reference the primordial lizard type creatures that did and do have a pineal gland that actually sees. So that's it symbolized a power that you would have to see using light navigation in a realm that's composed of light, so that you could navigate in the out of body and afterlife. That's what the ancestors wrote, not something that they used while they were alive. The pineal gland, the actual one that you have, is extremely powerful, but that's another class. But it has nothing to do with an eye. Now you know factually why there was a tie between a gland in your head and an actual body part called an eye. Because the real pineal gland that is an eye was found in lizard type creatures and is still there today. Peace. All right. Welcome everyone to the end of the answer. I hope you all appreciated it. I'm not looking at the chat right now. I can't see the chat, but I'm going to check the Gmails. I'm going to see. Your teacher will not teach you that because more likely he doesn't know. Because it's more it's more fantastic to just talk from the top of you. The pineal gland, you see the third eye is a pineal gland. You can see in the different, the chakra, ajna, and now you look up the word ajna and you see it. It's the word for what the ancient people said the eye was, which was ma'at, order. How you doing, everybody? How are you doing? Oh, by the way, this is this is spectrum. She represents the visual light spectrum because she's my serpent that catches the light angle frequencies and changes color based on the visual light spectrum and emanates all these 7 colors. And she is from India, and she is called a Naga, and her name is Spectrum. That's why you see her changing colors. She represents the light spectrum. And since I did a class on the serpent and the visual light spectrum and the eyesight, I decided to finally bring her out to class. When everybody first came, she was about the size of, she was about this big. And people that came over at that time couldn't see her. She was just a little, she looked like a little pile of poop in the corner. Well, she's a part of the biggest species in the entire world. And she gets longer than a school bus. And she's Spectrum. She keeps going. And she represents the visual light spectrum. So I decided to bring her to class today. Since we're talking about that. How you doing? I don't know. I don't know who to talk to first. And you're the one that asked the question, and I gotta talk to Antu and you first. How you doing with that answer?
Doing absolutely beautiful to our very much, Sabatudi. I love the whole entire class. All of it was absolutely never very personal for me, from the HERU and experiences I've had to even the reptile part, because we have a reptile that has a third eye, so I understand more why they have it. And Spectrum is absolutely beautiful. What's the danger level from a scale from 1 to 10?
The danger of her?
Yeah.
She's not too dangerous. Only if she's around your neck and she jerks, she may be able to snap it. But she's zero level danger compared to everything else, almost everything I brought to the podcast. But she behaves like she's dangerous. My snakes that can actually kill you are actually more calm. When she's in her tank and you open it up, she comes out like this. She doesn't know what's happening, and she comes out immediately, mouth gaped open, flying out of the tank, ready to bite whatever rabbit or rat I have in my hand. She doesn't know if I have one or not, but she comes out. So she acts more dangerous than all of the serpents that I have in here. That can actually kill me, and she can't kill me. But when she gets about 3 times the size of this, she'll be able to crack bones with a squeeze. She's still an adolescent. She's the species of the largest naga from India in the world, and she just keeps going. But she's gonna get about 24 feet. Then I'll give her to a Tef. That'll be his first starter snake. All right, everybody. So I'm glad you enjoyed it. And too, you're the one that asked it. You give a little bit of feedback. We'll go to Atef Rem Kema Bella, and then we'll go and check out the support, the tips that were given for that answer.
It was great. I loved it very much. I'm very thankful for all that you did. I loved the answer. It was very helpful, and it helped me in many deep ways. Many of the things that you said really helped me, and I'm very appreciative. So to all, very much.
Nina, glad you appreciate. Is it getting louder? That's interesting. Glad you appreciate it. Tua for asking, because that question has never been asked to me before. Okay, that question has never been asked to me before, and whenever I hear people talking about the third eye, there's a third eye, which is really the hold on a second, hold on, one moment. Nice, crazy. Sorry, not you, hold on. When I hear people talking about the third eye, when people call the pineal gland the third eye, and I smile, because I know where the concept scientifically came from, and how our ancestors, having full respect for nature, was able to take a concept of the actual pineal gland that could see, even though ours can't, and would be brilliant enough to use that where it sits as a symbol of an eye, while simultaneously recording on the temple walls that the oldest symbols of creation were lizards. They had lizards. Our ancestors were completely amazing and beautifully minded spiritually, that they could take all the aspects of nature that they saw around them and create a way to communicate spirituality and immortality from how animals existed. 90% of the Metanetter are animals. So you have to understand animal life in order to imbue that into your immortality, because animals were the first creatures on the planet that utilize biological imperative, which means all they want to do is survive. Every animal wants to survive. The only one that doesn't is humans. Humans are the only life form on the planet that do self-sabotaging, suicidal things that destroy them and actually commit suicide. So you'll never see a beaver commit suicide. You'll never see a mountain lion commit suicide. You'll never see a rabbit commit suicide. So to take us back to our primordial state of biological imperative, which is not just to live in the physical, but to continue to live after the body is deceased, everything was associated with animals, the creatures that were on the planet. That whole consciousness was based on I must live. And the area in your body that gives you the decisions to defend yourself to live, it's called the reptilian brain. The oldest part of your brain is called the reptilian brain. So the ancient ancestors knew and associated reptiles with that type of survival wisdom. All right, glad you appreciated that. Atef Rem Kem Ma'at, give us a couple feedback, and then I want to see the support. And then on top of that, I have another special thing that I'm going to announce after I see the support. But go ahead, Atef.
You're on mute, I think.
I don't know if Atef is speaking or if he's on mute. I'm not sure. Let me look at the screen. I think you're something's going on with the mic, Atef. I can't. I'm gonna give you time to fix that and just keep talking until we can hear you. And I'm gonna go to Bella in the meantime. But she's after me. I'm gonna go to her. Bella. Now you know a little about the pineal gland.
Yes, so very much so for this class. It was very beautiful. I loved it. And I loved how you showed the mighty word Anu because it reminded me of...
Start over again. After you said I loved it, I couldn't I heard the word Anu, but I couldn't start over again. Let me hear.
I liked the mighty word Anu, I think is how you would say
Oh,
it.
Kemenu. Yes.
I like that, and it reminded me of that same word meaning Tehuti, you are the master of the city of Kemenu, I think is the same word. So it reminded me of that. And
Yes. Yes, and people don't know that it's Kemenu too. A lot of people pronounce it as Kenemu, but it has the word it's Kem. It's Kemenu. That's another thing. But yes, Tehuti was over the Kemenu, and so was Ptah. And they were the 8 reptile, lizard-like frog-type creatures, dragon-type creatures that represented primordial creation in dualities. In duality. So all of their names were the feminine and masculine part of each other, forming creation. But I'm glad you appreciated that, Bella. Now people know what the pineal gland that associates with sight really was. This is what I wanted to let people really know, that there is the pineal gland that associates with sight. It's an actual eye. It's just not what you have. Just like the muscles in the hand that came from the lizard, it's not in you anymore. It's in you as a baby. In our development, the pineal gland serves a beautiful purpose. That's another class though. But it's a beautiful purpose, but it's not the sight. The confusion came about just because people don't read what the ancient cultures actually say, and they don't study animals to even put those things together. The scientists literally call the pineal gland in lizards, the scientists call it the third eye. That's what they call it, because it is an actual eye. So, and I'm glad Antu and Anu have one. That's interesting. Glad you appreciate it, Bella. And I saw your face when I pulled the snake out. You seem to really like. Where is she? Spectrum. Okay, she's holding me now. Usually in the pod class, I'm holding the snake. She's down here holding me. So I'm just gonna stay calm and just not move around. And she's comfortable enough. She's grabbing onto me. And she's probably stronger than me right now, but let her, oh, there she goes. Okay, she's coming up. But I see that you really I saw your facial expression change when the snake came out.
Yeah, she's very natural. 204 showing her, and 202 for being willing to show herself.
Say it again.
202 her for her willingness to show herself.
Wonderful, wonderful. Okay, here we go, everybody. We're gonna go to the support. I appreciate everybody in the chat who's saying who appreciates it. I'm gonna look in the chat a little bit. I don't really look at the chat a lot, but I'm gonna look in the chat. Usually, if the person that asked the question is in the chat, I'll go in there and see. I'll check to see what the other people thought. But the person that actually asked the question is right here on the panel. And anybody who supports the Tehuti Podclass can come from the chat onto the panel and speak. We're gonna go to the first support that was done. For the primordial eye, that's exactly what it is, which is from the good brother Primordial Thought. And is Annie on the screen? I can't see the screen, but is Annie here?
No, he is not here.
Okay, no problem. Atef, is your sound? Atef, are you able to speak yet? I haven't heard Atef yet.
Good brother Atef, I don't hear you. I think you're still on mute.
Okay, no problem. So I'm gonna need a sound man. I don't even see Atef in the screen anymore. Gabriella, how are you?
I'm doing good. A little tired, but we're hanging in.
Okay. Well, you may fall asleep dreaming about lizards tonight, so I don't know. We'll see. See if Primordial Thought wakes up in the middle of the night with a third eye. I don't know. Primordial, you saw I had to steal that information from Ruth Ashby, right? The third eye.
Saba, that was fantastic. Definitely need to spend time with that one because there was a lot of primordial bomb drops in there, Saba, that you are just I don't know how deep the bag goes for you. That was phenomenal. Definitely, like I said, I have to process that one because I think you're starting to take me to deeper waters of understanding just the word primordial, and that is it makes me speechless because I don't know what to say to it. I don't know. I'm just observing. I'm observing the depths of that word just in general, and what it possibly just the power in creation in that word just brings forth strength, and it gives it an awakening. So to you, Saba, because you're taking me to deeper levels even in my own name. So to you.
Nini, I'm glad you appreciated it. And just to give you one last little jewel for you, Primordial. Notice the theme of both of the classes were on part of the theme was on Ma'at and order. That's also what your name actually means. Your name means the original order. That's what the word's composed of. That's what this was about. It's all about the original order of things. So the word is actually the original and then order. And that's what creates primordial. All right, let's go, everybody. Gabriella, the Primordial Digest that. Gabriella, how are you doing today? You doing good?
Hotep, yes, I'm doing good. Today was a really great day. I had energy to do a lot of things around the house, so that was exciting for me because I haven't had much energy. a lot of napping, a lot of resting. But today was a really good day. So yeah, I'm doing good.
Okay. Yeah, the Ice Cube song in the background. Today was a good day. All right, you're enjoying the day. Glad you were enjoying the day. And
How was your day?
my day was busy. I'm working on this answer. I'm still working on the answer to this question. I just finished answering the dragon question today. Because if you notice in the whole dragon breakdown that I gave, the whole dragon class, notice the one thing I didn't do? I never gave the definition of the word dragon. Nobody noticed.
Yeah, I wrote the definition of dragon down because that was the first thought that popped into my head. Like, he didn't give that in that last class, and he always gives breakdown of everything. So I thought that was interesting that you did it this class. And I've grown to learn to understand that you are very strategic with your classes and that they're all linked in some way or another, and that jewels that you may preserve for the following class is all done intentionally. So it's truly amazing to see your strategy and to observe that, because I said it before, you have an amazing skill to teach us all. Like, you have you have so many different students, and we're all so different. None of us are alike, and yet we all understand and absorb your teachings. So it's truly amazing to have a SABA who can do that. And each class you show me why you have the name that you have. So the Ren, I'm sorry, that you have. So Tua for being a shapeshifter to all of us.
Okay. Thank you. Only in the Tehuti Podclass is being called a shapeshifter a compliment. This is the most advanced class on the internet. I don't know, Primordial Thought, you ever been called a shapeshifter on the street? Has ever been any of your partners say, man, you know what I like about you? You're a shapeshifter.
Never.
Only the Tehuti Podclass. We are, this is completely advanced. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to check the support. I also want to say this. Oh, are you there, Ted? Are you,
I was saying, is my sound better? Can you hear me?
Okay, I can hear you, but it's not, put one of the sound effects on. Put one of the sound effects up.
It's good?
Yeah, that's it. Put the clap. Let me hear the clapping.
Okay. All right, we good. I had to restart the computer.
There you are, Tef. Wonderful. Hope you enjoyed the class at TEP.
I did, Saba. You hit us with the you're a real leader of the new school, and you hit us with that good Dungeon Dragon style. So 2 out for that, great Saba.
Nini Bust
the rhyme.
Oh,
Dungeon Dragons.
Oh, you remember that? Oh my good. Oh,
Yes.
The Dungeon Dragon. You remember that, huh?
Yes. Yes, you're a real leader of the new school.
Oh my goodness! You want a little jewel on that song? A little jewel on that song in there. You know the famous all over the track, man.
Yeah.
As I come back. That was a mistake.
Wow.
That was a mistake, and they kept recording it and became the most popular part of his verse. He actually forgot what he was gonna say, so he just started saying. Buster said he just said all over the track as I come back, and it sounded so good they kept it on, and the crowd repeats it, but it was a blooper, and he freestyled that.
And that's part of his style a little bit too. He used that in other songs, like in the future. Yeah. Kind of like his style.
Yeah, so that's a little Jew on that. Shout out to Buster Rhymes. I haven't seen Buster in I don't know how long. This wasn't a part of my intro. I don't know if I've told anybody this, but did I told you I tricked Buster into putting me into a movie? I don't.
No, you never told us that, Saba.
No, you put me in. I'm in the movie. What's that movie called? We're beating up Christian Bale. What's that called? It was Shaft. Yeah, I'm in a movie called Shaft. I forgot what I do sometimes, but I'm in a movie called Shaft, and we're beating up Christian Bale, and he was actually complaining that we were being too rough on him because the director told us to act like he was a real white racist. So we started. We started beating. It was beyond acting. Like, act like he was a real white racist, and he just killed your brother. He just killed your brother. Christian Bale. Don't look at him as Christian Bale. He killed your brother. And we took all the big guys, and we just started beating. And we beat up Christian Bale, and he was actually scratched up. And he said, "Cut, cut, cut, cut." And that was the movie Shaft I was in. And the way I walked by what was it was Buster Rhymes was doing a video. Shaft was the other one. Sorry, mistake. Shaft was a movie I tricked the directors in because I walked by them and pretended that I was an actor. So I wanted to see if I could do something to people's minds. So I walked by. Buster Rhymes was another movie. Buster Rhymes was the Pharaoh Monch song. Get the F up. You remember that song? Get the F up. Yeah, I'm in that video too. That's the one Buster Rhymes put me in that video. But the next time I tricked the director by walking by the director, and I picked up the phone. I pretended that I was talking to like Eddie Murphy and talking to actors, and I was like, I don't know if I want to be in that movie today. I don't know Eddie. What? You keep acting like this, Eddie Murphy. And I pick up the other. I called. I was talking to Prince, and I just pretend I was talking to all these actors. Directly, like, yo, who are you? Come on, we want you. You do movies. Come on, we want you in this movie. And they put me in Shaft. Busta Rhymes put me in Pharaoh Monch video. But anyways, let's get to the donations and support. I forgot about that part of my life. It's another part of my life. Here we go. All right, shout out to Primordial Thought 9. We're gonna show the donation here, and so shout out to Busta Rhymes. That video was completely chaos with Pharaoh Monch, and that was complete anarchy. That video was as anarchy. Shout out to it says $20 for tip Primordial I to a SABA. You can read it too. You go ahead and read that, Primordial. Please read that. Read that, please.
Yes, it says tip for the Primordial I to a SABA, Anufis, Black Eve, Ra, and the HERU.
Okay. Wonderful. Give me some noise. Give some big noise. I'm going to come off the stage for just a moment.
Hotep, how's my sound? Can y'all hear my sound?
You
can hear my voice? Can you hear my voice?
I can hear your voice.
Okay, all right. Yeah, that's amazing. I'm about to check those videos out right now. I just pulled it up. I like Pharaoh Monch from Queens. I think the name of the song is Simon Says, though, if I remember correctly. You back, Saba? Look like
Yeah, I don't know. Well, hold on. Yeah, it was called Simon Says, and it was it was complete madness. It was complete madness. Busta Rhymes directed the video, and it was literally a rave party. It was literally completely. Yeah, man, that was a crazy video. That was crazy. That was crazy. But the reason I confused Busta Rhymes with the other thing was because I knew where they had movie castings, and there was an area where they did movie castings, and they did certain videos in New York, and I knew where it was, and I would go there, and I would get into the videos, and I would pretend to be somebody and get into the movies, and it was a fun little thing I was just experimenting with, and it worked. I ended up in a movie, and I ended up in the Busta Rhymes Pharoah Monch video. But at any rate, that's the
movie. Is that the not the 1971 one?
No, I wasn't born yet.
Yeah.
It's the one with Christian Bale, the guy that played Batman, American Psycho, Christian Bale.
Yeah,
that was the one. We were thrown up against the car. It was really brutal, man. We actually, sorry, Christian Bale. That was years ago, but we actually heard that man. We pretended he was a white racist that killed a brother on the street. Pretend it's your brother. What if the white man killed you? The director was like Farrakhan. He was a European. What if it was your black brother, your actual mother's son, and he killed your brother? Look at Christian Bale. Put that hatred in your heart and go get that man. And we just I don't know why he did that, but sorry, Christian, but that's the movie sold well anyway. But okay, here we go. We're gonna go to the next one. Black Alucard, a great supporter. Appreciate you at all times. You're Mr. Consistent. You've been supporting. Black Alucard was supporting before there was even a podcast. There's some people in the podcast today that were supporting me since the Killer Pre-show, and are just finding out that the super chats weren't going to me, which is no problem. But they were supporting since the super chat of the Killer Pre-show, and Black Alucard was definitely there since those days. So shout out to you, Black Alucard. You've been there since the beginning, and you're one of the people that actually asked me for a Ren. You were supposed to get your Ren from me last year, but then the asbestos thing happened. So you'll be definitely getting your Ren at the Pathways. All right. Shout out to Black Alucard, $40. Could you read that for me, Bella, please?
Wait, you said it was for Black Alucard.
Oh, is it showing Anu on the screen?
Yes.
Oh, I wonder why I did that. Let me thank you. Let me see why. On my screen, it's showing Black Alucard. That is very interesting. Let me see if I can. My screen saves is Black Alucard. Tell me what it's. Is it Black Alucard now?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. I don't know why I was showing Anu. All right. Go ahead, Bella, please.
It says $15 for the I symbol and TFTK, which I don't know what that stands for.
I thank you for the knowledge.
That's right. Atep decoded that about a year ago or so. We didn't know what the heck is TFTK. I was like, are you cursing me out? I don't know what that was, but he Atep figured it out and told us it is. Thanks for the knowledge. Give him some hand claps, please. Oh, we can't hear you anymore. Uh-oh.
Can you hear me?
What's happening? Yeah, what is it? What is it that's fading you out sometimes?
I don't know. Maybe the noise gate. I don't know how to work. It's too many buttons. It's too many buttons. As long as you can hear the sound, that's it.
Okay. Okay. Okay, go ahead and speak it, Seth. Let me see if I can hear you again.
I was saying that's Black Dracula.
Yes, it's Dracula spelled backwards.
Yes, yep.
Yeah, Dracula spelled backwards. So he's into he loves Anpu, and he's an interesting brother. I don't know if you remember him from the men of the class. He didn't really speak, but he was just there in the dark, and he's an interesting, unique brother. I'm gonna do this, everybody, right now. Before I continue, before I read these tips, I haven't read the rest of the tips yet, but I'm gonna say this. If anyone sends a tip from this point on, and you put third eye dragon, if anybody wants to see me, step away for a minute. And as a part of this class, since I taught on this topic, if anybody wants to actually see this in the class, send your next tip and call it third eye or third eye dragon, and I will bring this to the screen and turn it around and show you an actual third eye. If you want to see this right here, if you want to see this in the screen, whoever wants to, send a tip of appreciation and just put third eye on it or something like that. And when I look through the emails, if I see that, I will come off of the screen. And for the rest of the pod class, this will be in the pod class, and I'll actually put the head into the screen and point to the third eye. And this is the actual dragon from Asia that navigates with light. This is the one they're speaking of. So if anybody wants to see that, I'll just check through and see the tips, and I'll bring that to the screen from Asia. All right, welcome new people to the Tehuti Podclass. This is the strangest class on the planet, but this is what we love. All right, let me go ahead and Black Yellow Card. Let me go through the rest of these tips and support. Ani Pata Aten Tehuti. And what is this? A 10 or a 10? Oh, okay, I see. Tua Ishin. I remember that. Sexem Sabiat. Okay, I gotta understand. I gotta see the some of these words are metanetter in English. Tua for Sechem Sabiat. Okay. Here we go. Boom. Okay, we're going to give a shout out to the great brother Ani Pata, who sent a large tip donation. Oh, where'd it go? Oh, boy. Here we go. Here we go. It's fun. Okay, here we go. Shout out to Annie. It says for ATTON and Neferkeperet, Tua Ishin, Tua for the Sechem Sabiat. Give them some big noise. Atef, give them some big noise, please. I see. Oh, Anu Antu with a big one down here. Oh, I gotta scroll down. There's some. Okay, there's some way down. Anu and Antu way down there. I see them though. I see you, Anu and Antu. Thank you. When I scroll all the way down there, I'll get to it. Here we go. All right. Shout out to the young lady who's on the screen right now. Let me see what it says, and she can read it. Oh, this is a tip for the perfect. All right, here we go. 31. Okay, tip. I'm gonna call it I. You're doing very good, Spectrum. You just latching onto my leg and just resting. Very good. It must be taking my body heat. All right. Shout out to the young lady on the screen right there. To the young lady and new baby that is inside her, moving around, swimming around like a lizard. Gabriella, go ahead and read that for us, please.
Yes. 2772 for being the Ma to the dragon. Purple heart, blue heart.
Thank you. Thank you. We got some new people. Thank you. I don't look in the room much, but shout out to this new person here. Saying salute. I haven't seen the rest of the comments because I don't look in the room much, but I did notice that as I switched over. Thank you, Gabriela Lopez, 2772. That is a palindrome going back and forth for the Ma'a to the dragon. I'm glad you greatly appreciate it. And oh, 1 second, hold on, everybody. One moment, everybody, hold on. One momentum. Oh, it's up here. I got it. Let me expand it. Excuse me. Where is it? Where is it? It's so very interesting that I can't see it anymore. Give me a moment, everybody. Okay, I got okay. Okay. Shout out to you, Gabrielle. Appreciate you. And shout out to your new baby who still has the unborn baby who actually is the only one in the pod class that has the atavistic lizard muscles. Hasn't gotten rid of them yet. Right before birth and debate. The embryos and the baby still inside the womb have those lizard muscles, and right before birth they get rid of them, so the little babies still have those vestigials of the lizard. So shout out to your literal primordial baby. Shout out to the little baby in there developing, doesn't even know what's going on. Okay, here we go. Shout out to who's the next supporter to the Tehuti Podclass? That would be Anu and Antu. Shout out to them. I think, are they on the screen? If so, Anu and Antu, can you read this one? As soon as it pops up, I don't see the screen, so I don't know if it's on yet. But as soon as it does, Anu or Antu can go ahead and read it if they're on the screen. Tess says he has too many buttons. I have too many screens. Is that you, Antu? What'd you say?
Yeah, I said we're on the screen, just to let you know.
Okay, good. Okay, I can see you all now. Okay, there you go. Antu, go ahead and read that for us, please.
$20 for Tehuti for opening the Ma HERU with the eye emoji and dragon sight with a dragon emoji.
Did it come off the screen? Hold on.
Yeah, it came off, Saba.
Oh no, wait, hold on. Computer's going crazy. Hold on a second. Where did it go? Okay. Anu and Antu. Let me put it back on the screen really quick. I didn't mean for it to come off. I wanted to see those emojis. Let's see. Okay. Shout out to Anu and Antu who donate multiple times every class and support every single class. And now there it is. It has the Maharu, the eye, dragon sight. And you found the Chinese dragon emoji. I don't know where you typed in for that, but that's the one I taught on. That's all right. There you go. Shout out to you two. You two are great supporters and great students. Appreciate the both of you.
To us, Saba.
And Thank you. I hope you're not working too hard either. I got an email about another job on top. I don't know what's happening, but did you add something, another one on top?
We're taking off work for many reasons that we listed, so we're trying to find other things right now. We have
Okay. Are you doing anything else in your time off work? Do you have another filler
Other
job
than what
right?
you're giving us, not yet. Just what I'm working on what you gave us right now.
Okay, cool. Okay, well, good luck on that. And that website I gave you has, you could, if you find the clients, everything is on there. I saw plastic feet are on there with real wrinkles. You can buy feet if you like play with toes. I don't know, all type of all kind of things are on there. You can sell plastic feet. Okay, shout out to this next supporter right here, Vortex Ninja, $25.95, and it says support. Give them a big round of applause. Give them some noise. Turn it up just a little bit. Turn the volume up a little bit of tap. Thank you, Vortex Ninja, wherever you are. If you're in the chat or if you're just watching in the background, you have come back strong and consistent. Like we remember you. We remember you strong and consistent. One moment, please. What just happened here? Robert E. Williams, what happened to Vortex Ninja? Hold on. $25.95, right? Okay. Oh my goodness. Okay. Okay, I see what happened. Okay. Got you. All right, Vortex Ninja is logged, and next up is the good brother who's in the room consistently, Robert E. Williams. One day he's going to surprise us and pop up on the panel. He is welcome on the panel any day, anytime. He's beyond words when it comes to what support and everything. He's amazing. He's the reason why I have my my 2.5 foot sword in here protecting me is from that brother right there. So shout out to Robert E. Williams and the sword, ancient Tamaray Kemetic Nile Valley sword. That is definitely super sharp. Okay, is it showing on the screen? Did we already give noise for him, or did it not pop up yet?
No, it didn't pop up yet.
Okay, now it's gonna pop up. Now let's see. Boom, there it is. 2072. Anu, could you read that for me, please?
Robert E. Williams Jr., 2072, for third eye, making a healthy body, order, and life. Tua. You said, I think it cut off, so he meant Tua.
Oh, yeah, you're right. Wonderful. Okay, give him some big noise, please. Woo! We have another support, another nice support from a Ka walking in the flesh. He goes by none other than the name of, he may be in the chat right now, but this is a spirit walking in the flesh right here. He is he's just like, he's a spirit. I don't even consider him a physical being. He doesn't even act like he acts like he's not even from this planet here. He's completely advanced. He's the only one that I know that is in contact with his deceased family on a regular basis. He's very advanced with that. He has dreams and visions of people and things in the pod class that were true, that I actually saw. The man's young brother right here. Beged Leisure, $25. He's known in the chat as Maharu. Could you read that for me, Bella, please?
Tua for letting me read it. It says 25 for Tua Tehuti, SABA, Ma'a, origin of crown, Ari, traveling to become beloved Atef, Ka of Osar.
Yes. Thank you, Bella. And Atef, give him some big noise, please. Shout out to this brother here who was the only. Oh, what was that?
I was saying you're welcome to the part where you said thank you, and I wanted to say Tua about it.
Okay, wonderful, excellent. Shout out to this brother here who was the only brother who actually gave a definition, one of the definitions of the word AJNA, and he did have a little bit of an upper hand because he was raised with an Indian background, so he's pretty familiar with some of the things in the language. But that's none other than this good brother right here. His name is in front of the screen. He's known in the chat as Master K, and he is Ashnil Kumar, and he's giving a tip for home Hatep Ma'at Namaste, Tua for outstanding information and guidance. This is definitely a tip for the class. I know it is. So give him a hand clap, please. Atef. Wonderful. Thank you. Thank you, brother. You're another consistent brother, and I like the fact that you have the Indian background. That is great for the pod class, because a lot of things that I bring up go back to Naga, India, and it's good to have somebody who's a little bit familiar with some of the topics, so they can add some things in the chat and just be familiar to answer questions, because they're raised up in it. So it's coming from a first-hand perspective, not just somebody who woke up and started studying Indian philosophy, but somebody who was raised up around it. So you're a great addition to the pod class. I see Rigo is blowing up the pod class. I'm going to read you shortly. Rigo is back, everyone. I see him down at the bottom there in the donations, and I'm going to get to him very, very soon. Okay, here we go. Boom. So let me ask you, Gabriella, I'm not sure, but have you ever seen this creature before? In real life, not in a movie? I want to bring him to the podcast. I'm gonna scroll up. I want to bring this to the podcast right now. This movie creature, this gremlin or whatever. I'm not sure what people see, but I want to bring him to the podcast. But have you seen this before? How about you, Primordial? Have you seen this creature before here on the screen?
So I've never seen anything like that. Looks like something on Jurassic Park.
Okay, good. He may pop up. I'm gonna check, but I don't know. That looks something like from Jurassic Park. Shout out to you, Ashnil Kumar. Appreciate you. Let me see if it's saved. Oh, hold on. Appreciate everyone tonight. The support is excellent, has been, and as I'm scrolling down, it continues down. Oh, Rigo. Whoa. Oh my, Rigo. Is this another one? Hold on a second. Hold on, everybody. I don't know if I'm seeing correct. Wow. Ladies and gentlemen, Rigo has returned to Shake the Podclass. Rigo has returned with, guess what his request is? Can anybody guess what Rigo's request is? Does anybody have any idea?
Another
Rigo. I thought I was seeing things because it looked like deja vu. It looked like an old PayPal, because this is what his PayPals used to look like. I want you to get ready. Atef, please. This is a big one. I usually say the big ones to the end, but this is a big one I'm going to read because Rigo's been away for so long. Let me put from June 15. Rigo's been away for so long, and he came back power punching. So let me go ahead and get ready to give the Transformer sound and all of that to this brother here. Rigo's ready to shut it down. Where are you going? Rigo's ready to shut it down. Give all the sounds a tap. Push all the buttons. Rigo is back in full effect. And what does he say there? I'm going to get Antu. Could you read that for us, please? I see the word matrix in there.
$111.11 for Could You Further Break Down the Matrix movie, the meta cortex.
Oh my goodness. Atef, are you there? Oh my God. I'm going to step off the screen for a moment.
Better keep teaching like this. You don't play with pseudos.
Atef, could you play the whole thing from Menkura, please? Play the whole Menkura soundbite
like this. You yo. I was thinking, I was like, they really, the culture has shifted and the power has transitioned.
All right, wonderful. Thank you. I love that soundbite. It's complete madness. Shout out to Menkura. Wow, Rigo, you have returned to shut it down. Oh my goodness. Wow. Okay, here we go. I see some people ordering the MedNet or Magic classes. Oh my goodness. Oh wow, everybody. Here comes Nicholas Venden with the back to back. I was trying to save these big ones for later, but they're narrowing down. So it looks like I don't have much to save. So we're just gonna get to them when they pop up. Wow, everybody, here we go. What is it, June 15th? Shout out to the good brother Nicholas Savenden with one of the longest questions I've ever seen in my life. I can't even read it. I'm going to get somebody to read this for me. Who read the last one? Was that you, Antu?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Whoa! Look how long this question is. Okay, here we go. Shout out to Nicholas Venden. Give him some big noise, please, for the support of the House of ATTON. Tehuti Podclass. Good. Big noise, please.
Don't nobody really want no smoke.
Bella, could you read that for me, please?
So for letting me, it says 52 for 2 questions. First, what is the meaning of number 7? I can see it in many things like 007, the sevens, 7 days, 7 chakras, 7 deadly sins, etc. And wonder what it originally is for the followers of Ma'at. Second, is there a documented connection between followers of Ma'at and the Vedas, Hindu culture? Since I know Buddha and Patal connection, but it says that Buddhism is branched from Vedas to a great Saba Tehuti Amenhotep.
Wow. Okay. Shout out to Nicholas and Vannon for that. Actually, it's multiple questions. Wow. Thank you for reading that, Bella. Appreciate your clear reading. For me, appreciate that. That was long.
You're welcome. So for letting me.
Nini Ook. Whoa. Okay, Nicholas and Vannon, you're gonna get one of those classes. That's 2 questions, and we'll see what happens. Oh my. Okay. Wonderful. There we go. All right. Next up for the great supporters. Where's Anu and Antu? I know I've seen them. Oh, they're way. Okay. They're way. Oh wow. Okay. Okay. Shout out to Daryl. Daryl, $5, and actually he gave 2. Oh, Daryl, I see you gave. Daryl gave this one and gave for a midnighter class. I think this is first one. 30. Oh, it's an all-nighter. All-nighter. Here we go. Shout out to Daryl, all the way from the UK. He gave $5.08 for Podclass. Appreciate you, Daryl, for that. And he came back to back with another one. Oh, that's Rigo again. Oh, wow. That's Rigo again. Wow, Rigo. Daryl again. Daryl came back to back with another one. And this one says, what's this one here? Oh, the Meta Magic classes. Wonderful. Here we go. Meta. Okay, so he gave the 5, and then he gave back to back with 20. But Daryl, I'm gonna put this on the screen. When you all send for Meta Magic classes, can you all please send your email? I don't know where to send this to. So first of all, give him some big noise, please. Give him some big noise, and Daryl email. Or you can email I see Ebony Knowledge says subbed. Very nice. Daryl, if you don't have the donation communication email, let me give you this because oh, it's on banners. Daryl, if you're watching this, you can email this email to find out. Email that email and you'll get a response with Meta Magic class 49. But I do not have your email. All right, shout out to you. Thank you. Once you email that, you'll just get a response within a few minutes of it opening with the class to match. Shout out to you, Daryl. Appreciate your support, and you are going to absolutely love class number 49. Those that have class number 49 know what I'm speaking about. Okay. So I got to change the title here. Meru to send Meru when email comes, read the email, send that, and we'll get it out to you. We'll get out to you. All right, boom, boom, boom. Where? Oh wow. Okay. Okay. Who's this? Who's this? Let me go all the way back up. Uh-oh, everybody. Uh-oh. We have a donation for the dragon. Wait a minute. Let me read this. Oh, wait. What happened? Already exists. No, I don't want to do that. We have a donation for the to bring this creature out. Let me see if I'm reading this right. Let's see the dragon on here. Let me see. Shout to, who is this? Ox Effect, of course. Ox Effect. Ox Effect. Gabriel Lopez, are you there? Are you there at all? Oh, that's still Daryl.
She had to step away real quick, so.
Okay, you're there, Primordial Thought?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, good. Could you read this, please? And then I'm gonna step away for a moment and see if I can go catch this creature for you guys. All right, here we go. Read that, please. Primordial. Read that, please, Primordial.
Yes, it's from Ox Effect. It's $20.72 for a third eye dragon.
Give him some noise. Atef, give him some noise, please. One moment, everybody. One moment. What's that? What's that? That's the Rattlers? They sound crazy. They sound super angry. Okay. Is both of them? Oh my, they're ready to angry guys. Okay. Shout out to Ox Effect for that. Appreciate you. Who else is here? Slowly getting to Anu and Antu. I see Eric G. Oh, Ox Effect again. Wait, who's this? Oh, that's Rigo. I don't want to read that one just yet. Shout out to Ox Effect again. So for those who are wondering, who are new, like Ebony Knowledge and the other young lady, Meri Sekmet. Hold on. Okay. Who are wondering what this is right here, and what the last one was. 40. Meru. Let me put it on the screen right here. And boom, boom. Then I'm gonna step away for a moment after I read a few more donations, and I'm gonna come back with something. All right, that is Meru Magic class number 26. So for the new people that are watching that are wondering, what does that mean? Why do we keep seeing donations or fun sense, and they say Metanetter Magic class? So we used to teach a live Metanetter class every Monday at 1:30 p.m. 65 classes were done, and then they were canceled due to time constraints, and they were all recorded though, fortunately. So there's 65 classes on much more than just learning Metanetter letters. They're actually how to utilize the magical powers, day-to-day rituals, and then after class 47, from class 47 to 65 became the most powerful how-to actual out-of-body magic class, mirror magic classes that I've ever actually revealed, and they're about 3 hours long each one. So you can actually order these, and there's 65 of them. If you want to start off from one, or if you want to go straight to the powerful magic and start off like class, it should be class 45, and that's where you send in an email saying, I'd like to inquire about the magic class, Metanetter magic class. So that's what that is, everybody. So speaking of that, Ox Effect ordered the class number 26. So give Ox Effect a round of applause, please. Shout out to you, Ox Effect. Appreciate you very much for that. And let me see, class number 26. So Ox Effect, if you're in the room, which you should be because you just sent for the dragon. If you check your email in about maybe 40 seconds, you should have that automatically. You should have that in about 40 seconds or so, 20 seconds or so. Shout out to you, good brother, Ox Effect. And your class number 26 should be responded to in a few seconds. Appreciate you. All right. Whoa, hold on, Spectrum. I'm going to read a couple more, then I'm going to step off. Shout out to wow, you all are really supporting tonight. Appreciate you all. Atef Remkem Ma'at. And then right after this is Anu and Antu. I see them right after it. Here we are. Hold on, Spectrum Man. Hold on. Calm down. Wait a minute. I need my hands. Shout out to Atef Remkem Ma'at, who is a moderator, who is the sound man, who is the Metanetter Papyrus reader on Sundays, and many other things under his hat that he does to assist the house of ATTON, things that are seen, things that are unseen, and he's dedicated and loyal, and he's dependable for what he says he's going to do. We greatly appreciate this great moderator. Atef Remkem Ma'at, give him some big noise, please. Woo, 9 hours, 10 hours. Thank you, Atef Remkem Ma'at. And he always, he actually sends 2 in a row always. So this is the next one. Oh, there he is. Yeah, yes, I hear you. Thank you, brother, for your appreciation. And of course, he goes back to back with the next one here. And 7.77. That's Ephraim Kema. Thank you, good brother. Appreciate you. And I see Gabriella for part 2. Whoa. And I see the monster one. And I see Bella. Let me just go ahead and read this monster support from Anu and Antu. Shutting it down again, as usual. And they are a part of everything. They are a part of everything. And not only are they a part of everything, but I Let me see. I could look at my phone right now. I haven't checked my messages much today, but I could probably look at my phone right now. And yep. Anu and Antu. Let me go ahead and heart their messages every single day. I get an adoration from Anu and Antu on my phone every single day. I didn't even check today, but I knew that it would be there. So they send me a Anu and adoration every day, sometime in the morning, and they are part of everything. And they are one of the most consistent, largest supporters of the Tehuti Podclass. Shout out to this monster support right here. One of you go ahead and read that for us, please.
$100 for Tua Tehut. Homage to you, the soul of everlastingness.
Drop all the noises, please. Drop all the noises. All these, oh my gosh. This is crazy. I'm gonna read that. Don't play the pseudo. Anu and Antu, thank you. Appreciate you, and I know you're gonna say you appreciate me, so that's why you do it. Thank you. Thank you. You two are great, consistent, and you're working really hard. And I wish you all the best success to the time and effort that you put in for the business that you are going to explode one day, so that you don't have to work anymore for the system.
Well, very much
Thank
for
you.
your words.
To our Saba.
And in you.
Thank you. All right, everybody. Maybe I'll read Gabriella's and take a break because she shut it down as well. Oh my goodness. She called it part two. Part two. Oh. Give this young lady who is carrying life in her body, give her major noise right now. This is just called part two. Tua, give her some noise. Wow. Read it for us, Gabriella, even though I read it, but I like to hear you read it.
Of course. $50 for part two. Tua, purple heart, blue heart. It would be part two to the first question. So please.
Oh, what was the question? I saw the other donation. Maybe I forgot. What was the question, or was it tip?
It was for part two for the first question. I know you said if you want a part two.
Oh my! Oh my God! I didn't see anybody send anything for that. I forgot I even offered that. Oh my goodness! The Poimandres connection to the George Floyd ritual.
Yes. Yeah. The second you said, if anyone wants, and I said, nope, that's it. And I said, let's go. Send it now. No need to hesitate.
Oh,
yes.
wow. Okay. That's Ladies and gentlemen, I have to log that. That's not the part 2 of a tip. That's the part 2 of the class that I'm gonna answer in a very safe but explosive way. So we're gonna rename this. The Shepherd and the George Floyd Ritual. Let's go. Okay, so this is from this is June 15th. I call it Poimandres Floyd. Okay, everybody, I'm gonna step away for just a moment and come back with oh, my screen is freezing. Hold on. What's happening? Hold on. Okay, I'm gonna step away for just a moment, and when I come back, because Ox Effect actually gave a tip to bring out the dragon that this last class was about. So I'm gonna go take a break, revive myself for a few minutes, and when I come back, I'll be back with this right here. I'll be back with this right here if he lets me keep my fingers. So I'll be back with. You should see the teeth on this thing is undescribable. I don't know what. Watch the movie Gremlins and just look at the teeth of the Gremlins movie. It's from probably before most people here were born, but maybe Gabriella. Gabriella, were you around with the Gremlins movie? Do you remember that? Was that in your time or was that before you?
Yeah, yes, I was able to watch that movie, and I was terrified of those things. I had nightmares of that, so I didn't really like the movie once it started to get quote unquote dark. But I did like them before because they seemed like a cute pet.
Yeah, the gizmo things, right? I forget how they were called, but they start off cute and then water touches them and then they turn into, well, whatever their teeth are, that's what this thing has. So I'll be back, everybody. Peace and love. I see you, Bella, very excited to see this creature. And let me ask you, Anu and Antu, do you have something rare and you put it on Facebook, feeding it worms? Is that you have the nice guy. You have the gremlin before it turns into the gremlin. You have the nice little guy. Okay, I have the gremlin version of that. So I'll be back, everybody. Peace and love. I'll be right back. Let me just go put oh my god, man. Can I lift you? I'm gonna put what is the screen? Let's tell how big your head is, man. One of the biggest head serpents I have. This head is massive. This is a rabbit swallower. So wow. I'm gonna go put you away and I'm gonna come back and come back with the dragon and hopefully all of my fingers. I'll be back, everybody. Peace.
Peace and love. Can y'all hear me? I don't know. There's way too many buttons on this thing. I gotta learn it. I just want to give a HERU to all the supporters. I want to give a special HERU to Rigo. Thank you for keeping it going, great brother. Those questions that you ask about the Matrix are absolutely phenomenal and very necessary. I think all of that is all the questions that everyone asks are very necessary. I still can't say that word. What is it? Owen? What's the name for the first question? I can't pronounce that word right. But that was a great answer to that question because I had never heard of that before. Saba's still answering the dragon question. And Saba don't be pump faking. That's what I love about Saba. When he say something, he going to get it. He's gonna go get us I don't know what it is, a dragon, a dino. It looked like the Loch Ness Monster because he halfway coming out the water. I don't know, but I just love it, and I just think that this is so necessary. When I sit and ponder sometimes, like what you said, Anu, these classes give us a deeper understanding when we're watching these documentaries and these shows about our, you know, our history, because they have to, like Saba taught us, the truth has to be in there, you know. So it's easier for us to decipher, you know, what's real and what's not as we watch these shows, because I watch them too. I watch the animal shows. I love watching the Komodo dragon eat things just whole. Like, it's just, I don't know, I'm amazed by it. Yeah, Sab, I'm definitely waiting on the magic school bus. When he get that long, I'll be ready. When he gets that long, I'll be ready for the iridescent snake. Yes, but you know, it's just a beautiful thing that we're getting here, and the benefit of these teachings are not as apparent as they are right now. Like, they're very, very necessary, and we're definitely benefiting from them. But when I go back and I rewatch them and rewatch some, because I'm constantly, it's like in my playlist, like that's what I'm doing right now. I'm going and I'm snatching all the podclasses down off the internet just so I have it, because you know how the Matrix be faking, and you know how they remove certain things, and so I'm just making sure that I have it, even though I have all of them, but I'm just going back and just making sure that I that I have them backed up. I back up the backups, because this information is necessary, and this is relevant information for eternity, because just like Saba taught us, the truth was here before all of us was born. The truth is the truth, and it existed. So that's the same is going to be so when we're not here. These teachings are still going to be necessary and relevant, because this is the level of truth that Saba is breaking down and giving us. Very nutritious, as he said, and very easily digestible. You know, like he pointed out, we're all from, but that was Gabrielle, we're all from different walks of life. We all, you know, are so very different, but the one thing that unites us is definitely Ma'at, you know, so that's a beautiful thing. And my Eve is overjoyed when I see the support that our teacher gets, because it's just, you know, it's a time right now where it's like we don't even respect, you know, teachers. We don't respect what's real. We don't even respect the fake. When I say we, I'm talking about overall, you know, those of us that are here consistently every week. You know, I'm not speaking to those of us, but I'm speaking to, you know, the people that be pump faking, because it's like, how do you not appreciate the truth? You know, it's like someone asked me the other day, because when I talk, I get so much adoration when I speak around people. I'm promoted or hailed as, you know, for my wisdom, and I just tell them, I'm like, yo, I said, if you're the smartest person you hang around with, you need new friends. So the people that I surround myself with are Saba. You know, I'm here. I'm never not here. So it's like, and the rest of you that's on the panel, you know, those of us, the great students and everyone that's in the chat, we're all along. I see Nukpu say he's an embryo. He's not even born yet. But that brother had a Metal Netta name way before I knew what Metal Netta was. I had no idea. You know, when I say I'm a baby, so it's just beautiful to see all of our growth and elevation, you know, where we're going. I'm definitely looking forward to the new, to the Ren ceremony that we're gonna have at the Pathways, because it was absolutely nefer when Minty received her Ren. You know, wasn't really expecting that, or I didn't know what to expect. Looking forward to the great brother, Black Alakar, Black Dracula, receiving his Ren, and Nefertatan the experience is I can't even explain it. I really can't, because I'm still, as I learn every day, you know, different things are revealed to me, different insights and different things, and also different synchronicities about my Ren and about myself and about my journey, you know, as I made it here. You know, it's just it's beautiful. I'm eternally grateful, you know, and that's all I can say. And like I tell them, I don't possess the English vernacular to actually give our SABA the adoration that he deserves. I'm learning the metal netta. I'm learning it, and you know, one day I'll be able to truly express to him, you know, the gratitude that I have for him and what he's done for me and my family, and this knowledge, and people do what's important to them. So thank you. I'm thanking you for all the supporters and all the people that ask the questions that allow us to elevate and you know, raise our consciousness, because if that's not what you're trying to do, I don't understand what the purpose of life is. Me personally, if you're not trying to raise your consciousness and be better and do better, you know, like when I speak, you know, I'm not shy to speak. It's just I know more Isfet than I do you know, Nefer, Medu Nefer. I know more Isfet language than I know Medu Nefer. And once upon a time, I thought it was cool. I thought it was cool to speak a certain way. You know, I thought it was cool to behave a certain way. You know, but as you elevate your consciousness and you grow, and you begin to understand, you know, how foolish it is. And it's comedy now when I look at certain things on YouTube and on TV. I don't watch much TV unless I'm watching something that's going to help me, something that's beneficial, you know. And when things pop up, sometimes it's comedy just to see, you know, just how ignorant people are around us and what's going on. So I'm truly thankful for this HERU vision. This my HERU, this dragon, you know, the dragon sight. I'm grateful for it. So I just want to give a hinu to our great SABA and all that he does, and I'm definitely looking forward to this Loch Ness monster he about to bring out with the gremlin teeth. So Gabrielle, thank you for asking that question part 2. But how do you say that word? What's the word? How do you say it?
I'm on the same boat as you. I don't know how to pronounce it. We're on the same boat. Maybe Anu or Anthony can help us out.
Anu, how do you say that word?
It is pronounced, but I have to see how it's spelled. Poimandres.
Poimandres, yeah, see? Never heard that word before in my life. I heard of the Hermetica. I heard I heard of that, but I heard Hermes Trismegistus, but I never heard that. Poimandres. That's another thing. You know, we are too ignorant to say I don't know. You know, I've never heard that before. You know, it's like we don't want to say that. His brother asked me last week. He asked me. He said, "What was the switch, or what was the?" I don't know how he asked me, but he always gives me adoration when I talk. And he asked me, "What was the switch? You know, how did you get here? What did you?" And you know, I told him that I had to realize that I didn't know very much. I had to realize that everything was a lie. I didn't know what the truth was at first, but I definitely knew what the lie was. You know, at least some of the lie. So that's where I started. I just started peeling back the layers like an onion, you know. And then he was like, "Well, what do you mean?" I said, "Well, Easter bunnies don't lay eggs." He was like, "What?" I said, "It's a mammal. Mammals don't lay eggs. You can just start with that." So then you'll peel back the layers and just begin to, you know, dig. Like, you know, look at the stories, and you know, the Noah's Ark. You know, what was it? 2 of everything, right? So 2 mosquitoes, two jellyfish, two starfish, two sharks, two hammerheads, you know, two seashells, two mussels, two clams. Like, come on, it begins to just truly not make sense if you have any type of common sense, you know. Two dragonflies, like what? You know, it's like, and then there's so many insects and animals that are discovered, quote unquote, every day. You know what I mean? Like, it's so many different plant species and animals that science is discovering. If you just go online and look to see how many different it's a new species of this, a new species of that. It's like, you know, a lot of the lie is just easily, if you just remove what you think you knew and just try to look at it, you know, realistically, or try to look at it without your clouded vision. But like Saba, you know, pointed out in this today's teaching, you have to have a pure heart. It has to start with your heart, you know, and that's one of the things that we're not willing to do, is purify our heart. So I'm grateful. I remember somebody asked about the egg cleansing a while ago, you know, and these different rituals and different things that we do or that we think we're doing, and just how everything traces back to its origins. You know, we're not willing to do that. It stops with the Ptolemies, and that's not where it stops at. You know, so if you keep digging and keep searching, you know, look, I have my little shovel here. It stays on my desk. My representation to keep digging, to keep searching, you know. It's just beautiful. I'm very, very, very grateful, and I know all of you are, because I see the support, and I don't just mean financially. I mean, you're here, we're here together, we're on this path together, and that's beautiful. That in itself, to know that it's not just, you know, me, you know, that it's a bunch of us. So I'm definitely looking forward to the rest of the netters that's out there that's going to be joining us and, you know, traveling along this journey with us. Is beautiful. So I'll pass the mic to one of you great brothers and sisters up there that want to speak, because it's I'm just man, I'll be at a loss for words, man, when I think about the teachings. It's just, you know, what would we do without this? You don't get this nowhere else. It is nowhere else being deciphered like this. The information is there, but putting it all together and tying it back to its source and its origin, nobody does it like Saba. So it's new to you, great Saba.
Well, for your words, they're very beautiful, and I definitely agree. I love that we are all here on this journey together, and the growth that I see in everyone is very unique and powerful. Just to see that happening in others is so beautiful to experience, and I'm very thankful for it. I'm thankful for all the things that you all do within yourself, and that you are here consistently, and for all that you do to support Saba Tehuti as he supports us. And very thankful. So to all, Mary, to everybody here and everyone in the chat as well.
Beautiful words. I totally agree. 100%, because this is a real family that we're building here, based on Ma'at, based on truth, and it's nothing better than that. It's nothing. It's absolutely nothing better than that. And I never imagined that it would look like this. You know, when you come up through religion and the isfet that we're subjected to, you know, I never imagined that it would look like this. I remember, Gabrielle, when you said you felt out of place, but you didn't. Like you just, it was just new. So, you know, you quickly was able to assess the energy that was in the room, you know, just when you came to the pathways, you know, that's how my mate was too. You know, she couldn't deny the consciousness of me, and what I was becoming, and you know how I began to move and how I was changing and growing. That was one of the things that she couldn't deny. You know, because a lot of times people will say, when you speak and you tell the truth, they'll say, "Oh, you crazy," you know, "Oh, you insane." It's like insane. Okay, so in means in, and sane means sane. So yeah, I'm rational, right? Oh, insane, you know, and it's just, you know, how the language is upside down, you know, and it's done like that on purpose. I have a great friend that she's in another state. She's actually up there with Minku, and we used to be co-workers, so we speak very often, and she's sending me etymology of words, because she's learning, and I'm like, I never thought that she would even get to that point. I direct her to the podcast. She's come to a few, you know, but everyone's is your race, your pace. So, you know, I don't force anyone to do anything. I just give them the information and, you know, point them in the right direction. But she's always sending me etymology now of things, and just, you know, as she's, you know, beginning to slowly break out the matrix, the people around you that I'm able to influence and teach is wonderful, because I never looked at myself as a teacher before this. I'm like, I didn't have that insight, you know. But as I learn and grow and teach, you know, my children and my family, my inner circle, you know, it's nothing better, you know. And that's the beautiful thing too, when you look at what is actually happening versus what's going on the other channels. It's families up here. It's actually real families. Like when you look at the people on the panel, I've seen some people's children. We've seen each other's children and other family members, you know. There's you know, what they call husband and wives, and, you know, boyfriend and girlfriend, but there's mates up here. There's real families up here, and there's families being built, you know, right before our eyes. And that in itself is beautiful, because on them other channels, they fighting and arguing over nothingness. They're not building anything. You know, they think that they're building because they're getting, you know, cash apps or whatever, super chats or whatever, but YouTube take most of that. They're not even getting the cash apps. YouTube get most of the super chat, you know, so they pump faking with that, but it's no families being built. It's nothing really substantial being built. You know, nothing like over here. It's families up here. Every time I see Anu, I see Antu. Every time I see Primordial, I see Gabrielle. When I used to see Haraz, you would see her daughter, beautiful daughter. You know, it's like, this is a family being built. The family structure that we're building is beautiful. So, Hinu to you, great Saba, for what you are producing.
Nini, appreciate you. Glad you. That's a great point you made. And once again, my Turks love the parable, or what, I don't know what to call them, what you do, but you're too ignorant to say you don't know, that type of stuff there. So.
It's true.
They love that.
They won't say it. It's like, what? Just say you don't know.
You're too ignorant to say you don't know, that's the definition of ignorance, but you put in the other definition. That was great. You're too ignorant to say you don't know. That's awesome. Okay, everybody. So I'm going to bring him out. Here he is. I don't know if he's smiling. He is. He was woken up. So he was woken up out of his sleep. So here he is, everybody. This is the dragon here, and this is the one on the. There he is. What's up, man? There he is. Ready? Let's see if we can come on the screen. There's the tail. And there he is right there. He's gold. And that's why they call him the sail fin, because of that right there. And there he is right there. See a piece to him. And there's his teeth. So that's the one from the picture. That's the type. And there he is right there. Oh, come on. Yeah, he woke up angry.
What's his name, Saba?
Third eye. And on his if I can get his head, you look on his head. I don't know how it's angled. But right there in the middle, see if we can see it. Right there in the middle is the dot. It's hard to angle it towards this, but right there in the middle is the dot, and that dot is the actual pineal eye. It's hard to see it in the camera because I'm twisting my body, but there's the pineal eye right there in the center, and that's his third eye, pineal eye navigation system that he uses to angle light. And this is the creature that I was actually speaking about. There's monitors have it, bearded dragons have it. This is the one that actually, this is the rarest one you can get that has it. This is the actual dragon from the Philippines, and that's his dragon tail, and that's his dragon face. Right there. So his name is Third Eye. He's black, and then he has gold, actual gold on the side of him. I don't know if the camera's seeing that, but that's actually, it's not yellow, it's actually gold. And there he is, behind the camera. And there he is. Guess looks like a creature from Jurassic Park. He's gonna give Gabriella memories and nightmares from the Gremlins movie. But there he is, right there. And he's a water dragon. That's why you saw the picture of him in the water, and that's why he still has evolutionary frog feet. You see the feet? The feet are still frog type feet. There, like that. So they live in the water, and they live on land, on the trees. And when they get scared, they can go in the water, and they can actually hold their breath for almost half an hour to escape creatures that are chasing them. And their teeth are absolutely no friendly. There's nothing friendly about them. It's like piranha teeth. They will serrate you. I have to wear gloves because his claws, even his regular walking and movement, will tear me to shreds just by him walking. So there he is. That is a Third Eye. Say peace to the people.
Saba, how big do we get?
Maybe 4 feet. He gets pretty giant, pretty big, probably about 4 feet, maybe longer if you include this dragon tail. So they get pretty big. This is a juvenile. All right, everybody. So there he is. Armando, you never seen one of these before?
Never, Saba, but you always, they be massive, and you always be like, oh, this is just the baby.
Yeah, that's the baby with the never-ending tail. So there he is, everybody. That is Third Eye, and he is the one with the. Let's see if I can put him up with the third eye there. And that is the actual pineal gland that sees. That's the one that sees. Yours doesn't see anything. It's not actually an eye whatsoever. The concept of a pineal gland associating with an eye comes from actual lizards that go back some 246 million years ago. That's an actual eye. They can see with it, angle lights to navigate. So the ancients used that to symbolize a light eye, a Maharu, that navigates in the afterlife by utilizing light, by using these creatures right here. Okay, and I have the one from Kemet too, but he's not handleable by one hand. All right, everybody. Glad that one is that one's not a baby. But glad you appreciated that. We're gonna get on now with the support donations. He looks a little different than bearded thing, bearded dragon, right? And
Definitely looks different than the bearded dragon. And she's more calm though than our bearded dragon for sure.
he is calm because he goes through a stage where he gives up and he's just calm. As if I put him down on the ground, he teleports. I can put him down on the ground, he can appear on Nanny's shoulder in a second. You don't even see him move. It's a lightning. It's one of the fastest creatures on the planet. This right here. So he's calm right now, and I'm getting him more calm as time goes on. That's why it's good to get them as little babies like this instead of getting them the size of Gabriella. So there. All right, everybody, we're 10 hours and 30 something minutes in. Let's go to the rest of these donations. I'm trying to get this glove off, and so just to show you, I don't know if you see that. He was just walking, and there's all the blood on my hand. He's just walking. That's him moving around on my hand just right now, and there's that's the damage. So when he's 4 feet or something, I want to make sure that he's first we're gonna clip his nails and make him more calm, because that just has to go across your throat and you're done. All right, so we're gonna go into the rest of the support donations here. Gabriella's like, we are not getting that creature primordial. Don't even think about it. The baby's coming.
I still want you to. I still would like for you to choose my serpent when I get my Ren, Saba.
Oh my gosh. Okay, when you get your Ren. Okay, and
Gabriella's shaking her head no, like Shantae.
He doesn't need a serpent. He's got a whole baby coming.
They don't even call it a snake. They call it a serpent. He doesn't need a serpent. Maybe we'll see what's available. Maybe I have a special one for Annie, but I'm gonna see. We're gonna see. Oh, and I just had 14 babies this morning. So not me, but one of my serpents had 14 babies. They look like little candy pieces. So there's 14 babies available now, and then I have 15 cobras that are going to be born in about 28 days. So we'll see, man. There'll be some available for you. I don't know if Gabriella wants to start you off with a cobra. I'm not sure what. I have somebody offered me an alligator yesterday.
You can do a turtle.
Turtle. A little innocent turtle. Do I have an American alligator?
No, that's okay. Just, something small. Just quiet. I don't have to worry about it biting me or just taking out my arm or anything like that.
Okay, I'll get you. That'll be for you. You'll get the turtle. Primordial Thought will get a 10-foot serpent. You just stick with the turtle. He'll keep it in the room away from you and the baby. And don't believe the media. The snakes don't eat little babies and all that. He'll keep it away from the from the baby and anybody. But I'll get him something that's not harmful. Speaking, you know what I'm gonna get you, Primordial? You're gonna get the little I'm gonna get you maybe a little cobra. All right, everybody. So we're gonna read the rest of these and end this
you're
night.
stressing me out right now.
The little cobras are actually harmless. They're actually they're actually harmless. They don't do anything at all. Not the cobra you see on TV, but they're very, very docile, and their fangs are in the back of their mouth, and they don't bite at all. Okay, everybody, we're gonna get to the rest of these. I know you guys want to. This is a good family vibe, but I definitely have to sleep. I have to recover. Yeah. Shout out to Eric G. Eric G, that's it. Let's show a couple of these. Then we have a monster one from Bella, a monster one from Rigo. Again, came to shut it down. Harass did. Here we go. So Eric G, that's it. Great breakdown, SABA Tehuti. Thank you, Eric G. Appreciate you. I'm not sure which breakdown you saw, but whichever one, appreciate you very, very much. Here we go. Now we're good. Oh my goodness. No, we got Nito Campbell. We only have about 4 more to go. Nito Campbell. He's always supporting. He is in the I don't think he's in the room, but he may be watching. Appreciate you. Appreciate you, Nito Campbell. You are constantly supporting, and he always donates in sets of 9s. So thank you for your consistent support every single week. Shout out to Nito Campbell. Give him a hand clap. He's a consistent supporter for over 2 years. Give him a hand clap. Annie's not around, right? Shout out to you, Annie. I got your I'm looking at your email, and wonderful. Just saw your email. Okay, who's this? Craig Boyce. What did you get? I think Craig Boyce got I'm not sure if this is a book purchase or if not sure what this is. So I'm gonna leave his email out of it. Usually this looks like a book purchase, so I'm gonna leave his email out. So shout out to you, Craig Boyce. I'm gonna edit this so that your email is not showing on the big screen, but at least we have your name, the same name that's in the chat, Craig Boyce. Okay, let's see if it shows up. Boom, boom. Craig Boyce. Boom! Shout out to Craig Boyce. Received payment. I think this is a book order from the. Whoa! I think this is a book order from the website. Usually that's how it turns up. But shout out to you, Craig Boyce. He may have gotten stepping out of the matrix. If you're in the chat, you can tell us. But at any rate, appreciate you supporting the House of a 10 Tehuti Podclass. Okay, next up is oh, I cannot show that. Oh no, that's for the pathways. Okay, I'm saving that. Octavia slide, then we're gonna go to Bella, and I think Sarah. Anu and Antu, do you have any donations that you remember giving that I haven't read off yet, or have I read all of yours?
You read all of ours.
Okay. Okay, good. Okay, good. So that means I only have a couple left, and you're not all the way down at the bottom. Okay, good. We're gonna give a shout out to Octavia Sly for 16. Oh, this is a tip. This is a tip for one of the class I did last week where I mentioned bless you after you sneeze. Give him a hand clap for this. It was the last week's class, I think. Shout out to you, Octavia Sly 1661. Appreciate you. And let me see if there's somebody on the other page. If not, Kiko Jones, but he got his already. Okay, so we just have who's this? Wait. Let me see. Oh gosh, the monsters are here. We're gonna start off with we're gonna go up. We're gonna move up. So shout out to this is her 3rd support. And this one's a big one, so get ready to give some big transformer noises and all of that. This young lady is so appreciative. And her beautiful doll. This is not Bella. Bella's gonna be after this. This is Sarah Jean, and then Bella's after this. Here we go. Shout out to Sarah Jean with the This may be the Ka symbols. 5555. Give her some big monster awesome noise loud.
Forget that we the real champions around here.
Okay, good. Shout out to you, Annie. I'm actually responding to an email. I'm not gonna say what I typed, but shout out to you, Annie. I'm responding to an email. Shout out, and much respect to you, Sarah. Now we're gonna move on. Let me take my glass off a moment. We're gonna move on to this young lady right here. Is top consistent, one of the top consistent donators, supporters, off and on the podcast, daily messages, daily adorations, consistent communication, even if I can't get to all the messages, but consistent communication, consistent love energy discussions with and about the Neturts. There's too much to say about the dedication. I always say this is a young lady to start off. When I was in the asbestos situation, in a situation where we were being evacuated, this young lady grabbed a piggy bank and ran down and cashed pennies and nickels and dimes in her piggy bank or whatever she had, and sent me what she had as a support. And she wasn't in any financial situation at that time to do so. This is none other than where did it go? This is none other than the young lady who's on the screen. Where is she? There it is. I got it. Okay, here it is. To this lovely spirit that's on the screen, this energy that's on the screen right now. And I'm going to stay on. Let me come to the screen. I have too many screens up. I'm going to say formerly known as, but right now, for now, she's known as, what's she known as? She's known as Bella Matt 33 72, but Bella, $72 for, if you can go ahead and read that, Bella, and rest of my eyes. I'm going to read that, please.
$2 for your Nefer eyes, and 72 for love to the SABA and his Neturts and all the animals.
$2 for that. Tef, give Bella some big monster noise, the Transformers, everything. I don't play with pseudos. All the noises, give her all big noise. Thank you. Thank you, Bella. Appreciate that.
I don't play with pseudos.
Third Eye said, I don't play with pseudos. You don't play with pseudos, man? Thank you, Atef. Great DJ. How was the sound? How was the sound to you all on the panel of Atef's sound bites and stuff? Does it sound clear and loud, or is it kind of low?
Yes.
Which one?
Sounds clear for me.
Sounds clear? Okay, good. Thank you, Atef. You sounded clear. And good, appreciate you. Now, ladies and gentlemen. Oh. Uh-oh. No, not now, ladies and gentlemen. Not yet. because we have a Metanetter class, Metanetter Magic class order again from this brother who's almost at the end. I wonder what he's gonna do when he's at the end of all the classes. I wonder what his support's gonna be. Shout out to this brother right here, Big Vapes, who donates, who supports and receives a Metanetter. What is 52? Who receives a Metanetter class every single week. He supports and receives a Metanetter Magic class. Peace and love to this brother here. Give him a clap, please. Make some noise for him.
Mike Tyson and Floyd Mayweather, if you made a punch and just you should have moved your left shoulder a little bit to the right, and I know you could have just get in the ring and beat the guy.
What class is that? That's 52. Thank you. Thank you for the consistency. And let me see something here. I'm not sure what's happening here. It's not showing. 30. 1 second, everybody. My screen is locked. Loading something. Hold on. That's very odd. It's doing that. Okay. Oh, look at that. So it must be 4. Yes. Thank you, Big Vapes, for your consistency. I mean, you've been around too since the Killer Priest days, and have been consistently supporting in different ways. Started off as $5 a class, and then moved up to sometimes a tip with the Metanetter class, or the Metanetter class every single class. So peace and love to you, and you should have that already right now. So much respect to you. All right, everybody. Now, let me see. And now, if there's nobody left, wait, who's this? That one keeps popping up. I can't show that one. Not that. Okay, and now everybody. Oh, what's this? Nope. What is this? Website purchase. Shout out to Darren Miller L. It's a website purchase. I'm not sure what the I'm not sure what it is, but we're just gonna shout him out for whatever you got. Appreciate you, good brother. Appreciate you. Thank you for the website purchase. If you're listening, Darren Miller L. Appreciate you. Okay. And now, okay, now I can do it. And now, everybody, to end the podcast, shut it down. We've read all the donating monsters, the biggest donators ever, Anu, Antu. We read one from Rigo, Bella, Sarah, all the biggest donators in the Tehuti Podclass. And now Rigo has returned again. Rigo has returned again. Primordial Thought 9 is officially given his donation for his Ren, so he will be receiving his he'll be receiving his Ren in the Pathways of the Awakening. That just literally popped up as I was speaking. So shout out to you, Primordial. And now, everybody, what does this even say? Oh, this is officially the largest tip ever given for a class, and it's not even one of his classes. This is not even a class that I did for him. I don't remember it. No, I don't think so. Largest tip ever. Rigo has went back some months ago. Largest tip, Rigo, for the karma class. I don't even remember when I did that, but let's give, I don't know what sounds you have, or maybe just do the same sounds as Tef, but for longer. But this is the absolute largest tip ever received for the House of ATTON classes, Tehuti Podclasses, ever, that I've ever seen as a tip. Went back to the karma class, and Rigo has popped back up on the scene. Who read the last one for me? Who read the last one? Was that you, Bella?
Well, I don't remember. I'm sorry.
Did anybody? Did I read the last one? I thought it was Bella.
Oh yeah, maybe you have. Maybe you have.
Okay. Okay. Gabrielle, are you there?
No, she went to the UPESH. Great stuff. I'll read it for you.
She went to the UPESH. Okay, wonderful. Who hasn't read in a while? Anu, could you read this for me, please? We'll go to Anu. Cycling.
$172.72 for the Karma Breakdown, a life-changing experience.
Wow. Go ahead, Atef, and I'm just.
I don't play. I don't play with pseudos. Forget that we the real champions around here.
Wow, Rigo, if you're listening, this is what I mean, ladies and gentlemen, that when somebody sends support for a question, you don't know what that value is to the person who asked it or to somebody who didn't even ask it. Rigo was not, this is a time when Rigo wasn't around a couple months ago. Rigo wasn't even around that I remember, and he went back and watched it. Who would have any idea that a question asked on karma? Does anybody remember who even asked that question? I don't remember who asked that, but the question that's asked on karma would affect Rigo, who was gone for such a long period of time, and that's how beautiful the Tehuti Podclass experience is that because these classes are recorded, people can go back and people can go back and watch them, and you don't know how this information hits each individual. So much respect and love. Rigo popping out of nowhere, back on board. And the karma question, he donated more for someone else's question than he donated for any of his matrix questions. He never gave that for any one of his own questions. That's to show, ladies and gentlemen, you could ask a question and affect the life of somebody across the world who needed to hear that one thing on karma, that one thing on reincarnation, that one thing on the Pekka Mku, and they just couldn't ask it at the time because they were away. And boom, they're getting knocked out in South America, Denmark, and their life is being affected from your questions. So continue, everybody, to send in questions, support to the Tehuti Podclass. We're about to end it off right now because that is it. I believe that is it for the support. Primordial Thought. We have your Ren. We have your Ren information, so you are definitely in line. I'm going to I don't know if I'll be able to do over 10 people. So everybody get in what they have to get in now, and that's all. So peace and love, everybody. Thank you for coming to the Podclass. It is 10 hours and 56 minutes again. I'm going to let everybody do some beautiful closing words. We'll start with Anu. How you doing, Anu? You good? You okay over there? Are you breaking down? You okay?
I'm doing good.
Okay. Okay. We'll start with you, Anu. Give us some great closing words. Thank you.
To our Sabatudi, Hotel MERI, for another Nefer class. To all for being alive and being healthy. To all for your net turds for being alive and being healthy, taking care of you and the family. To all to you for providing for the family and all the animals. To all the supporters for supporting the House of ATTON, our Sabbath Tehuti Hotep Ra, and putting your attention towards him and towards the House of ATTON. To all to everybody on the panel for showing support in multiple ways. Everybody have a Nefer Upesh, have a Nefer Rezi, Nefer Kur, and I'll end off with this adoration to Tehuti. E Tehuti, Makeru, M Hetep, Makeru, M Heru, A Keperu, Tehuti, Ku, Imi, Ku, Kemam, Keperu, M Neter, Hau, El Tehuti, triumphant in peace, triumphant as Heru, mighty of forms of existence. Tehuti, a shining being and a dweller in light, who has been created and has come into existence from the limbs of the Neter. Uncle Justin.
Come into existence from the limbs of the Neter. Do you read different ones?
Yes.
That's what it is. And they're all from the Perm Heru?
Yes.
That's what's happening. Okay, thank you. Beautiful. The limbs of the Neter. Thank you. I'm gonna let me dream about that. The limbs of the Neter. That's that has special meaning to me for a particular reason. Thank you for that, good brother. And we'll move on to Antu. Give us some words.
Tua Hotep MERI, Uncle Justineb, Sabatudi, and your Nefer Neterts, to offer all that you do and all that they do for you as well. I appreciate all of your existence and what you do to support my family. You are truly deeply affecting me, especially right now, in a deep way with my Iri, my creation. I deeply feel that it's getting very advanced. So I thank you for that, for all that you're doing for me and for my mates and for our future children as well. For saving generations. And Anu and I work every day to imbue your consciousness because this is never ending. And I will end off with an adoration to you. Anu and Antu, Shesu, Mket, Tehuti, Perts, Neter, M, Oset, Immense, Kutsen, Her, Out, and Tehuti, Ur, Hetep, Her, Ma'at. Anu and Antu, the divine followers, are following him, Tehuti, coming forth of the Neter from the secret place. They rejoice at the ways of Tehuti, the great one established by Ma'at. Hotep MERI.
Is that also something different from the Perm Heru? Or is that from you read that?
That's from I think I created some of this by I know it's from the Perm Heru, but I did add our names and I might have put two different sentences together as well, I think. I'm not completely sure.
Thank you so much for those beautiful words, and I like your creativity in them. And actually, that is what the ancient people did with the Perm Heru. The scribe would write things, and then they would be catered and curtailed for the individual person. And this is why sometimes when you see the pyramid text, you'll see the letter N. You'll see like the letter N there, and there's nothing there because that was a blank space, and the N in English stood for name. And you'd fill in what goes in there that pertains to you, and that's what you're doing with these texts. So that is beautiful. That's what you're actually supposed to do. So Tua to you, and to appreciate your words, and Medu.
Ninu Kentua.
Okay, and on to Miss Bella. Are you awake? Are you energized? Are you sharp and alert, Bella? Are you ready for the Upesh?
No, I'm sharp and alert. I had my energy drink. So
Oh my goodness. She's up. She's alert. Okay, good. So let me get a sharp and alert set of closing words, please.
So the Nectar has finished another podcast with his Nefer Nectar by his side and animals lingering. Though that does not mean the work is done, because Tehuti is in a constant state of discipline and thoughtful and wise consistency and extreme work. And his nettards are constantly the representation of and personification of nettards, and your support system and your echoes, they are what uplifts you and takes care of you. And all of you are embodiments of MERI, love, and you love each other. You all love teaching, and so you're my role models, and everyone should choose all of you as their role models. So very much for the podcast and all that you do for each other and for me. And to Spectrum and the Third Eye for coming to the podcast today. I enjoyed them very much.
Wonderful. What a set of beautiful words. Is that something that you just came from the top of your head right now, or some of it was written down?
I wrote it a little bit down early.
Thank you. I greatly appreciate either or, because if something is so important to you and you want to get it right and you write it down, that means you invested time into it. And I greatly appreciate that you're actually premeditating writing something down that you're going to say at this time, so you don't forget particular words. That is something that's something I appreciate greatly. So thank you very much for those beautiful words of Nefer Medu, and you're greatly appreciated for your transformation and path that you're on. You're on a great path to the awakening, pathways to the awakening. You're on a great path. So thank you for the great energy and beautiful love. Tua Bella, thank you.
You're welcome. And I appreciate you and your networks and your animals so very much.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate you. Atef Rem Kim Ma'at, we are winding down. Give us a couple good words and let's hear your parables.
Hotep, great Saba, no parables, just complete adoration. Hotep to you. To all the supporters. It's very never to see all the supporters, because it's definitely necessary. Definitely looking forward to your matrix breakdown of the Megatron. I don't know what that was. The Mega Box, whatever it was, but another matrix breakdown, because those are very, very popular. And I just appreciate you. Definitely what you do for me and my family as well. I just want to echo that same sentiment, because no one is teaching us like this. No one is doing for us what you do, Great Saba. So I just want to give you supreme adoration, and give supreme adoration to your family and your church that supports you. Henu to everyone on the panel that supports, everyone in the chat. And I guess this is the new ritual. So we'll close out with a beautiful hymn to Amun Hotep Ra.
Oh man,
Lord of the God Natiru, who support the Natiru, most primeval of the Natiru, eldest of the primeval ones, builder of builders, Renunet of Renunets, Panum, who made the creator gods, effective counsel, open and sharp of face, Lord of all that exists, who predetermined every event, bull of his mother, begetter of his father, who destroys Apopus when he manifests manifestations. Just as he wept mankind from his divine eyes, so did he spit out the Natiru from his mouth. The new to you, Amen Hotep Ra. Peace and love.
Oh. You said father of his father? Is that what you said?
Yes.
That's beautiful. All those words are from the hymn that you read?
Yes, except for I added your name to it.
Oh, there we go again. Thank you again. And was that inspired by what Anu and Antu did?
It's inspired by you and what you're creating, what we're creating together. So I just think it's only right. And just trying to echo the utterances of our ancestors, of ourselves, the Natiru. So it's just necessary.
Okay, thank you, my good brother. Appreciate you. Thank you, all of you, and that was beautiful. What was the exact name of that hymn?
It is the hymn to Amun, creator hymn.
The hymn to Amun.
Yes.
Okay, and you just put my name. Okay, thank you, good brother. That was absolutely beautiful. It is a complete honor to be in 2024 and have people in 2024 read things from 3,500 years ago and connect it to an energy force that they're appreciative of, that ties in to me and what I'm doing. That is an ultimate form of HERU. So thank you very, very much for that. And that is a beautiful that's a beautiful thing. This is not happening anywhere else on the planet. So shout out to you, Tef. Thank you very much. Thank you, good brother.
Nini Ukre Sama.
Okay, and on to this may be the man that actually started this. Right here, Primordial Thought. I remember when he this is the man that may have started all this, because long time ago I was noticing that Primordial Thought's words sounded like ancient writings. I don't know if he was writing them himself or reading from something, but I said, wait a minute, that sounds just like something from 4,000 years ago. May your monument. It doesn't even sound like anything how people speak today. So shout out to Primordial Thought, because you were doing that from long time ago, and you're actually in the intro doing it. So give us some more of those ancient words. I don't know if they're from your brain or where, but go ahead.
Tua to you, great Saba. Dua to you as well. Thank you for just all that you do, and sharing parts of your Eve that you are willing to share, and continue to bless us with that wonderful discipline and structure and knowledge and wisdom that you possess by being consistent and being disciplined and being devoted to the Natiru. I also want to give dua to you on the Turks, because every day I'm understanding the importance of having a Naturt that is that sustains. And a netter comes up short every time if he doesn't have his Naturt, because they have special powers that is within them that brings sustainability and that brings comfort, that brings structure, things that one may lack. So dua to you on the Turks for being strong and the ones that have been consistent with you every single day, and are unwavering. So dua to them. Peace and love to you, Saba. I love you. I give you much praise and honor. Peace and love to everybody on the panel.
2 for just your energy being consistent, because it takes discipline, it takes structure, it takes energy to sit on this panel for 11 hours and continue to ride with SABA. So peace and love to that, and the ones that's in the chat too, still holding it up. So may Ra grant you and your family health and prosperity. May your monument be established on the foundations of Ma'at, and may you all rise and come forth as conscious light, like the divine Ra, who rise and shine forevermore in Ma'at. Hotep Meri.
Wow, Hotep to you, appreciate you, and I'll let my networks know. And you're absolutely right. You're absolutely 100% right. It's the female energy that is actually motivating all of this. So the female energy is actually the motivation of all of this. Without the female energy, there is no biological imperative, and there's actually no reason to live. So the motivation of the motivation of your complete manhood is the fact that you're not working hard to come home to hard legs. You're trying to come home feminine energy, and the energy that she gives you back completely changes the direction of your day. So she can come back to Isfet Matrix. You could come back to, look at what I just learned to the podcast. Look at what I just, and then that switch right there completely is how you're going to end up in bed that night. That's how you're going to end up falling asleep. And however you fall asleep is going to be the beginning of your next day. So, and the females control all of that. I don't care how tough the man is, and whatever it is, and whatever he says it is, but it's the females that actually control all that, because in actuality, all of us are living for the female energy. That's the bottom line of what's actually in every animal. This animal, he's living for the female energy. When females come around, he'll act different. So all creatures on the planet are living for the female backup. Every lion, every other creature, if the female energy was to go, they would get depressed and they would stress out and actually die. If you would actually take the females away from the lion pride, the male would get depressed and die. So shout out and much respect to all the female energy that sees the male energy that they respect, back up, praise, support, and that is what's keeping this whole biological imperative going. Without Onset, you wouldn't even hear about AUSAR. There would be no AUSAR story. So shout out to all the female energy. Thank you, Primordial, and thank you, Gabriella and the Upesh, for being that female energy for Primordial, because there was a time when you weren't, and now you are 100% for this, and that is completely changing Primordial's urge to do certain things. You'd be surprised. You know, would be really surprised at how powerful she is with her male decisions. But believe me, females, you are the supreme superior entity that is controlling every man on this panel and in the chat. So shout out to the female energy out there. Okay, everybody, that is it. It's 11 hours and 15 minutes. We're going to close down the podcast. We have beautiful energy shots. I haven't looked at the chat in a long time, but peace and love to everybody in the chat. I can't really look at the chat for long because of my eyes. I got to save it for this, but peace and love to J Doe. That's a new person. Of course, Nook Panuk Panuk is everywhere. Nook Panuk Panuk. Nook Panuk Panuk. I made it all up. Shout out to Nook Panuk and everybody on the in the chat and all the new people that came. Peace and love to you. Without new people, we wouldn't be here, because every single person on the panel started off as a new person. You will be the next people that will be greeting the new people in a year from now. So we need all the new people wake up and get new people and wake them up. Okay, everybody, we're going to close out. I think that's all the support for the day. Primordial, I see your, is that everything? Yes. Nicholas, I see your eczema question thing here. I see it here. Okay, everybody, we're gonna close out. Tef, Rem, Kim, Ma'at, you go ahead and do the affirmation. I'm gonna take the screen from the words from the bottom. I'm gonna sleep. I'm gonna sleep soon. The words from the bottom, and you go ahead and close out with the affirmation. I'll turn this down. You know, I'm supposed to take off the overdrive music at the end of the answer, but I never end up doing it. I don't know. That's an addictive beat, isn't it? That's a really addictive beat. I'm just gonna leave it on. I might as well. It's only supposed to be for the answer, but okay. All right, Atefrem Kema'at, go ahead and do the affirmation. Everybody did close out, right? Everybody said closing, right? Okay, good. Okay. Okay, here we go. Go ahead, good brother. Close us out, please.
Okay, on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Unki and Ma'at. An NS. Nintet Asat and Ma'at. Menhab Apat and Ma'at. Her in Hugh Cuey. Her Iku. I live for Ma'at. I exist within her. I do not speak in the place of Ma'at. Every day I advance towards Ma'at. My being is surrounded in darkness. I come forth as conscious light.
Wonderful, everybody. I'm going to go big screen. Peace and love, everybody. Go to sleep, relaxing. Imagine you're on an airplane flying to your destination, and get to your destination, and be safe. Peace and love, Anu, Antu. Peace and love, Bella, Atef, Ram, Kem, Ma'at, and Primordial Thought 9. Peace and love to all of you. I'm going to close out a big screen. Peace. Peace. All right. Wonderful. Shout out to you, Bella, with the signs. All right, everybody. Another 11-hour. What was this? Another 11-hour event. We're going to call these events. These aren't even these are the Podclass events. Peace and love, everyone. I'm glad you enjoyed. Everyone already knows the support. It's scrolling at the bottom. Everybody knows if you're watching this and you appreciated this, send your support in. Just type in the Cash App or the PayPal what you watched and what you liked about it, and it will be announced for the next class. Show reciprocity like we do for all these big corporations that are actually killing us. All the people that are complaining about the donations and all this, everybody's supporting the big companies. Everybody's supporting the big companies in their life that whose agenda is out to destroy you. Support something that is actually uplifting, that you can actually take home to your family and children. You can actually take many of these classes and formulate disciplines. There's magic classes, health classes, gingivitis classes, eyesight, hyperhidrosis classes, ritual classes, out-of-body experience. The pod class has it all. So peace and love, everyone. This is Third Eye, the actual dragon, golden and black dragon, all the way from Asia. And this class was about his third eye. That's right there in the middle of his head. That is the actual pineal gland. That's an eye, not the one that you have. That's somebody just talking. But your pineal gland is extremely important to you. Circadian rhythms are extremely important. And look up pineal gland, circadian rhythm, and melatonin, and you will understand that actually governs your life. But no, the pineal gland doesn't see. It was referring to the ancient ones that actually do, which are these ones right here. That is actually a parietal eye, pineal eye. Shout out to everybody. Peace and love. And the beautiful thing is that the ancestors knew that and used that as a form to develop immortality and spirituality. It's such a beautiful thing. We love you all. Love all the people in the podcast. Everybody who supports. Peace and love, everybody. And you know what? When all is said and done, and time has passed, and Tehuti is gone, and people watch these pod classes, and archaeologists dig us up and find out what was going on, what they're going to see is